Once this became a political reality here, it became incumbent on the administration to publicly put forth some facts, if it wanted to preserve these powers. Yet to date, the administration has refused to put forth any specific examples of significant intelligence it adduced as a result of using any technique that could not be reasonably construed as cruel, inhuman, or degrading. Not even any historical stuff from 3 or 4 years ago. What conclusions are to be drawn from the utter failure to offer a specific justification? That no such proof exists? That the administration does not recognize the legitimacy of the political process on this issue? Or that need to reserve the right to use these techniques really is not important enough to justify the compromise of even historical intelligence. Redacted. As described in more detail in the full committee study, the administration sought legislative support to continue the CIA's detention and interrogation program, and chose to do so by publicly disclosing the program in a 2006 speech by President Bush. The speech, which was based on CIA-provided information and vetted by the CIA, included numerous inaccurate representations about the CIA program and the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The CIA's vetting of the speech is detailed in the CIA validation documents, which include CIA concurrence and citations to records to support specific passages of the speech. For example, the CIA validation of remarks document includes the following. Quote, "Questioning the detainees in this program has given us information that has saved innocent lives by helping us to stop new attacks here in the United States and across the world." End quote. The CIA concurs with this assessment. Information from detainees prevented, among others, the West Coast airliner plot, a plot to blow up an apartment building in the United States, a plot to attack various targets in the United Kingdom, and plots against targets in Karachi and the Arabian Gulf. These attacks would undoubtedly have killed thousands. Redacted. Multiple iterations of the CIA validation documents reflect changes to the speech as it was being prepared. 1 week before the scheduled speech, a passage in the draft speech made inaccurate claims about the role played by Abu Zubaydah in the capture of Ramzi bin al-Shibh, and the role of Abu Zubaydah and Ramzi bin al-Shibh in the capture of KSM, but it did not explicitly connect these claims to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. In an August 31, 2006 email exchange, CIA officers proposed the following language in the speech. Quote, "That same year, information from Zubaydah led the CIA to the trail of one of KSM's accomplices, Ramzi bin al-Shibh. Information from Zubaydah, together with information from Shibh, gave the CIA insight into al-Qaeda's 9/11 attack planning and the importance of KSM. With the knowledge that KSM was the mastermind, Pakistani partners planned and mounted an operation that resulted in his eventual capture and detention." Redacted. The August 31, 2006 email exchange included citations to CIA cables to support the proposed passage. However, neither the cables nor any CIA records support this assertion. Redacted. Within a few days, the passage in the draft speech relating to the captures of Ramzi bin al-Shibh and KSM was modified to connect the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Abu Zubaydah to the capture of Ramzi bin al-Shibh. The updated draft now credited information from Abu Zubaydah and Ramzi bin al-Shibh with the, quote, helping in the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. The updated speech stated, Zubaydah was questioned using these interrogation procedures, and he soon began to provide information on key al-Qaeda operatives, including information that helped us find and capture more of those responsible for the attacks of 9/11. For example, Zubaydah identified one of KSM's accomplices in the 9/11 attacks, a terrorist named Ramzi bin al-Shib. The information Zubaydah provided helped lead to the capture of bin al-Shib, and together these two terrorists provided information that helped in the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Art, an updated CIA validation document concurred with the proposed passage, provided a modified list of CIA cables as sources to support the passage.
Cable citations to Abu Zubaydah's reporting prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were removed. Like the previous version, the CIA's updated validation document did not cite to any cables demonstrating that information from Abu Zubaydah helped lead to the capture of Ramzi bin al-Shib. Similarly, none of the cables cited to support the passage indicated that information from Abu Zubaydah and Ramzi bin al-Shib, who was in foreign government custody when he provided the information cited by the CIA, helped in the planning and execution of the operation that captured KSM. As described elsewhere in the summary, there are no CIA records to support these claims. The CIA documents validating the president's speech addressed other passages that were likewise unsupported by the CIA's cited cables. For example, the speech included an inaccurate claim regarding KSM that had been part of the CIA's representations on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques since 2003. The speech stated, once in our custody, KSM was questioned by the CIA using these procedures, and he soon provided information that helped to stop another planned attack on the U.S. During questioning, KSM told us about another al-Qaeda operative he knew was in CIA custody, a terrorist named Majid Khan. KSM revealed that Khan had been told to deliver $50,000 to individuals working for a suspected terrorist leader named Hambali, the leader of al-Qaeda's Southeast Asian affiliate known as JI. CIA officers confronted Khan with this information. Khan confirmed that the money had been delivered to an operative named Zubair and provided both a physical description and contact number for this operative. Based on that information, Zubair was captured in June of 2003, and he soon provided information that helped lead to the capture of Hambali. As support for this passage, the CIA cited a June 2003 cable describing a CIA interrogation of Majid Khan in which Khan discussed Zubair. The CIA validation document did not include cable citations from March 2003 that would have revealed that Majid Khan provided this information while in foreign government custody prior to the reporting from KSM. On September 6, 2006, President Bush delivered the speech based on the CIA-vetted information. On September 8, 2006, the chief of the redacted department in CTC, Redacted, who had participated in the CIA's validation of the speech, distributed the final validation document for possible updates or changes. In an email, Redacted urged the recipients to please look very carefully as this is going to be a very important document. On September 11, 2006, a CIA officer responded, questioning the passage in the speech related to the capture of KSM, as well as the relevance of the CIA cables cited in the validation document to support the passage. There are no CIA records to indicate that the CIA officer's comments about the inadequate sourcing were further addressed. As described in the summary, and in more detail in Volume 2, there are no CIA records to support the passage in the speech related to the capture of KSM. After the speech, press accounts challenging aspects of the speech became the subject of internal discussion among some CIA officers. On September 7, 2006, the chief of the redacted department in CTC, Redacted, sent an email stating, "The New York Times has posted a story predictably poking holes in the president's speech," defending the passage in the speech asserting that, after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Abu Zubaydah provided information that helped lead to the capture of bin al-Shib. Redacted explained, "We knew Ramzi bin al-Shib was involved in 9/11 before AZ was captured. However, AZ gave us information on his recent activities that, when added into other information, helped us track him. Again, on this point, we were very careful, and the speech is accurate in what it says about bin al-Shib." Redacted's statement that Abu Zubaydah provided information on bin al-Shib's recent activities that helped CIA track him was not supported by the cables cited in the CIA's validation document or any other CIA record. Redacted's email did not address the other representation in the president's speech that Abu Zubaydah identified Ramzi bin al-Shib. The New York Times article also challenged the representation in the speech that Abu Zubaydah disclosed that KSM was the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks and used the alias Mukhtar, and that this was a vital piece of the puzzle that helped our intelligence community pursue KSM. As the New York Times article noted, the 9/11 Commission had pointed to a cable from August 2001 that identified KSM as Mukhtar. In her email, Redacted acknowledged the August 2001 report identifying KSM as Mukhtar and provided additional information on the drafting of the speech. On 28 August 2001, in fact, CIA's Redacted database does show a report from a source stating that Mohammed Rahim's brother, Zadran, told him that KSM was now being called Mukhtar. Moreover, we were suspicious that KSM might have been behind 9/11 as early as 12 September 2001, and we had some reporting indicating he was the mastermind. We explained this latter fact to the White House, although the 28 August report escaped our notice. In her email, Redacted stated that the fact that the 9/11 Commission, with 2020 hindsight, thinks we should have known this in August 2001 does not alter the fact that we didn't. In addition to the New York Times article, the CIA was concerned about an article by Ron Suskind in Time magazine that also challenged the assertions in the speech about the captors of Ramzi bin al-Shib and KSM. In a September 11, 2006 email, the chief of the Redacted department in CTC, Redacted, wrote, "We are not claiming Abu Zubaydah provided exact locational information, merely that he provided us with information that helped in our targeting efforts." Redacted's email did not address the representations in the president's speech that Abu Zubaydah identified Ramzi bin al-Shib and that the information from Abu Zubaydah helped lead to the capture of bin al-Shib. With regard to the capture of KSM, Redacted's email acknowledged that Suskind's assertions that the key was a cooperative source was correct as far as it goes, but the priority with which we pursued KSM changed once AZ conclusively identified him as the mastermind of 9/11. Redacted's email did not address the representation in the president's speech that Abu Zubaydah, along with Ramzi bin al-Shib, helped in the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Redacted statements about the captures of Ramzi bin al-Shib and KSM are not supported by CIA records. The president's September 6, 2006 speech, which was based on CIA-provided information and vetted by the CIA, was the first detailed, formal public representation about the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The inaccurate representations in the speech have been repeated in numerous articles, books, and broadcasts. The speech was also relied upon by the OLC in its July 20th, 2007 memorandum on the legality of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, specifically to support the premise that the use of the techniques was effective in producing substantial quantities of otherwise unavailable intelligence. D. CIA representation about the effectiveness of its enhanced interrogation techniques against specific CIA detainees. While the CIA made numerous general representations about the effectiveness of its enhanced interrogation techniques, CIA representation on specific detainees focused almost exclusively on two CIA detainees, Abu Zubaydah, detained on March 28, 2002, and KSM, detained on March 1, 2003. 1. Abu Zubaydah. As described in greater detail in the full committee study, the CIA provided significant information to policymakers and the Department of Justice on the CIA's decision to use the newly developed CIA enhanced interrogation techniques on Abu Zubaydah and the effects of doing so. These representations were provided by the CIA to the CIA OIG, the White House, the Department of Justice, Congress, and the American public. The representations include that 1. Abu Zubaydah told the CIA he believed the general U.S. population was weak, lacked resilience, and would be unable to do what was necessary. 2. Abu Zubaydah stopped cooperating with U.S. government personnel using traditional interrogation techniques. 3. Abu Zubaydah's interrogation team believed the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques would result in critical information on terrorist operatives and plotting. And 4. The use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Abu Zubaydah was effective in eliciting critical intelligence from Abu Zubaydah. These representations are not supported by internal CIA records. The CIA representation that Abu Zubaydah expressed his belief that the general U.S. population was weak, lacked resilience, and would be unable to do what was necessary to prevent the terrorists from succeeding in their goals is not supported by CIA records. On August 30th, 2006, a CIA officer from the CIA's Al-Qaeda Plans and Organization Group wrote, "We have no records that he declared that America was weak and lacking in resilience and that our society did not have the will to do what was necessary to prevent the terrorists from succeeding in their goals." In a CIA same-time communication that same day, a CIA Alex Station officer wrote, "I can find no reference to AZ being defiant and declaring America weak. In fact, everything I have read indicated he used a non-defiant resistance strategy." In response, the chief of the redacted department in CDC, redacted, wrote, "I've certainly heard that said of AZ for years, but don't know why." The CIA Alex Station officer replied, "Probably a combo of Deputy Chief of Alex Station, redacted, and redacted. I'll leave it at that." The chief of the redacted department completed the exchange, writing, "Yes, believe so, and agree. We shall pass over in silence." The CIA representation that Abu Zubaydah stopped cooperating with debriefers using traditional interrogation techniques is also not supported by CIA records. In early June 2002, Abu Zubaydah's interrogators recommended that Abu Zubaydah spend several weeks in isolation, while the interrogation team members traveled redacted as a means of keeping Abu Zubaydah off balance, and to allow the team needed time off for a break and to attend to personal matters redacted, as well as to discuss the endgame for Abu Zubaydah redacted with officers from CIA headquarters. As a result, Abu Zubaydah spent much of June 2002 and all of July 2002, 40 days in total, in isolation. When CIA officers next interrogated Abu Zubaydah, they immediately used the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including the waterboard. Prior to this isolation period, Abu Zubaydah provided information on al-Qaeda activities, plans, capabilities, and relationships, in addition to information on its leadership structure, including personalities, decision-making processes, training, and tactics. Abu Zubaydah provided the same type of information prior to, during, and after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Abu Zubaydah's inability to provide information on the next attack in the United States and operatives in the United States provided the basis for CIA representation that Abu Zubaydah was uncooperative, as well as for the CIA's determination that Abu Zubaydah required the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques to become compliant and reveal the information that CIA headquarters believed he was withholding. The CIA further stated that Abu Zubaydah could stop the application of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, like the waterboard, by providing the names of operatives in the United States or information to stop the next attack. At no point during or after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques did Abu Zubaydah provide this type of information. The CIA representation that Abu Zubaydah's interrogation team believed the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques would result in new information on operatives in the United States and terrorist plotting is also incongruent with CIA records. While Abu Zubaydah was in isolation in July 2002, CIA headquarters informed the Department of Justice and White House officials that Abu Zubaydah's interrogation team believed Zubaydah possessed information on terrorist threats to and al-Qaeda operatives in the United States. The CIA officials further represented that the interrogation team had concluded that the use of more aggressive methods is required to persuade Abu Zubaydah to provide the critical information needed to safeguard the lives of innumerable innocent men, women, and children within the United States and abroad, and warned countless more Americans may die unless we can persuade AZ to tell us what he knows. However, according to CIA cables, the interrogation team at the detention site had not determined that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were required for Abu Zubaydah to provide such threat information. Rather, the interrogation team wrote, "Our assumption is the objective of this operation is to achieve a high degree of confidence that Abu Zubaydah is not holding back actionable information concerning threats to the United States beyond that which Abu Zubaydah has already provided." The CIA representation that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Abu Zubaydah was effective in producing critical threat information on terrorists and terrorist plotting against the United States is also not supported by CIA records. Abu Zubaydah did not provide the information for which the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were justified and approved, information on the next attack and operatives in the United States. According to CIA records, Abu Zubaydah provided information on al-Qaeda activities, plans, capabilities, and relationships, in addition to information on its leadership structure, including personalities, decision-making processes, training, and tactics. This type of information was provided by Abu Zubaydah prior to, during, and after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. At no point during or after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques did Abu Zubaydah provide information on al-Qaeda cells in the United States or operational plans for terrorist attacks against the United States. Further, a quantitative review of Abu Zubaydah's intelligence reporting indicates that more intelligence reports were disseminated from Abu Zubaydah's first 2 months of interrogation, before the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and when FBI special agents were directly participating, than were derived during the next 2 months phase of interrogations, which included the nonstop use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques 24 hours a day for 17 days. Nonetheless, on August 30th, 2002, the CIA informed the National Security Council that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and producing meaningful results. Shortly thereafter, however, in October 2002, CIA records indicate that President Bush was informed in a presidential daily brief that Abu Zubaydah resisted providing useful information until becoming more cooperative in early August, probably in the hope of improving his living conditions. The PDB made no reference to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Subsequently, the CIA represented to other senior policymakers and the Department of Justice that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were successfully used to elicit critical information from Abu Zubaydah. For example, in a March 2, 2005 CIA memorandum to the Department of Justice, the CIA represented that information obtained from Abu Zubaydah on the dirty bomb plot and Jose Badia was acquired only after applying enhanced interrogation techniques. This CIA representation was repeated in numerous CIA communications with policymakers and the Department of Defense. The information provided by the CIA was inaccurate. On the evening of April 20th, 2002, prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Abu Zubaydah provided this information to FBI officers who were using rapport-building interrogation techniques. 2. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, KSM. As described in more full detail in the full committee study, the CIA provided significant inaccurate information to policymakers on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in the interrogation of KSM. These representations were provided by the CIA to the OIG, the White House, the Department of Justice, the Congress, and the American public. The representations include that 1. KSM provided little threat information or actionable intelligence prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. 2. The CIA overcame KSM's resistance through the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. 3. The CIA's waterboard interrogation technique was particularly effective in eliciting information from KSM. 4. KSM recanted little of the information he had provided, and KSM's information was generally accurate and consistent. 5. KSM made a statement to CIA personnel, "Soon you will know," indicating an attack was imminent upon his arrest. And 6. KSM believed the general U.S. population was weak, lacked resilience, and would be unable to do what was necessary. These representations are not supported by internal CIA records. While the CIA represented to multiple parties that KSM provided little threat information or actionable intelligence prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, CIA records indicate that KSM was subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques within a few minutes of first being questioned by CIA interrogators. This material fact was omitted from CIA representations. The CIA represented that the CIA overcame KSM's resistance to interrogation by using the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. CIA records do not support this statement. To the contrary, there are multiple CIA records describing the ineffectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in gaining KSM's cooperation. On March 26, 2003, the day after the CIA last used its enhanced interrogation techniques on KSM was described as likely lying and engaged in an effort to renew a possible resistance stance. On April 2, 2003, the Interagency Intelligence Committee on Terrorism produced an assessment of KSM's intelligence entitled "Precious Truths Surrounded by a Bodyguard of Lies." The assessment concluded that KSM was withholding information or lying about terrorist plots and operatives targeting the United States. During and after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the CIA repeatedly expressed concern that KSM was lying and withholding information in the context of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear programs, plotting against U.S. interests in Karachi, Pakistan, plotting against Heathrow Airport, Abu Isa al-Britani, as well as the second wave plotting against the tallest building in California, which prompted the CIA's Alex station to note in a cable dated April 22, 2003, that it remained concerned that KSM's progression towards full debriefing status is not yet apparent, where it counts most in relation to threats to U.S. interests, especially inside CONUS. The CIA repeatedly represented that the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique was particularly effective in eliciting information from KSM. This representation is not supported by CIA records. Numerous CIA personnel, including members of KSM's interrogation team, expressed their belief that the waterboard interrogation technique was ineffective on KSM. The on-site medical officer told the Inspector General that after 3 or 4 days it became apparent that the waterboard was ineffective and that KSM hated it but knew he could manage. KSM debriefer and Deputy Chief of Alex Station, redacted, told the Inspector General that KSM figured out a way to deal with the waterboard, and she relayed in a 2005 same-time communication that we broke KSM using the Majid Khan stuff and the emails. In other words, by confronting KSM with information from other sources. Redacted CTC Legal, redacted, told the Inspector General that the waterboard was of limited use on KSM. A KSM interrogator told the Inspector General that KSM had beat the system and assessed that KSM responded to creature comforts and sense of importance and not to confrontational approaches. The interrogator later wrote in a same-time communication that KSM and Abu Zubaydah held back despite the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, adding, "I'm ostracized whenever I suggest those two did not tell us everything. How dare I think KSM was holding back?" In April 2003, redacted OMS told the Inspector General that the waterboard had not been very effective on KSM. He also questioned how the repeated use of the waterboard was categorically different from beating the bottom of my feet or from torture in general. The CIA repeatedly represented that KSM had recanted little of the information he had provided, and that KSM's information was generally accurate and consistent. This assertion is not supported by CIA records. Throughout the period during which KSM was subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, KSM provided inaccurate information, much of which he would later acknowledge was fabricated and recant. Specifically, KSM's fabrications and recantations covered his activities immediately before his capture, the identity of an individual whom he described as the protector of his children, plotting against a U.S. aircraft carrier, a meeting with Abu Faraj al-Libi, and the location of Hassan Ghul. KSM fabricated significant information, which he would later recant, related to Jafar al-Tayyar, stating that al-Tayyar and Jose Padilla were plotting together, linking al-Tayyar to Heathrow Airport plotting and to Majid Khan's plotting, and producing what CIA officials described as an elaborate tale linking al-Tayyar to an assassination plot against former President Jimmy Carter. KSM later explained that he had been forced to lie about al-Tayyar due to pressure from CIA interrogators. KSM recanted other information about the Heathrow Airport plotting, including information regarding the targeting, additional operatives, and the tasking of prospective pilots to study at flight schools. KSM provided significant information on Abu Isa al-Britani, Diran Barat, that he would later recant, including linking al-Britani to Jafar al-Tayyar and to the Heathrow Airport plot. Under direct threat of additional waterboarding, KSM told CIA interrogators that he had sent Abu Isa al-Britani to Montana to recruit African-American Muslim converts. In June 2003, KSM stated he fabricated the story because he was under enhanced measures when he made these claims and simply told his interrogators what he thought they wanted to hear. KSM also stated that he tasked Majid Khan with recruiting Muslims in the United States, which he would later recant. On May 3, 2003, CIA officers recommended revisiting the information KSM had provided during earlier stages of his interrogation process, noting that he has told us that he said some things during this phase to get the enhanced measures to stop, therefore some of this information may be suspect. The CIA also repeatedly referred to a comment made by KSM while he was still in Pakistani custody as indicating that KSM had information on an imminent attack. In reports to the Inspector General, the National Security Advisor, and the Department of Justice, among others, the CIA represented that, when asked about the future attacks planned against the United States, he coldly replied, "Soon you will know. In fact, soon we did know, after we initiated enhanced measures."
Contrary to CIA representation, CIA records indicate that KSM's comment was interpreted by CIA officers with KSM at the time as meaning that KSM was seeking to use his future cooperation as a bargaining chip with more senior CIA officers. Redacted, finally, the CIA attributed to KSM, along with Abu Zubaydah, the statement that the general U.S. population was weak, lacked resilience, and would be unable to do what was necessary to prevent the terrorists from succeeding in their goal. There are no CIA operational or interrogation records to support the representation that KSM or Abu Zubaydah made these statements. Redacted, the CIA represented that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques resulted in the collection of a high volume of critical intelligence on al-Qaeda. The committee evaluated the high volume of intelligence collected by compiling the total number of sole source and multi-source disseminated intelligence reports from the 119 known CIA detainees. The CIA informed the committee that its interrogation program was successful in developing intelligence and suggesting that the CIA detainees produced disseminated intelligence reporting. For example, in September 2006, CIA Director Michael Hayden provided the following testimony to the committee. Senator Bea, I was impressed by your statement about how effective the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques have been in elicit important information to the country. At one point, up to 50% of our information about al-Qaeda, I think you said 9,000 different intelligence reports. Director Hayden, over 8,000, sir. Senator Bea. And yet this has come from, I guess, only 30 individuals? Redacted, in April 2007, CIA Director Hayden testified that CIA's interrogation program existed for one purpose: intelligence. And that is the most successful program being conducted by American intelligence today. For preventing attacks, disabling all al-Qaeda. At his hearing, Director Hayden again suggested that the CIA interrogation program was successful in obtaining intelligence from the CIA detainees. A transcript of that hearing included the following exchange. Senator Snow, General Hayden, of the 8,000 intelligence reports that were provided, as you said, by 30 of the detainees, Director Hayden, by all 97, ma'am. Redacted, the suggestion that all CIA detainees provided information that resulted in intelligence reporting is not supported by CIA records. CIA records reveal that 34% of the 119 known CIA detainees produced no intelligent reports, and nearly 70% produced fewer than 15 intelligence reports. Of the 39 detainees who were, according to CIA records, subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, nearly 20% produced no intelligence reports, while 40% produced fewer than 15 intelligence reports. While the CIA's detention and interrogation program did produce significant amounts of disseminated intelligence report, 5,874 sole intelligence reports, this reporting was overwhelmingly derived from a small subset of CIA detainees. For example, of the 119 detainees identified in this study, 89% of all disseminated intelligence reporting was derived from 25 CIA detainees. 5 CIA detainees produced more than 40% of all intelligence reporting from the CIA's detention and interrogation program. CIA records indicate that 2 of the 5 detainees were not subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The 80 primary CIA effectiveness representations, the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and capture additional terrorists. Redacted from 2003 through 2009, the CIA consistently and repeatedly represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and necessary to produce critical intelligence that enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect high volume of critical intelligence on Al-Qaeda. The CIA further stated that the information acquired as a result of the use of the CIA enhanced interrogation techniques could not have been acquired by the U.S. government in any other way, otherwise unavailable. The CIA also represented that the best measure of effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was examples of specific terrorist plots thwarted and specific terrorists captured as a result of the use of the CIA's techniques. Redacted, for example, in a December 2004 CIA memorandum prepared for the National Security Advisor, the CIA wrote that there was no way to conduct an independent study of the foreign intelligence efficiency of using enhanced interrogation techniques, but stated, the Central Intelligence Agency can advise you that this program works and the techniques are effective in producing foreign intelligence. To illustrate the effectiveness of the CIA's interrogation techniques, the CIA provides 11 examples of key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques, 9 of which referenced specific terrorist plots of the capture of specific terrorists, similar under the heading Plots Discovered as a Result of EITs. A CIA briefing prepared for President Bush in November 2007 states, reporting statistics alone will not provide a fair and accurate measure of the effectiveness of EITs. Instead, the CIA provided 8 examples of key intelligence collected from CIA detainee interrogations from applying the waterboard along with other interrogation techniques, 7 of which referenced specific terrorist plots or the capture of specific terrorists. Redacted, the committee selected 20 CIA documents that included CIA representations about the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques from 2003 through 2009. The 20 CIA documents, which were consistent with a broader set of CIA representations made during this period, include materials the CIA prepared for the White House, the Department of Justice, the Congress, the CIA Office of Inspector General, as well as incoming members of President Obama's national security team and the public. The committee selected the following 20 documents. 1. September 2003 CIA's briefing documents seeking policy reaffirmation of the CIA interrogation program from White House officials' review of interrogation. 2. February 2004, the CIA's response to the draft Inspector General specific review, CIA comments to draft IG special review, counterterrorism detention interrogation program, and attachment successes of CIA's counterterrorism detention and interrogation activities. July 2004, CIA intelligence assessment Khalid Shahid Mohammed, pre-ment source of Al-Qaeda. December 2004, CIA memorandum for the President's National Security Advisor, effectiveness of the CIA counterterrorist interrogation techniques. March 2005, CIA memorandum for the Office of Legal Counsel, effectiveness of the CIA counterterrorist interrogation techniques. March 2005, CIA briefing for Vice President Cheney, CIA detention interrogation program. March 2005, CIA talking points for the National Security Council, effectiveness of the high-value detainee interrogation, HVDI techniques. April 2005, CIA briefing notes on the value of detainee reporting, provided to the Department of Justice for the OLCS's assessment of the legality of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. April 2005, CIA materials of KSM and Abu Zubaydah and additional CIA documents provided to the Department of Justice for the OLC's assessment of the legality of the CIA's enhancement interrogation technique. June 2005, CIA intelligence assessment detainee reporting pivotal for the war against Al-Qaeda. December 2005, CIA documents entitled Future of CIA's Counterterrorist Detention and Interrogation Program, with the attachment Impact of the Loss of the Detainee Program of CT Operations and Analysis. From CIA Director Porter Goss, to Stephen Hadley, assistant to the President, National Security Advisor Francis Townsend, assistant to the President, Homeland Security Advisor, and Ambassador John Negroponte, the Director of the National Intelligence. May 2006, CIA briefing for the President's Chief of Staff, CIA rendition, detention, and interrogation programs on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. July 2006, CIA memorandum for the Director of National Intelligence, detainee intelligence value update. September 2006, CIA documents supporting the President's September 6, 2006 speech, including representations of the effectiveness of the CIA's interrogation program, including draft potential public briefing of CIA's high-value terrorist interrogation program, CIA validation of remarks on detainee policy, and summary of the high-value terrorist detainee program. April 2007, CIA Director Michael Hayden's testimony to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence describing the effectiveness of the CIA's interrogation program. October 2007, CIA talking points for the Senate Appropriations Committee addressing the effectiveness of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, entitled Talking Points Appealing of the Redacted $1 Million Reduction in CIA CTC's Rendition and Detention Program. November 2007, CIA Director Talking Points for the President, entitled Waterboard 06, November 2007, on the effectiveness of the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique. January 2009, CIA briefing for President-elect Obama's National Security Transition Team on the value of the CIA's renditions, detentions, and interrogations, RDI. February 2009, CIA briefing for CIA Director Leon Panetta on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including DCI briefing and RDI programming. 18th February 2009, key intelligence and reporting derived from Abu Zubaydah and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed KSM, EITs and effectiveness, key intelligence impact chart, attachment AZ and KSM, background on key intelligence impact chart, attachment and background on key captures and plots disrupt, among other CIA documents. March 2009, CIA memorandum for the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, including representations of the key captures and disrupt plots gained and from HDV in the RDI program. Redacted from the 20 CIA documents, the committee identified the CIA's 8 most frequent cited examples of thwarted plots and captured terrorists that the CIA attributed to information acquired from the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation program. Redacted. The committee sought to confirm that the CIA's representations about the most frequently cited examples of thwarted plots and captured terrorists were consistent with the more than 6 million pages of CIA detention and interrogation reports provided to the committee. Specifically, the committee assesses whether the CIA's representations that it enhances interrogation techniques produced unique, otherwise unavailable intelligence that led to the capture of specific terrorists and the thwarting of specific plots were accurate. The committee found the CIA's representations to be inaccurate and unsupported by CIA records. Redacted. Below by the summaries of the CIA's 8 most frequent cited examples of thwarted plots and captured terrorists, as well as descriptions of the CIA claims and an explanation for why the CIA representations were inaccurate and unsupported by CIA records. The thwarted of the dirty bomb, tall buildings plot, and the capture of Jose Padilla. Redacted summary. The CIA represented that it enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and necessary to produce critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence which enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture terrorists, and save lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the thwarting of terrorist plotting associated with the capture of Jose Padilla as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These CIA representations were inaccurate. The CIA first received reporting on the terrorist threat posed by Jose Padilla from a foreign government. 8 days later, Abu Zubaydah provided information on the terrorist plotting of 2 individuals whom he did not identify by true name to FBI special agents, Abu Zabadaya provided the information in April 2002 prior to the commencement of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in August 2002. The plots associated with Jose Padilla were assessed by the intelligence community to be infeasible. Redacted. Further details. The dirty bomb tall buildings plotting refers to terrorist plotting involving U.S. citizen Jose Padilla. Padilla and his associate Bainam Mohammed conceived the dirty bomb plot after locating information derived from what the CIA described as satirical internet article entitled How to Make an H-Bomb. A computer at a Pakistani safe house in early 2002. The article instructed would-be bomb makers to enrich uranium by placing it in a bucket, attaching it to a 6-foot rope, and swinging it around your head as fast as possible for 45 minutes. Padilla and Muhammad approached Abu Zabadaya in early 2002 and later KSM with their idea to build and use the device in the United States. Neither AZ nor KSM believed the plans were viable, but KSM provided funding for the tasked Padilla to conduct an operation using natural gas to create explosions in tall buildings in the United States, later known as the Tall Building Plot. Redacted, the capture of the thwarting of terrorist plotting associated with Jose Padilla is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation technique. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represent the identification and or the capture of Jose Padilla and or the disruption of the dirty bomb and or the tall buildings plotting as examples of how key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and capture additional terrorists. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and saved lives. Redacted, for example, a document prepared for Vice President Cheney in advance of a March 8, 2005 National Security Council principals meeting states under a section entitled Interrogation Rules that use of DOJ authorized enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled us to disrupt terrorist plots. Dirty bomb plot operatives Jose Padilla and Bainam Mohammed planned to build and detonate a dirty bomb in the Washington, D.C. area. Plot disrupted. Source, AZ. Redacted. Likewise, the July 20th, 2007 Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, memorandum of the CIA's enhanced interrogation technique used CIA provided information on Jose Padilla to describe the threat posed by Al-Qaeda and the success of the CIA's enhanced interrogation technique to date. The July 20th, 2007 OLC memorandum states, the CIA interrogation program, and in particular its use of enhanced interrogation techniques, is intended to serve the paramount interest, security of the nation by producing substantial quantities of otherwise unavailable intelligence. The CIA believes that this program has been a key reason why Al-Qaeda has failed to launch a spectacular attack in the West since 11 September 2001. We understand that use of enhanced techniques has produced significant intelligence that the government has used to keep the nation safe. As the president explained in his September 6, 2006 speech, by giving us information about terrorist plans we could not get anywhere else, the program has saved innocent lives. For example, we understand that enhanced interrogation techniques proved particularly crucial in the interrogations of Khalid Shakad Mohammed and AZ. Interrogations of AZ, again, once enhanced techniques were employed, revealed 2 Al-Qaeda operatives already in the United States and planning to destroy a high-rise apartment building and to detonate a radiological bomb in Washington, D.C. On April 21st, 2009, a CIA spokesperson confirmed that accuracy of the information in the OLC memorandum in response to the partial declaration of this and other memoranda. Redacted, the CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the thwarting of the dirty bomb plotting, the thwarting of the tall buildings plotting, and or the capture of Jose Padilla in 17 of the 20 documents provided to policymakers and the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. Redacted, a review of CIA operational cables and other CIA records found that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques played no role in the identifications of Jose Padilla or the thwarting of the dirty bomb or tall buildings plotting. CIA records indicate that 1. There was significant intelligence in CIA database acquired prior to and independently of the CIA's detention and interrogation program to fully identify Jose Padilla as a threat and to disrupt any terrorist plotting associated with him. 2. AZ provided information on the terrorist plotting of 2 individuals who proposed an idea to conduct a dirty bomb attack but did not identify their true names. 3. AZ provided the information to FBI special agents who were using rapport building techniques. In April 2002, more than 3 months prior to the CIA's use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques, and 4, intelligence community internally assessed that the dirty bomb and tall buildings plots were infeasible and envisioned. Redacted, prior to the capture of AZ on March 28, 2002, the CIA was alerted to the threat posed by Jose Padilla in early 2001. U.S. government records indicated that a Jose Padilla came to the U.S. consulate in Karachi to report a lost passport. These records indicate that Jose Padilla provided a sketchy story about overstaying his Pakistani visa and that he was allegedly studying Islamic law in Egypt. A search of State Department's consular lookout and support system was conducted at the time, which resulted in multiple hits for Jose Padilla. State Department records confirm that Jose Padilla had sought a new passport at the U.S. consulate in Karachi in February 2001 and was subsequently provided with a replacement in March 21, 2001. Redacted on December 15, 2001, the CIA provided the FBI with documents obtained in Afghanistan from a purported Al-Qaeda-related safe home. Included in the binder were 180 terrorist training camp application forms entitled Mujahideen Identification Form, New Application Form, an application form for a then 33-year-old individual with the alias Abu Abdullah al-Mahir from America was among the forms. Al-Mahir's form dated July 24, 2000 listed other identifying information to include a October 18th, 1970 date of birth, language skills to include English, Spanish, and Arabic, travels to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, and the individual's marital status. Redacted on April 10th, 2002, the CIA disseminated a cable with intelligence derived from exploitation of documents obtained during the raids in which Abu AZ was captured. Including the CIA cable is a translation of a letter from mid-March 2002 that referenced a 33-year-old English-speaking individual. The cable states that the CIA believed this individual might be involved in a martyrdom operation. The translation disseminated states, "There is a brother from Argentina. He speaks Spanish, English, and Arabic. He is 33 years old. He is married and has 2 little children. He is a great brother. He knows business and studies English language. He trains in self-defense. He is a good-looking man." Redacted. The next day, April 11th, 2002, the CIA was provided with information from Pakistani officials on a 33-year-old U.S. citizen named Jose Padilla, with a date of birth October 18th, 1970, which was briefly detained by Pakistani officials on April 4th, 2002. The Pakistani government provided a copy of Jose Padilla's U.S. passport and relayed that Jose Padilla was overstayed his travel visa and that there was inconsistencies with Jose Padilla's appearance and accent. The CIA's redacted wrote that they would provide the information on Jose Padilla to the State Department's regional security officer and would follow up with Pakistani officials on this matter. The date of birth and travel information included with Jose Padilla's passport matched information on the Al-Mahir identification form. 33-year-old American reference as Abu Abdullah Al-Mahir, the CIA had provided to the FBI on December 15, 2001. Redacted on April 12, 2002, Pakistani officials provided additional information to the CIA's redacted, specifically that they had detained a U.S. passport holder named Jose Padilla and a British passport holder named Fard Zarour, later identified as Bainam Mohammed, who was suspiciously attempted to depart Pakistan. According to the CIA cable, Pakistani authorities provided the information on the pair due to concerns about possible terrorist activity. The cable noted that Pakistani authorities had to release Padilla, but that Padilla's associate remained in detention. One question further, the Pakistani authorities stated that they suspected Jose Padilla of being an Al-Qaeda member. The information identifying Jose Padilla and Fouad Zaoui as potential terrorists had been provided by the CIA's redacted to CIA headquarters, several CIA stations, and the State Department's Regional Security Officer, RSO, and Karachi by April 12, 2002. Using the identifying redacted requested that CIA headquarters and the CIA's redacted station conduct redacted a database search using the name Jose Padilla and other identifying information provided. The CIA's redacted requested that CIA headquarters and the CIA's redacted station do the same for Padilla's associate Fouad Zaoui. As a result, by April 12, 2002, the CIA was already alerted that a named U.S. citizen, Jose Padilla, had spent significant time in Pakistan and was engaged in possible terrorist activity. Redacted 8 days after the CIA was informed that U.S. citizen Jose Padilla was engaged in possible terrorist activity. On the evening of April 20th, 2002, AZ told FBI agents about two men who approached him with a plan to detonate a uranium-based explosive device in the United States, the Dirty Bomb. AZ stated he did not believe the plan was viable and did not know the true names of the two individuals, but did provide physical descriptions of the pair. This information was acquired by AZ, was confronted with emails that indicated AZ had sent individuals to KSM. The FBI special agents who acquired this information from AZ believed it was provided as a result of rapport-building interrogation techniques. AZ would not be subjected to the use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques until August 2002, more than 3 months later. Redacted within 2 hours of the dissemination of this information, CIA officers redacted sent cables to CIA headquarters and select CIA stations calling attention to similarities between AZ reporting and their request from April 12, 2002 for information on Jose Padilla and Fouad Zaoui, which had not yet been acted upon by the receiving offices. A travel alert was then initiated from Jose Padilla based on the previous information provided by the Pakistani government. Padilla was located and unknowingly escorted back to the United States by an FBI agent on May 8, 2002. Upon his arrival in the United States, Padilla was found to be carrying $10,526 in U.S. currency, an amount he failed to report. Padilla was interviewed and taken into FBI custody on a material witness warrant. The exploitation of Jose Padilla's pocket litter and phone revealed significant connections to known terrorists, including subjects of FBI terrorism interrogations in the United States. Redacted in separation debriefings, Padilla and his associate Bainam Mohammed maintained they had no intention of engaging in terrorist plotting, but proposed the dirty bomb plot in order to depart Pakistan, avoid combat in Afghanistan, and return home. Redacted. Overall, several years CIA officers identified errors in the CIA's representations concerning the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in relation to the AZ reporting pertaining to Jose Padilla and Padilla's alleged plotting. In response to one such representation, the chief of the AZ task force wrote to Redacted CTC Legal in 2002 that AZ's info alone would never have allowed us to find Jose Padilla and Bina Muhammad. In 2004, she sought to correct inaccurate CIA representations, again telling colleagues AZ never really gave this is the plot type of information. He claimed every plot operation he had known and or was working on, the only preliminary Padilla and Dirty Bomb plot was prior to enhanced, and he never really gave us a actionable intel to get them. Redacted. In October 2005, the chief of CTC's CBRN Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear Group wrote under the heading, "Don't put all your uranium in one basket." Jose Padilla, will never be able to successfully expunge Padilla and the Dirty Bomb plot from the lore of disruptions, but once again, I'd like to go on the record that Padilla admitted that the only reason he came up with so-called Dirty Bomb was that he wanted to get out of Afghanistan and figured that if he came up with something spectacular, they'd finance him. Even KSM says Padilla had a screw loose. He's a petty criminal who is well-versed in U.S. criminal justice. He's got a rap sheet as long as my arm. Anyone who believes you can build an IND or RDD by putting uranium in buckets and spinning them clockwise over your head to separate the uranium is not going to advance Al-Qaeda nuclear capabilities.
CIA and other U.S. government assessments also called into question the, quote, tall buildings plotting, which was loosely based on attacks that were conducted in Moscow in September 1999 using conventional explosives. The tall buildings plotting did not envision the use of conventional explosives. Instead, the plotting envisioned using natural gas to destroy high-rise residential buildings. As planned, the intelligence community assessed the plotting was not viable. An August 4, 2008 U.S. government assessment said, quote, on the surface, the idea is simplistic, if not amateurish. The probability of an efficient fuel-air explosion is low. Jose Padilla was detained on a material witness warrant from May 8, 2002 to June 9, 2002, when he was transferred to U.S. military custody and designated an enemy combatant. On January 3, 2006, Jose Padilla was transferred to U.S. law enforcement custody and tried in federal court. On August 6, 2007, Jose Padilla and two co-defendants, Adam Hussoun and Kajif Jayusi, were found guilty of 3 criminal offenses relating to terrorist supporting activities from October 1993 to November 1, 2001. The case against Jose Padilla centered on his attendance at a terrorist training camp in Afghanistan in the fall of 2000, specifically the terrorist training camp application form acquired by the CIA and proved to the FBI in December 2001. The form was found to have Jose Padilla's fingerprints as well as identifying data to include his date of birth, languages spoken, and travels. On January 22, 2008, Jose Padilla was sentenced to 17 years in prison. On September 19, 2011, the U.S. 11th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled the sentence was too lenient, in part because it did not take into account Jose Padilla's prior criminal offenses. After being detained in Pakistan, Jose Padilla's associate, Binyam Mohammed, was rendered by the CIA redacted on July redacted 2002, where he was held by the redacted government. On January redacted 2004, Binyam Mohammed was rendered to CIA custody. On May redacted 2004, Binyam Mohammed was transferred to the custody of the U.S. military in Bagram, Afghanistan. On September 21st, 2004, he was transferred to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Binyam Mohammed was then transferred from the U.S. military custody to the United Kingdom on February 23, 2009, redacted. Lawyers representing Binyam Mohammed sued the government of the United Kingdom to compel the release of documents relating to his whereabouts and treatment after his initial detention in April 2002. In February 2010, a British court compelled the release of a summary of the torture to which Binyam Mohammed was subjected during his detention. In the fall of 2010, the British government awarded Binyam Mohammed a reported £1 million in compensation. 2. The thwarting of Karachi plots. Summary. The CIA represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and necessary to produce critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence, which enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture terrorists, and save lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the thwarting of the Karachi plots as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These CIA representations were inaccurate. The Karachi plot was disrupted with the confiscation of explosives and the arrest of Anmar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Atash in April 2003. The operation and arrests were conducted unilaterally by Pakistani authorities and were unrelated to any reporting from the CIA's detention interrogation program. Further details. The Karachi plot refers to a terrorist plotting that targeted a variety of U.S. and Western interests in the Karachi area, to include the U.S. consulate, named hotels near the airport and beach, U.S. vehicles traveling between the consulate and the airport, U.S. diplomatic housing, U.S. personnel subject to potential sniper attacks, as well as Pakistan's Faisal Army Base. CIA records indicate the CIA became aware of the initial plotting as early as September 2002, and that it was disrupted in April 2003 when the remaining plot leaders were arrested in a unilateral operation by Pakistani authorities. While the plot leaders were captured in the process of procuring explosives, they maintained that they were still in the process of locating vehicles, a safe house, and suicide operatives at the time of their arrest. The thwarting of the Karachi plot is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represent the Karachi plots as an example of how key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had, quote, enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, unquote, and capture additional terrorists. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and, quote, saved lives. For example, in November 2007, the CIA prepared and provided a set of talking points to the CIA director for an upcoming meeting with the president regarding the waterboarding enhanced interrogation technique. The document includes a section entitled Plots Discovered as a Result of EITs, which states reporting statistics alone will not provide a fair and accurate measure of the effectiveness of EITs. The document then provides a list of, quote, key intelligence derived through the use of EITs, stating, quote, CIA's use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots. The following are examples of key intelligence collected from CIA detainee interrogations after applying the waterboard, along with other interrogation techniques. The Karachi plot. This plan to conduct attacks against the U.S. consulate and other U.S. interests in Pakistan was uncovered during the initial interrogations of Khalid bin Atash and Anmar al-Baluchi and later confirmed by KSM. Redacted. Likewise, a CIA-prepared briefing for Vice President Cheney on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in March 2005, under a section of the briefing called Interrogation Results, asserts, quote, use of DOJ-authorized enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled us to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, the Karachi plot, plan to conduct attacks against the U.S. consulate and other U.S. interests in Pakistan. Plot disrupted. Sources, Khalid bin Atash, Anmar al-Baluchi. KSM also provided info on the plot after we showed him captured photos of Anmar and Khalid. The CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the thwarting of the Karachi plot in 17 of the 20 documents provided to policymakers and the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. A review of CIA operational cables and other documents found that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, to include the waterboard, played no role in the disruption of the Karachi plots. CIA records indicate that the Karachi plot was thwarted by the arrest of operatives and the interdiction of explosives by Pakistani authorities specifically. The CIA had information regarding the Karachi terrorist plotting as early as September 11, 2002. On that day, a redacted raid conducted by redacted Pakistani authorities, redacted, of an al-Qaeda safe house in Karachi, Pakistan, uncovered the, quote, perfume letter, named as such because the term perfumes is used as a code word. The letter, written in May 2002, was from KSM to Hamza al-Zabari, a known al-Qaeda member who was killed in the raids. KSM's letter to al-Zabari states, "Dear brother, we have the green lights for the hotels," and suggests making it 3 instead of 1. By early October 2002, the CIA had completed a search of the names identified in the, quote, perfume letter in its databases and found many of the individuals who had assigned roles in support of the operation were arrested by Pakistani authorities during the raids. At least one person in the letter, Khalid bin Atash, a known al-Qaeda operative, remained at large. What remained of the Karachi plotting was disrupted unilaterally by Pakistani authorities as a result of a criminal lead. On October 2003, Pakistani authorities, specifically redacted, received a report that explosives and weapons were to be transported in a pickup truck to a specific location in Karachi. Pakistani authorities made arrangements to intercede, and on April 29, 2003, they intercepted the vehicle and confiscated explosives, detonators, and ammunition. The driver of the vehicle provided the location where the explosives were being delivered, leading to the capture of several operatives, including Ammar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Atash, as well as to the discovery of other explosives cache. A third captured individual stated that the explosives had belonged to Hamza al-Zabari, the known and now deceased al-Qaeda operative, as well as others residing in the home raided on September 11, 2002, where the perfume letter was discovered. While being arrested, Ammar al-Baluchi was asked by the Pakistani officer about his intentions regarding the seized explosives. Al-Baluchi responded he was planning to attack the U.S. consulate in Karachi. In foreign government custody and prior to being granted to CIA custody and subjected to CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Ammar al-Baluchi continued to provide the information about the Karachi plotting to a foreign government officer who was using rapport-building interrogation techniques. The information provided by Ammar al-Baluchi on the plotting included the surveillance conducted, the envisaged targets, and the exact method of attack that was considered for the U.S. consulate in Karachi and other hard targets. Ammar al-Baluchi discussed the use of a motorcycle with a bomb to breach the perimeter wall of the consulate, and then how the operatives would seek to exploit that breach with a vehicle filled with explosives. Ammar al-Baluchi Khalid bin Atash remained in foreign government custody for approximately redacted weeks, with Ammar al-Baluchi and to a lesser extent bin Atash responded to questions on a variety of matters, including the Karachi plotting. On May redacted 2003, Ammar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Atash were rendered to CIA custody and immediately subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The next day, the CIA disseminated 2 intelligence reports on the Karachi plots from the interrogations of Ammar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Atash, reporting relaying that 1. Al-Qaeda was targeting Western interests in Karachi, including the U.S. consulate and Western housing, a specific neighborhood of Karachi, and 2. The attack could have occurred as early as late May, early June 2003, but the plotters were still in the process of finding vehicles, a safe house, and the suicide operatives at the time of their arrest. These disseminated intelligence reports were used to support CIA representations in finished intelligence products, talking points, briefing documents, and President Bush's September 6, 2006 speech that the Karachi plot was, quote, thwarted, disrupted, or uncovered as a result of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. However, within 24 hours of the dissemination of these intelligence reports, CIA personnel in Karachi responded in an official cable that the information acquired from the CIA detainees was already known to the CIA and U.S. consulate officials. The cable stated, while reporting from both al-Baluchi and bin Atash was chilling, CIA officers had become aware of most of this reporting either through previous information or through interviews of al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Atash prior to their transfer out of Karachi. The CIA personnel in Karachi reassured addressees that In December 2002, redacted, the U.S. consulate in Karachi took increased steps to protect U.S. consulate personnel based on similar terrorist threat reporting. According to the cable, Americans in the referenced housing area had already been evacuated from the area for several months, and the potential for attacks targeting Americans at the airport had been recognized several months ago. And the new procedures and security measures had been put in place to minimize the risks associated with the potential terrorist attacks. As noted, in November 2007, the CIA prepared and provided a set of talking points to the CIA director for an upcoming meeting with the president regarding the waterboarding enhanced interrogation technique. Under selection entitled Plots Discovered as a Result of EITs, the document lists the, quote, Karachi plot, stating a disruption of the result of key intelligence collected from CIA detainee interrogations after applying the waterboarding along with other interrogation techniques, and that the plotting was uncovered during the initial interrogations of Khalid bin Attash and Anwar al-Baluchi and later reconfirmed by KSM. While Anwar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Attash were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, there are no CIA records to indicate that either was ever subjected to the CIA's waterboarding interrogation technique. KSM did provide information on the plotting, but what was assessed by CIA personnel to be withholding information on the plotting more than a month after the CIA stopped using its enhanced interrogation techniques against KSM. In late April 2003, CIA interrogators confirmed KSM with photographs demonstrating that Anwar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Attash had been captured. While the CIA interrogators asked what Anwar al-Baluchi and Khalid bin Attash were up to in Karachi, KSM provided information regarding potential targets in Karachi. KSM's belated reporting prompted the CIA's Alec station to write a cable stating, "We were disappointed to see KSM only made these new admissions of planned attacks in Pakistan after seeing the capture photographs of Anwar al-Baluchi and Khalid. We consider KSM's long-standing omission of this information to be a serious concern, especially as this omission may well have cost American lives had Pakistani authorities not been diligent in following up on unrelated criminal leads that led to the capture of Anwar bin Attash and other probable operatives involved in the attack plans. Simply put, KSM has had every opportunity to come clean on this thread. And from our optic, he deliberately withheld the information until he was confronted with evidence that we already knew about it or soon would know about it from Anwar and Khalid. KSM's provision of the Pakistan threat reporting only after it was made aware of the capture of the attack planners is viewed as a clear illustration of continued and deliberate withholding of threat information which he believed had not yet been compromised. Anwar al-Baluchi, Khalid bin Attash, and KSM remained in CIA custody until their transfer to U.S. military custody in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba in September 2006. All three remain in U.S. military custody. 3. The thwarting of the second wave plot and the discovery of the Al-Gharuba group. Summary. The CIA represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and necessary to produce critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence which enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture terrorists, and save lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the, quote, discovery and or thwarting of the second wave plotting and the discovery of the Al-Gharuba group as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These representations were inaccurate. The second wave plotting was disrupted with the arrest and identification of key individuals. The arrests and identifications were unrelated to any reporting acquired during or after the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against CIA detainees. Likewise, the Al-Gharuba group was identified by a detainee who was not in CIA custody. CIA detainees subjected to the CIA enhanced interrogation techniques provided significant fabricated information on both the second wave plotting and the Al-Gharuba group. Further details. Al-Qaeda's second wave plotting refers to two efforts by Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to strike the west coast of the United States with airplanes using non-Arab passport holders. While intelligence reporting often conflated the, quote, second wave plotting, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed viewed the plotting as two separate efforts. Neither of the two efforts was assessed to be imminent, as KSM was still engaged in the process of identifying suicide operatives and obtaining pilot training for potential participants when each effort was disrupted through the arrest or identification of the suspected operatives and operational planners. The Al-Gharuba student group was established in late 1999 by Jamal Islamiyah, J.I., leaders primarily to educate the sons of the jailed JI leaders and to groom the students for potential leadership and operational roles in the JI. Some members of the Al-Ghrouba group reportedly completed military training in Afghanistan and Pakistan while enrolled in Islamic universities in Karachi. Despite CIA representations to the contrary, intelligence open source reporting indicate the group was not tasked with witting or involved in any aspect of KSM's second wave plotting. The discovery and disruption of the second wave plot, also known as the West Coast plot and the tallest building plot, along with the associated identification, discovery, and capture of the Al-Ghrouba cell, is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represent the thwarting and discovery of the second wave plotting and the identification, discovery, or arrest of the Al-Ghrouba group members, an example of how key intelligence extracted from the HCD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and to capture additional terrorists. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and, quote, saved lives. For example, in November 2007, the CIA prepared a briefing for President Bush. Under a section entitled Plots Discovered as a Result of EITs, the CIA represented that the CIA learned about the second wave plotting in the Al-Ghrouba group only after applying the waterboarding along with other interrogation techniques. Likewise, on March 2, 2005, the CIA provided the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel with a document entitled Effectiveness of the CIA Counterterrorist Interrogation Techniques. The CIA memorandum stated that the Central Intelligence Agency can advise you that this program works and that the techniques are effective in producing foreign intelligence. The CIA stated that enhanced interrogation techniques have enabled CIA to disrupt plots and to capture additional terrorists. The document then lists 11 examples of key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques, including the second wave. This was a KSM plot to use East Asian operatives to crash a hijacked airliner into the tallest building on the U.S. West Coast, Los Angeles, as a follow-up to 9/11. We learned this during the initial interrogation of KSM and later confirmed it through the interrogation of Hambali and Khalad. The Ghrouba cell, we learned this of 17-member Jamala Ismaila cell from Hambali, who confirmed that some of the cell's operatives were identified as candidates to train as pilots as part of KSM's second wave attack against the U.S. The CIA has informed us that the interrogation of KSM, once enhanced interrogation techniques were employed, led to the discovery of a KSM plot, the second wave, with the discovery of Ghrouba cell, a 17-member Jamia Ismail cell tasked with executing the second wave. The CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the discovery and thwarting of the second wave plotting and or the discovering of the Al-Ghrouba group in the 18 of the 20 documents provided to senior policymakers in the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. A review of CIA operational tables and other documents found that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques played no role in the discovery or thwarting of either second wave plot. Likewise, records indicate that the CIA enhanced interrogation techniques played no role in the discovery of a 17-member cell tasked with executing the second wave. Intelligence community records indicate that the initial second wave effort began in parallel with the planning for the December 11, 2001 attacks and included 2 operatives who were tasked with seeking pilot training. The thwarting of this plotting was unrelated to the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The 2 operatives, Zakairis Moussaoui and Farouk al-Tunisi, a.k.a. Abdurraf Jadeh, were known to be engaged in terrorist activity prior to any reporting from CIA detainees. On August 16, 2001, Zakairis Moussaoui, a French citizen, was arrested on immigration charges by the FBI in Minnesota. At the time of his arrest, the FBI informed the CIA that the FBI considered Moussaoui to be a suspected airline suicide attacker. On January 17, 2002, the FBI publicly released a statement identifying Farouk al-Tunisi, a.k.a. Abdurraf Jideh, as Canadian citizen, as an al-Qaeda operative possibly prepared to commit future suicide terrorist attacks. Intelligence indicates that al-Tunisi, who remains at large, withdrew from participating in al-Qaeda operations. His whereabouts remain unknown. The subsequent second wave effort began with KSM's tasking of several Malaysian nationals, led by Masran bin Arshad, in late 2001 to attack the tallest building in California, using shoe bomb explosive devices to gain access to a plane's cockpit. The thwarting of this plotting was also unrelated to the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. This plot was disrupted with the arrest of Masran bin Arshad in January 2002. This arrest was unrelated to CIA detainee reporting. Bin Arshad claimed the effort had not advanced beyond the initial planning stages when KSM shelved the plan in December 2001 when Richard Reed exposed the shoe bomb explosive method. Beginning in late July 2002, while in the custody of foreign government, and after the extensive use of rapport-building interrogation techniques, Bin Arshad provided detailed information on this second wave. Plotting. The Malaysian operatives details on Afifi, Lili, and Tawfiq, and the proposed method of attack. This information would later be corroborated by other intelligence collecting, including, to a limited extent, reporting from CIA's detainees in the spring of 2003, another Malaysian national associated with Masran bin Arshad, Zaini Zakaria, and identified by a foreign government as a potential operative seeking pilot training as early as July 2002. Zakaria was tasked with obtaining such training by al-Qaeda, but failed to follow through with the tasking. Zakaria turned himself in to Malaysian authorities on December 18, 2002. Malaysian authorities released Zakaria in February 2009. In 2006, in a White House briefing on the West Coast terrorist plot, the Assistant to President for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism announced that the plot had been disrupted with the arrest of the cell leader, Basran bin Arshad. Contrary to CIA representations, the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against KSM did not result in the discovery of KSM's second wave plotting. On March 1, 2003, KSM was captured. He was rendered to CIA custody in March redacted 2003 and was immediately subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. While being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in the weeks afterwards, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed did not discuss the second wave plotting. On April 19, 2003, 24 days after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques had ceased, interrogators questioned Khalid Sheikh Mohammed about Masran bin Arshad and his role in developing a cell for the second wave attacks. After being told that Masran bin Arshad had been arrested, KSM told his interrogators, "I have forgotten about him. He is not in my mind at all." KSM also denied that he knew anything about a plot to take out the tallest building in California. KSM's reporting prompted ALEC station to write in a cable that, "We remain concerned that KSM's progression towards full debriefing status is not yet apparent where it counts most in relation to threats to U.S. interests, especially inside CONUS." According to a CIA cable on May 5, 2003, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed eventually admitted to tasking Masran bin Arshad to targeting the tallest building in California. KSM continued, however, to deny aspects of the plotting, such as denying the use of shoe bombs in the operation, only to confirm the planned use of shoe bombs in later interrogations. On June 23, 2003, an ALEC station officer wrote that, "Given that KSM only admitted knowledge of this operation upon learning of Masran's detention, we assess he is not telling all he knows, but rather is providing information he believes we already possess." KSM was talking about detained Malaysian national Zaini Zakaria for the first time on July 3, 2003. During the interrogation, the CIA debriefer stated that there was information suggesting that Zakaria was funded by al-Qaeda to take flight lessons in September 2011. KSM denied knowing the name Zari Zakaria, but later described Musa. The CIA suspected this was an alias for Zakaria. CIA officers at the detention site where KSM was being interrogated then wrote in a cable, "The core problem, once again, is the appearance that KSM gave up this critical information only after being presented with the idea that we might already know something about it." With regard to the Al Garuba group, contrary to CIA representations, a wide body of intelligence reporting indicates that the Al Garuba group was not discovered as a result of reporting from KSM or Hambali, nor was the Al Garuba group tasked with or witting of any aspect of KSM's second wave plotting. Rather, while in foreign government custody, Hambali's brother, Gun Ruzwag Gunawan, identified a group of Malaysian and Indonesian students in Karachi, witting of Gunawan's affiliation with Jemalah Ismailiyah. CIA records indicate that the Gunawan stated that the students were in Karachi at the request of Hambali. In a cable conveying this information, CIA officers recalled intelligence reporting indicating KSM planned to use Malaysians in the next wave of attacks, and stated Gunawan had just identified a group of 16 individuals, most all of whom are Malaysians. The cable closed by stating, "We need to question Hambali if this collection is part of his next wave cell." From July through December 2002, foreign government reporting described KSM's use of Malaysians in the next wave's attacks. The reporting included Masram Bil Arshad's information provided while he was in foreign government custody on his four-person Malaysian cell tasked by KSM to be part of an operation targeting the west coast of the United States, as well as July 2002 reporting on Malaysian nationalist Zaini Zakari seeking pilot training. Contrary to CIA representations, the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Hambali did not result in the discovery of the Garuba cell that was tasked with executing the second wave plotting. As noted, in foreign government custody, Hambali's brother, Gun Raswan Gunawan, identified a group of Malaysians and Indonesian students in Karachi, witting of Gunawan's affiliation with Jemaah Islamiyah. The cable conveying this information recommended confronting Hambali with this information while being subjected to the CIA enhanced interrogation techniques. Hambali was questioned about the Al Garuba group, and KSM's effort to use airplanes to attack the United States. Hambali told the CIA interrogators that some of the members of the Al Garuba group were destined to work for Al Qaeda if everything had gone according to plan. That one member of the group had ambitions to become a pilot, that he, Hambali, was going to send 3 individuals to KSM in response to KSM's tasking to find pilot candidates, but never got around to asking these people, and that KSM told him to provide as many pilots as he could. Months later, on November 30th, 2003, after 3 weeks of being questioned by a debriefer, almost entirely by Brahazi, Indonesia, Hambali admitted to fabricating a number of statements during the period he was being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including information on efforts to locate pilots for KSM. Specifically, Hambali stated he lied about the pilot because he was constantly asked about it and under stress, and then decided to fabricate. According to a cable, Hambali said he fabricated these claims in an attempt to reduce the pressure on himself and to give an account that was consistent with the attempt to reduce the pressure on himself.
And to give an account that was consistent with what Hambali assessed the questioners wanted to hear. The November 30th, 2003 cable noted that CIA personnel assessed Hambali's admission of previous fabrication to be credible. Hambali then consistently described the Al Garuba organization as a development camp for potential future JI operatives and leadership, vice a JI cell, or an orchestrated attempt by JI to initiate JI operations outside of Southeast Asia. This description was corroborative of other intelligence reporting. In October 27, 2006, CIA cable states that, quote, all of the members of the JI Al Garuba cell have been released, while an April 18, 2008 CIA intelligence report focusing on the Jemaah Islamiyah and referencing the Al Garuba group makes no reference to the group serving as potential operatives for KSM's second wave plotting. 4. The thwarting of the UK urban targets plot and the capture of Diran Barat, and aka Isa al-Hindi. Summary. The CIA represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and necessary to produce critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence which enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture terrorists, and save lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the capture of Diran Barat, aka Isa al-Hindi, and the thwarting of enhanced interrogation and the thwarting of Barat's UK urban targets plot as evidence for the effectiveness of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These representations were inaccurate. The operation that resulted in the identification of a UK-based Issa, the identification of Issa as Diran Bharat's arrest, and the thwarting of his plot resulted from the investigative activities of the UK government authorities. Contrary to CIA representations, KSM did not provide the first reporting on a UK-based Issa, nor are there records to support the CIA representation that reporting from CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques resulted in Diran Bharat's arrest. After the arrest of Diran Bharat, CIA officers prepared a document for UK authorities which stated, quote, while KSM tasked al-Hindi to go to the U.S. to surveil targets, he was not aware of the extent to which Barrett's planning had progressed, who Issa co-conspirators were, or that Issa's planning had come to focus on the U.K. The plotting associated with Diran Bharat was assessed by experts to be amateurist, defective, and unlikely to succeed. Further details. Diran Bharat, a.k.a. Issa al-Hindi, met with al-Qaeda leaders in Pakistan in early 2004 to discuss potential terrorist attacks against targets in the UK. Intelligence reporting indicates that Bharat spent February and March 2004 in Pakistan with senior al-Qaeda explosives expert Abd al-Rahman al-Muhajir, likely referring to plans to use vehicle-based bombs against UK targets. In July 2004, casing reports associated with Issa were recovered in a raid in Pakistan associated with the capture of Abu Talha al-Pakistani. During questioning in foreign government custody, Abu Talha stated that U.S. casing reports were from Abu Issa. Further debriefings of Abu Talha revealed that Issa, a.k.a. Diran Bharat, was the operational manager for al-Qaeda in the UK. Additional information about Diran Bharat's UK plotting was recovered from the hard drives confiscated during the raid that resulted in the arrest of Diran Bharat. A document describing the plotting was divided into two parts. The first part included, quote, the gas limos project, which envisioned parking explosives-laden courier vans or limousines in underground garages. The second part of the, quote, radiation dirty bomb project, unquote, proposed using 10,000 smoke detectors as part of an explosive device to spread a radioactive element contained in the detectors. Diran Bharat's plotting was referred to as the UK Urban Targets Plot. The UK Urban Targets Plot was disrupted when Diran Bharat and his UK-based associates were detained in the United Kingdom in early August 2004. On August 24, 2004, UK authorities informed the CIA that the criminal charges against Bharat and his co-conspirators, quote, were mainly possible owing to the recovery of terrorist-related materials during searches of associated properties and vehicles following their arrests, end quote. In September 2004, an intelligence community assessment stated that Diran Bharat was, quote, in an early phase of operational planning at the time of his capture, end quote, and that there was no evidence to indicate that Bharat had acquired the envisioned materials for the attacks. In December 2005, an FBI assessment stated, quote, the main plot presented in the gas limos project is unlikely to be as successful as described, concluding, we assess that the gas limos project, while ambitious and creative, is far-fetched. On November 7, 2006, Diran Bharat was sentenced to life in prison. On May 16, 2007, Bharat's sentence was reduced from life in prison to 30 years after the British Court of Appeals found that expert assessments describing the plot as amateurish, defective, and unlikely to succeed were not provided to the sentencing judge. Redacted. The thwarting of the UK Urban Targets Plot and the identification and or capture of Diran Bharat, a.k.a. Issa al-Hindi, is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represented the identification and or arrest of Diran Bharat and or the disruption of his UK plotting as an example of how, quote, key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had, quote, enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and, quote, capture additional terrorists, end quote. In at least one document prepared for the president, the CIA specifically highlighted the waterboard technique as in enabling the, quote, disruption of Diran Bharat's sleeper cell. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and, quote, saved lives. Redacted. For example, documents prepared in February 2009 for CIA Director Leon Pineda on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques state that the quote, CIA assesses the techniques were effective in producing foreign intelligence, and, quote, most, if not all, of the timely intelligence acquired from detainees in this program would not have been discovered or reported by other means, end quote. The document provides examples of, quote, some of the key captures, disrupted plots, and intelligence attributed to CIA interrogations. The document includes the following, quote, key captures from HVD interrogations. Arrest of Diran Bharat, a.k.a. Issa al-Hindi in the UK. end quote. The materials for Director Pineda also include a chart entitled, quote, Key Intelligence and Reporting Derived from Abu Zubayad and Khalid Saki Mohammed, that identifies two pieces of key intelligence acquired from KSM, one related to Majid Khan and the other to Diran Barrett. KSM reports on an official UK-based operative, Isa al-Hindi, which touches off an intensive CIA, FBI, and UK manhunt. Redacted. Likewise, a December 2004 CIA memorandum prepared for National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice responded to a request for an independent study of the foreign intelligence efficacy of using enhanced interrogation techniques. The CIA responded that, quote, there is no way to conduct such a study, but stated that the CIA's use of Department of Justice approved enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect high volume of critical intelligence on Al-Qaeda. This document then provides key examples of key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques, including, quote, Isa al-Hindi, KSM's first identified Isa al-Hindi as an operative he sent to the U.S. prior to 9/11 to case potential targets in New York City and Washington. When shown surveillance photos provided by redacted foreign partner authorities, HVD's confirmed al-Hindi's identity. Al-Hindi's capture by the British resulted in the disruption of a sleeper cell and led to the arrest of other operatives. Redacted. Similarly, CIA Director Michael Hayden represented to the committee on April 12, 2007 that, quote, KSM also provided the first lead to an operative known as Isa al-Hindi, with other detainees giving additional identifying information. Redacted. The CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the thwarting of the UK urban targets plot and the identification and or arrest of Diran Barrett, a.k.a. Abu Isa al-Hindi, in 17 of the 20 documents provided to policymakers in the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. Redacted. A review of CIA operational cables and other documents found that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques did not result in the unique intelligence that the CIA represented led to the arrest of Diran Barrett or the thwarting of his plotting. The review found that the intelligence that alerted security officials to 1. The potential terrorist threat posed by one or more UK-based operatives with the alias Isa, 2. Isa's more common aliases, Isa al-Hindi, 3. Isa al-Hindi's location, 4. Isa al-Hindi's true name, Diran Barrett, and 5. Information on Diran Barrett's UK plotting, all came from the intelligence sources unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program. Contrary to CIA representations, reporting from CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques did not lead to the arrest of Diran Barrett or the thwarting of the UK urban targets plot, nor did the KSM provide the first reporting on a UK-based Isa. Rather, the disruption of the UK urban targets plot and the identification and arrest of Diran Barrett, a.k.a. Isa al-Hindi, was attributable to the efforts of UK law enforcement, redacted, as well as redacted, a review of computer hard drives, redacted, collected communications, and reporting from detainees in the custody of the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. military, and a foreign government. While records indicate KSM did provide the initial information on Isa's tasking to conduct casings of the United States prior to September 11, 2001 attacks, as well as the information on an email address related to Isa, the information was provided within a larger body of fabricated reporting KSM had provided on Isa. The CIA was unable to distinguish between the accurate and inaccurate reporting, and KSM's varied reporting led CIA officers to conclude that KSM was, quote, protecting Isa, and, quote, obstructing the CIA's ability to acquire good information on the UK-based operatives, as well as the CIA ceased using enhanced interrogation techniques against KSM. Redacted. According to information provided to the CIA by the United Kingdom, Diran Barrett, a.k.a. Isa al-Hindi, appeared in redacted, reporting related to, quote, terrorist training and participation in jihad in occupied Kashmir, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Malaysia throughout the 1990s. Information concerning the book written by Diran Barrett under the alias Isa al-Hindi on jihad in Kashmir appeared in redacted, and CIA intelligence records as early as December 1999. At that time, UK authorities had a number of UK-based extremists under investigation, including Mozam Beg. Beg's Maktaba al-Ansar bookstore was described as, quote, a known jihadist gathering place. According to intelligence reports in 1999, redacted, Abu Isa stayed with Mozam Beg at the Maktaba al-Ansar bookstore in Birmingham, UK, and that this Issa was in contact with other UK extremists. According to reporting, Beg was associated with 2 al-Qaeda operatives arrested in 1999 for their involvement in terrorist plotting and later released. A report from August 1st, 2000 stated that UK authorities raided Beg's bookstore and found an invoice for 5,000 copies of a book entitled The Army of Medina in Kashmir. A search of computers associated with the 2 aforementioned al-Qaeda operatives described the book as their project written by, quote, a brother from England who was a Hindu and became a Muslim, end quote. According to the reporting, the UK-based author of the book, quote, got training in Afghanistan before fighting jihad in Kashmir. The book advocates for, quote, worldwide jihad, and the author is listed on the cover of the book as Issa al-Hindi. Additional reporting on Issa appeared in CIA records again in July 2001. At this time, the FBI reported that Ahmed Rassam, who was in a U.S. federal prison, arrested by U.S. Border Patrol with explosives in his vehicle in December 1999, reported that the UK national named Issa attended a terrorist training camp associated with al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Redacted. In February 2002, Mozam Beg was arrested at an al-Qaeda safe house in Islamabad, Pakistan, and subsequently transferred to the U.S. military custody at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. While still in Pakistani custody, Beg provided reporting on UK-based extremists in the context of terrorist training camps, including information on an individual who would play a key role in ISA's identification and capture, Sulaiman, variant Suleiman. In May 2002, the CIA was seeking to learn more about Suleiman. Redacted foreign partner. Authorities informed the CIA that Suleiman was person of interest to the UK authorities for his connection to UK extremists and his suspected travel to Kashmir multiple times for terrorist activity. The redacted foreign partner further reported that Suleiman may have been involved. Redacted. The same intelligence report provided by redacted foreign partner included Suleiman's likely true name, Nisar Jalal, as well as his date of birth and place of employment. Redacted. Beginning in mid-2002, there was an increasing intelligence reporting on one or more UK-based individuals referred to as Issa who were connected to KSM and possibly planning attacks in the UK. This reporting resulted in the efforts by UK authorities to identify and locate this Issa. In August 2002, and again in October 2002, redacted foreign partner, informed the CIA that it was seeking to identify a UK-based Abu Issa, who was reportedly, quote, an English speaker and trusted terrorist operative. Redacted. In September 2002, an email address, quote, Lazy Lazi, was recovered during raids related to the capture of Ramzi bin al-Shib that would later be found to be in contact with Issa. Information on the email address was disseminated in intelligence reporting. The same email address was found on March 1st, 2003 during the raid that led to the capture of KSM. CIA records indicate that redacted sought redacted coverage for the email account. Within days, the intelligence community was collecting information from the account and had reported that the user on the account was in contact with other covered accounts and that the message content was in English. Redacted. KSM was captured on March 1st, 2003. On March, redacted, 2003, KSM was rendered to CIA custody and immediately subjected to CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including at least 183 applications of the waterboard interrogation technique until March 25th, 2003. During the month of March 2003, KSM provided information on a variety of matters, including on a UK-based Abu Issa al-Batani. The information provided by KSM on Issa included both accurate and inaccurate information. At the time, the CIA was unable to discern between the two. During interrogation sessions in March 2003, KSM first discussed an Issa al-Batani among a list of individuals who were connected with KSM's Heathrow Airport plotting. On March 17, 2003, KSM stated that prior to September 11, 2001 attacks, he tasked Issa to travel to the United States to, quote, collect information on economic targets, end quote. On March 21, 2003, KSM was waterboarded for failing to confirm interrogators' suspicions that KSM sought to recruit individuals from among the African-American Muslim community. KSM stated that he had talked with Issa about contacting African-American Muslim groups prior to September 11, 2001. The next day, KSM was waterboarded for failing to provide more information on the recruitment of African-American Muslims. 1 hour after the waterboarding session, KSM stated that he talked to Issa, quote, to make contact with black U.S. citizen converts to Islam in Montana, and that he instructed Issa to use his ties to Shaikh Abu Hazm al-Masri, a UK-based imam, to facilitate his recruitment efforts. KSM later stated that Issa's mission in the United States was to surveil forests to provincially ignite forest fires. During this period, KSM was confronted with a series of emails that included the aforementioned Lazy Lozy email account and another email account, redacted. KSM confirmed that the emails were established for communication between Isa al-Brittani and Ammar al-Bulaki, and stated that Isa used the Lazy Lazi account and that al-Bulaki used the redacted account. A month later, the CIA reported that Isa did not use the Lazy Lazi email address, but other email address. Over the next 6 months, KSM redacted or provided conflicting reporting on Isa. Retracted or provided conflicting reporting on Isa. On June 22, 2003, CIA interrogators reported that KSM nervously explained to debriefer that he was under, quote, enhanced measures when he made these claims about terrorist recruitment in Montana, and simply told the interrogators what he thought they wanted to hear. A CIA headquarters response cable stated that the CIA's Alex station believed KSM fabrication claims were, quote, another resistance manipulation ploy, and characterized KSM's contention that he felt, quote, forced to make admissions under enhanced interrogation techniques as, quote, convenient excuses. As a result, Alex station urged CIA officers at the detention site to get KSM to reveal, quote, who is the key contact person in Montana. By June 30th, 2005, Alex Station had concluded that KSM's reporting about African-American Muslims in Montana was, quote, an outright fabrication, redacted. On April 4, 2003, the CIA provided reporting to the UK on Isa, stating that, quote, we realize that Abu Isa is a target of interest to your service. The information compiled by the CIA included an August 2002 report unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program that stated that the UK national Abu Isa al-Pakistani was slated by al-Qaeda for, quote, terrorist operations against foreign targets. On April 18, 2003, a redacted cable to the UK relayed that the correct email for Abu Isa al-Brittani is redacted. It further noted that, quote, the Abu Isa account is under redacted coverage and redacted. The same cable notes that KSM had changed his reporting on Isa's background. According to the cable, KSM originally stated that Isa was of Pakistani origin, but now claimed that Isa was of an Indian origin. The CIA wrote that KSM's reporting, quote, tracks with reporting from another detainee. As you are aware, Faraz Abbasi and other detainees in Guantanamo, Bay have described an Abu Isa that worked for the al-Qaeda media committee run by KSM. Abbasi at one time related that Abu Isa described himself as Indian. Redacted. On May 11, 2003, redacted, cable noted that the email address associated with Abu Isa, redacted, was used and trafficked to a specific address in Wembley, a suburb of London. Redacted. On May 28, 2003, a CIA cable documented intelligence obtained by the FBI from interviews of James Ujama, a.k.a. Bilal Ahmed, who was in FBI custody. Ujama, who had spent time in the UK extremist community, reported on an Isa in the UK who was known as Isa al-Hindi and was, quote, good friends with the Pakistani male named Suleiman. Redacted. Had also disseminated intelligence indicating that Suleiman was likely Nisar Jalal, based on reporting from U.S. military detainee Mozambique. Ujama provided the FBI with the name of the UK law office where Suleiman, a.k.a. Nisar Jalal, worked, which matched reporting provided by the CIA to the CIA by redacted foreign partner authorities in redacted. On June 2, 2003, KSM was shown a sketch of Isa al-Hindi provided to the CIA by the FBI and based on reporting by James Ujama. KSM stated that the sketch did not look like anyone he knew. Redacted. A June 5, 2003 cable states that the FBI had, quote, gleaned new clues about Isa in recent days from detainees, including from Mozambique, who was in U.S. military custody. According to the cable, Begg told FBI special agents that, quote, Isa is likely from Wembley, Alperton, or Sudbury. A redacted noted that redacted technical collection indicated that Isa was located in Wembley. UK officials highlighted that Isa's reported, quote, good friend, Nisar Jalal, a.k.a. Suleiman, also had an address in Wembley. On September 13, 2003, KSM explained a coding system for telephone numbers for Isa that produced no results. On October 16, 2003, KSM identified a picture of an individual known as Nakuda as Abu Isa al-Brittani. CIA relayed this information to UK officials who responded to this identification was, quote, extremely unlikely. CIA detainee Khalid bin Atash was shown the same photograph and stated that the photo definitely was not Isa. CIA officers wrote that KSM, quote, is obstructing our ability to acquire good information on Isa and noting that KSM has, quote, misidentified photos when he knows we are phishing and, quote, misleads us on telephone numbers. A cable from the CIA's Alex station stated that, quote, KSM appears to have knowingly led us astray on this potentially important, albeit historical, lead, the phone numbers to one of our most hotly pursued targets. Redacted. In October 2003, CIA officers wrote, quote, even with all we have learned from our ongoing partnership with the United Kingdom and various detainees, we have not been able to obtain accurate locational information, including confirmed phone numbers and a timely information on email addresses. Our latest information, based on foreign partner reporting and a detainee's assessment Mozambique in the U.S. military custody, is that Issa is believed to currently be located in Wembley, a suburb of London. Redacted. In January 2004, redacted, foreign partner officials, redacted, interviewed Nisar Jalal, a.k.a. Suleiman, quote, in light of Ujama's reporting from the FBI confirming a relationship between Isa al-Hindi and Nisar Jalal, instead, foreign partner officials began planning an operation, redacted. One individual, redacted, personally saw Isa al-Hindi on June, redacted, 2003, in the Wembley area of South London. Based on the FBI reporting and the email coverage, UK authorities continuously surveilled Nisar Jalal, a.k.a. Suleiman, and photographed his associates. A specific series of photographs was passed by, redacted, foreign partner officials to CIA officials, redacted, depicting an individual whom CIA officials wrote, quote, bears a striking resemblance, end quote, to the Isa al-Hindi sketch provided by Mozambique, the detainee in U.S. military custody. The CIA would later write that Mozambique's description and resulting sketch of UK contact Isa al-Hindi was, quote, compared to a still shot of an unidentified man taken from a surveillance video of UK extremists, and the comparison revealed that the man in the photo was probably the elusive Isa al-Hindi. Redacted. With the suspicion that the photo was Isa al-Hindi, the CIA's, redacted, requested that this photo be shown to detainees and requested immediate feedback. According to a CIA cable dated June 17, 2004, the suspected Isa al-Hindi photograph was shown to KSM, who confirmed that the unidentified photo depicts al-Hindi. Redacted. By July 2, 2004, redacted, foreign partner, authorities had informed the CIA that they felt, quote, confident that Isa's true name was Diran Barrett. According to redacted reporting, while under surveillance, Issa was observed talking for an extended period of time, redacted, in the vicinity where James Ujama, in FBI custody, had placed Issa, redacted, foreign partner. Authorities observed that Issa drove, redacted, to a residence in Wembley. A record search of the address in Wembley by UK authorities identified a passport application with a photograph that matched the Issa under surveillance. The name on the passport application was Issa's true name, Diran Barrett. Redacted. Once identified, Diran Barrett remained under UK surveillance as the UK collected additional information on Diran Barrett and his activities. On July, redacted, 2004, an al-Qaeda associate named Abu Talha al-Pakistani was arrested and detained by Pakistani officials. CIA records indicate that the arrest occurred after redacted, identified when and where Abu Talha al-Pakistani would be at redacted. On July, redacted, 2004, after Abu Talha's capture, Pakistani authorities conducted a series of raids and seized a laptop computer that was shared with the U.S. government. The computer was suspected of belonging to senior al-Qaeda member Hamza Rabia, and contained a series of undated English-language casing reports. In all, the computer contained over 500 photographs, maps, sketches, and scanned documents associated with apparent casings. Redacted. On July 31st, 2004, KSM was questioned about the casing reports. KSM stated that he did not know of any of the al-Qaeda plans by Abu Talha or anyone else to target the Citigroup, Citibank building, Prudential Group building, or the UN building in New York, described in the documents. On the same day, Abu Talha, who was in the custody of a foreign government, stated that, quote, U.S. casing reports were from Abu Issa. Issa, a.k.a. Diran Barrett, was still under surveillance by UK authorities at this time. Redacted. On August 4, 2004, Abu Talha was shown a photograph of Diran Barrett and, quote, immediately identified him as Issa. Abu Talha, who was cooperating with foreign government authorities, described Issa's visit to Pakistan from February to April 2004, during which he stated, quote, Issa, a.k.a. Diran Barrett, met with Hamza al-Rabia on multiple occasions to, quote, discuss operations in the UK and targets already cased in the United States. Abu Talha stated that Issa believed his activities and identity were not known to the authorities. Redacted. On August 3rd, 2004, Cable stated that, quote, analysis of information on the hard drive of the computer seized revealed a document that is a detailed study on the methodologies to effect a terrorist attack. According to the cable, quote, the study describes the operational and logistics environment in the UK. The document is divided into two main parts. The first part includes 7 chapters on the topic entitled Rough Presentation for Gas Limo Project. The second part is entitled Rough Presentation for a Radiation Dirty Bomb Project. The gas limo project section concludes that the most feasible option would be to use a limousine to deliver explosives, while the dirty bomb project section states that smoke detectors could be used to deliver a radioactive substance Americium 147. The document proposes to use 10,000 smoke detectors as part of an explosive device to spread this radioactive element. In addition, the document discusses the vulnerabilities of trains and the possibilities of hijacking and utilizing gasoline tankers to conduct a terrorist attack. Redacted. On the same day the analysis was disseminated, August 3, 2004, UK authorities arrested Darren Barrett and 12 other individuals and seized over 100 hard drives. On August 7, 2004, the UKA shared redacted associated with Darren Barrett and the U.S. government. The redacted information provided included copies of casing reports related to the United States and the UK. On August 17, 2004, UK authorities charged 9 individuals in relation to the Darren Barrett, aka Isa al-Hindi, investigation. UK authorities informed the CIA that despite intelligence about the activities in the network, the recent charges of the individuals involved or linked to this planning were mainly possible owing to the recovery of terrorist-related materials during searches of associated properties and vehicles following their arrests. Redacted.
On August 23, 2004, the CIA received an update from redacted foreign partner authorities that noted the research conducted by the Barrow network into the central London hotels and railway stations is likely to be exploratory rather than representing a detailed operation plan. A report from the redacted foreign partners said, material that is emerging from United Kingdom investigation, combined with detainee reporting from senior al-Qaeda members and apparent reference to Abu Talha al-Pakistani's reporting on UK targeting Pakistani custody, strongly suggests that the Barrow cell was planning a terrorist attack in UK. What is not clear yet is how close the cell was to mounting an attack or what, if any, targets have been finalized. Redacted, on August 2004, talking points on a Darren Barrow case were prepared by CIA officials. A CIA officer wrote that KSM's reporting on contact numbers for Isa was a dead end and that it appears that KSM was protecting al-Hindi. The talking points highlighted that the cyber capabilities enabled by the U.S. Patriot Act in the investigation of Darren Barrow, stating, probably the most important intelligence tool we used in breaking this Darren Barrow case was our cyber capability enabled by the USA Patriot Act. From beginning to end, cyber played a role, but it was not the only tool that was used. Human and SIGINT threads were followed and contributed to our understanding of cyber messages and also in finding new cyber leads. Exploitation of computers and other information obtained in raids before and during the case also contributed significantly, as did surveillance. However, none of these tools are standalones. Good old-fashioned hard targeting analysis of these maddeningly vague and disparate and incomplete threads of information were the glue that put it all together. Redacted. On September 10, 2004, the Interagency Intelligence Committee on Terrorism, IICT, disseminated a report entitled Homeland, Reappraising Al-Qaeda's Election Threat, which states, we do not know the projected time frame for any attacks ISA was planning to execute in the UK, but it is unlikely he would have been ready to strike in the near term. Upon returning to the UK in mid-2004, ISA attempted to gather materials to build explosives for future attacks in UK. UK authorities have been unable to locate any explosive precursors, and it is possible he had not yet acquired the necessary materials at the time of his detention. The detainee, Abu Talha al-Pakistani, also noted that some of ISA's operatives required further training, most likely in explosives, and that ISA intended to send an associate to Pakistan for 3 months to receive instructions from senior al-Qaeda explosives experts. The assessment adds, ISA appears to have been in an early phase of operational planning at the time of his capture. In November 2004, redacted authorities informed the CIA that it was largely through the investigation of Nisar Jalal's associates that the UK was able to identify Darren Barrow as being identifiable with Isa al-Hindi. Redacted. A December 14, 2004 FBI intelligence assessment entitled The Gas Limos Project, an al-Qaeda Urban Attack Plan Assessment, evaluated the feasibility and lethality of this plot based on documents captured during raids against al-Qaeda operatives in Pakistan and the United Kingdom in July and August 2004, and on custodial interviews conducted in the weeks following these raids. The FBI concluded that the main plot presented in the Gas Limos Project is unlikely to be as successful as described. The report continued, we assess that the Gas Limos Project, while ambitious and creative, is far-fetched. Redacted. On December 12, 2005, the CIA assessed that while KSM tasked al-Hindi to go to U.S. to Israel targets, he was not aware of the extent to which Barrow's plan had progressed, who ISIS co-conspirators were, or that ISIS planning had come to focus on the UK. Redacted. On November 7, 2006, Darren Barrow was sentenced to life imprisonment in the United Kingdom. On May 16, 2007, Darren Barrow's sentence was reduced to 30 years after a British Court of Appeal found that expert assessments describing the plot as amateurish, defective, and unlikely to succeed were not provided to the sentencing judge. 5. The identification, capture, and arrest of Eamon Faris. Summary. Redacted summary. The CIA presented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and produced critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence, which thwarted plots and saved lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the identification, arrest, capture, investigation, and prosecution of Eamon Faris as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These representations were inaccurate. Eamon Faris was identified, investigated, and linked directly to al-Qaeda prior to any mention of Eamon Faris by KSM or any other CIA detainee. When approached by law enforcement, Eamon Faris voluntarily provided information and made self-incriminating statements. On May 1, 2003, Eamon Faris pled guilty to terrorism-related charges and admitted to casing a New York City bridge for al-Qaeda and researching and providing information to al-Qaeda regarding the tools necessary for possible attacks on U.S. targets. Further details. Eamon Faris was an Ohio-based truck driver tasked by KSM with procuring tools and devices needed to collapse suspension bridges, as well as tools that could be used to derail trains. Faris had met KSM through his self-described best friend, Matswood Khan, who was a Pakistan-based al-Qaeda facilitator and Majid Khan's uncle. Redacted. The identification and arrest of Eamon Faris is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represent the identification, capture, and/or arrest of Eamon Faris as an example of how key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and capture additional terrorists. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and saved lives. Redacted. For example, in a July 2003 CIA briefing for White House officials on the CIA interrogation program, the CIA represented that major threats were counted and attacks averted, and that termination of the CIA program will result in loss of life, possibly extensive. The CIA further represented that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques has provided significant results and saved lives. Under the heading Results, Major Threats Info, a briefing slide states KSM, Al-Qaeda Chief of Operations, identification by Eamon Faris. Redacted. Similarly, on February 27, 2004, DDO James Pavitt responded to the CIA Inspector General's draft special review and included representation related to Eamon Faris. Pavitt stated that the Inspector General's special review could have come to the conclusion that our efforts have thwarted attacks and saved lives, and that the EITs, including the Water Board, have been indispensable to our successes. Pavitt provided materials to the OIG that said, specifically, as a result of the lawful use of EITs, KSM identified a truck driver who is now serving time in the United States for his support of al-Qaeda. The final CIA Inspector General Special Review, Counterterrorism, Detention, and Interrogation Program, published in May 2004, states, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's information also led to the investigation and prosecution of Eamon Faris, the truck driver arrested in early 2003 in Ohio. This passage in the CIA Inspector General Special Review was declassified and publicly released on August 24, 2009. Redacted. Likewise, information prepared by the CIA for CIA Director Leon Panetta in February 2009 on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques states that the CIA assesses the techniques were effective in producing foreign intelligence and that most, if not all, of the timely intelligence acquired from detainees in this program would not have been discovered or reported by other means. The document provides examples of some of the key captures, disrupted plots, and intelligence gained from HVDs interrogated, including the arrest of Eamon Faris. In March 2009, the CIA provided a 3-page document to the chairman of the committee stating, the CIA assesses that most, if not all, of the timely intelligence acquired from detainees in its program would not have been discovered or reported by any other means, before listing Eamon Faris as one of the key captures resulting from the CIA interrogation program. The CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the identification and capture of Eamon Faris in 9 of the 20 documents, and briefings provided to policymakers in the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. Redacted. A review of CIA operational tables and other records found that the CIA's detention and interrogation program and the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques played no role in the identification and capture of Eamon Faris. Redacted. CIA records indicate that Eamon Faris was known to the U.S. Intelligence Committee prior to the attacks of September 11, 2001. On March 2001, the FBI opened an international terrorism investigation targeting Eamon Faris. According to CIA records, the prediction of the FBI Faris investigation was information provided by foreign authorities that revealed Faris' telephone number had been called by Islamic extremists operating in France, Belgium, Turkey, and Canada, including Millennium bomber Ahmad Rassam. Rassam, currently serving a 65-year U.S. prison term, was arrested on December 14, 1999, en route to Los Angeles International Airport with explosives in the trunk of his car. According to CIA records, as a result of the post-9/11 lead, the FBI interviewed Eamon Faris shortly after the attacks of September 11, 2001. On November 2001, the FBI closed its investigation of Eamon Faris for unknown reasons. Redacted. On March 5, 2003, Majid Khan was taken into Pakistani custody. That same day, FISA coverage of Majid Khan's residence in Maryland indicated that Majid Khan's redacted made a suspicious phone call to an individual at a residence associate of Eamon Farris. The call included discussion of Majid Khan's possible arrest and potential FBI surveillance of Redacted, who asked the individual in Ohio if he had been approached and questioned. Redacted warned the Ohio-based individual not to contact anyone using his phone. That same day, Redacted informed FBI special agents that the other party to the intercepted conversation was Eamon Farris. By March 6, 2003, the FBI had officially reopened its international terrorism investigation into Eamon Farris. Redacted. While U.S. law enforcement investigations of Eamon Farris moved forward, Majid Khan, in foreign government custody, was being questioned by foreign government interrogators. According to CIA records, the interrogators were using report-building techniques, confronting Khan with inconsistencies in his story and obtaining information on Majid Khan's al-Qaeda connections. On March 11, 2003, Majid Khan identified a photo of Eamon Farris. Majid Khan stated that he knew Farris as Abdul Rauf and claimed Farris was a 35-year-old truck driver of Pakistani origin who was a business partner of his father. In addition to describing business details and deals Eamon Farris was involved in with Khan's family, Majid Khan stated that Farris spoke Urdu and excellent English and had a colorful personality. The next day, while still in foreign government custody, Majid Khan stated that Eamon Farris was an Islamic extremist. According to CIA cables, on March 14, 2003, Majid Khan provided more damning information on Eamon Farris, specifically that Farris was a Mujahideen during the Afghan-Soviet period and was a close associate of his uncle, Masood Khan. Masood Khan was a known al-Qaeda associate whom Majid Khan had already admitted was in contact with senior al-Qaeda members. Majid Khan told foreign government interrogators that Masood, who provided the money for Majid Khan outside his al-Qaeda-related travels. Majid Khan further stated that after the KSM arrest became public knowledge, Eamon Farris contacted Majid Khan's family and requested the family pass a message to Masood Khan regarding the status of KSM. This information on Eamon Farris was required prior to and independently of any reporting from the CIA's Detention and Interrogation program. Redacted. On March 10, 2003, in response to a requirement cable from CIA headquarters reporting that the al-Qaeda was targeting U.S. suspension bridges, KSM stated that any such plans were theoretical and only on paper. He also stated that no one was currently pursuing such a plot. KSM repeated this assertion on March 16, 2003, noting that while UBL officially endorsed attacks against suspension bridges in the United States, he had no planned targets in the U.S. which were pending attack, and that after 9/11, the U.S. had become too hard to target. On neither occasion did KSM reference Eamon Farris. Redacted. On March 15, 2003, Deputy Chief of ALEC Station, Redacted, who was reading the intelligence from that foreign government interrogations of Majid Khan, requested a photograph of Majid Khan and additional information to use of KSM. In response, CIA headquarters sent the detention site photographs of Majid Khan's family and associates, including Eamon Farris. Redacted. On March 17, 2003, 11 days after the FBI officially reopened its investigation of Eamon Farris, KSM was shown photographs of both Eamon Farris and Majid Khan. According to CIA cables, the KSM was also tasked detailed questions based on email communication, which the cable stated served as effective means to convey to KSM the impression that USG already possessed considerable information and that the information would be used to check the accuracy of his statements. In this context, KSM identified the photograph of Eamon Farris as a truck driver and a relative of Majid Khan. KSM claimed that he could not remember the truck driver's name. KSM described the truck driver as a colorful character who liked to drink and have girlfriends and was very interested in business. The next day, March 18, 2003, KSM stated that in February 2002, he tasked a truck driver to procure specialized machine tools that would be useful to al-Qaeda to loosen the nuts and bolts of suspension bridges in the United States. According to KSM, in March 2002, the truck driver asked Mansoor Khan, son of Masood Khan, to inform KSM that he, the truck driver, could not find such tools. KSM stated that he made no further requests of the truck driver. Redacted. According to the CIA cable, on the evening of March 20, 2003, the FBI informed the CIA that Ohio police had been following Eamon Farris for some time and had stopped him and questioned him about his relationship to Shaukat Ali Khan, Majid Khan's father, of Baltimore. According to a CIA officer, when the FBI approached Farris, he told voluntarily. Records indicate that Farris initially claimed to know Shaukat Ali Khan through the gas station business and agreed to take a polygraph examination. According to FBI records, prior to the polygraph, Farris admitted to being associated with KSM and provided details on his relationship with al-Qaeda members in Pakistan. Specifically, Eamon Farris told FBI and Ohio police that he had met KSM twice and had been tasked with procuring items. Ferris detailed how KSM had a plan to cut the suspension bridges on the Brooklyn Bridge to cause its collapse using gas cutters. Ferris maintained that he thought the task to take down the bridge was impossible and did not take further action. Redacted. Over several weeks, Eamon Ferris continued to voluntarily cooperate with law enforcement officials and engaged in efforts to assist in the capture of Masood Khan. Ferris provided additional details on his activities related to the Khan family, KSM, his meeting with UBL, and two extremists in the United States who had discussed wanting to kill Americans in a Columbus area shopping mall with a Kalashnikov automatic rifle. On April 22, 2003, Ferris had accepted a plea agreement and continued to cooperate, including by sending email messages to al-Qaeda members in Pakistan for the purpose of intelligence collection. On May 1, 2003, Ferris was transported from Quantico, Virginia, where he was voluntarily residing and working with the FBI, to a federal court in Alexandria, Virginia, where he pled guilty to material support to terrorism charges. He was subsequently sentenced to 20 years in prison. Redacted. On April 3, 2003, the Interagency Intelligence Committee on Terrorism, IICT, assessed that the use of tools to loosen bolts of suspension bridges were methods that appeared to be unrealistic. SITS. The identification, capture, and arrest of Sajjad Badat. Redacted. Summary. The CIA represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and produced critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence, which thwarted plots and saved lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the identification, discovery, capture, and arrest of Sajjad Badat as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These representations were inaccurate. UK domestic investigative efforts, reporting from foreign intelligence services, and international law enforcement efforts, and U.S. military reporting resulted in the identification and arrest of Sajjad Badat. Redacted. Further details. Sajjad Badat was selected by al-Qaeda leaders, including Abu Hafs al-Masri and Saif al-Dawh, to carry out an attack against a Western airliner, with Richard Reed using a shoe bomb explosive device in December 2001. Sajjad Badat returned to the United Kingdom in late 2001 and sent a message to his al-Qaeda handler, Ammar al-Baluchi, stating that he was withdrawing from the operation. On December 22, 2001, Richard Reed attempted to detonate a shoe bomb on a flight from Paris, France to Miami, Florida. The plane was diverted to Boston, Massachusetts, and Reed was taken into custody. Redacted. The discovery, identification, capture, and arrest of Sajjad Badat, the shoe bomber, is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, the CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represent the discovery, identification, capture, and/or arrest of Sajjad Badat as an example of how key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had enabled the CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and capture additional terrorists. In at least one CIA document prepared for the President, the CIA specifically highlighted the waterboard interrogation technique in enabling the CIA to learn that Sajjad Badat was the operative slated to launch a simultaneous shoe bomb attack with Richard Reed in 2001. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and saved lives.
Redacted. As an example, on October 26, 2007, the CIA faxed a document to the Senate Appropriations Committee appealing a proposed elimination of the funding for the CIA's rendition of the detention program. The CIA appeal states that most, if not all, of the intelligence acquired from the high-value detainees in the program would likely not have been discovered or reported in any other way. Representing the success of the CIA interrogation program, the document states, quote, detainees have permitted discovery of terrorist cells, key individuals, and the interdiction of numerous plots, including the discovery of an operative who was preparing another attack, like the attempted by the shoe bomber Richard Reed. Redacted. Similarly, in early March 2005, the CIA compiled talking points on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques for use in a meeting with the National Security Council. The document states, quote, the Central Intelligence Agency can advise National Security Council, or can advise you that this program works and the techniques are effective in producing foreign intelligence. The document states that, quote, after applying interrogation techniques, the CIA learned from KSM and Ammar al-Sajjad Badat that was an operative slated to launch a simultaneous shoe bomb attack with Richard Reed in December 2001. A month later, on April 15, 2005, the CIA faxed an 8-page document to the Department of Justice official Office on Legal Counsel entitled, quote, briefing notes on the value of detainee reporting, which contained similar information. The Office of Legal Counsel used the information to support its May 30, 2005 legal opinion on whether certain enhanced interrogation techniques were consistent under the U.S. obligations under Article 16 of the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatment of Prisoners, or treatment or punishment. The CIA provided document states, quote, identifying the other shoe bomber. Leads provided by KSM in November 2003 led directly to the arrest of shoe bomber Richard Reed's one-time partner Sajid Badat in the UK. KSM has volunteered the existence of Badat, whom he knew as Isa al-Pakistani, as the operative who was slated to launch a simultaneous shoe bomb attack with Richard Reed in December 2001. Redacted. The CIA provided similar and accurate representations regarding the purported role of KSM and Ammar al-Bulaki in the discovery, identification, capture, and arrest of Sajid Badat in 16 of the 20 documents provided to policymakers in the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. However, in an additional case on March 4, 2005, CIA briefing for Vice President Cheney, the CIA credited Abu Zabayada with identifying Sajid Badat, despite a lack of any reporting on Sajid Badat from Abu Zabayada. Redacted. Contrary to CIA representations, a review of CIA operational cables and other documents found that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques did not result in the otherwise unavailable intelligence leading to the discovery, identification, capture, or arrest of Sajid Badat. According to CIA records and the UK's own investigative summary, the investigation of Sajid Badat was a UK-led operation, and the intelligence that alerted security officials to 1. A UK-based ISA, aka Sajid Badat, 2. A potential second shoe bomber related to Richard Reed, 3. A suspected UK terrorist named Sajid Badat, 4. Sajid Badat's connection to Richard Reed, 5. Sajid Badat's physical description, 6. Sajid Badat's location, and 7. The initial identification of a UK surveillance photo of Sajid Badat, the, quote, shoe bomber, was unrelated to information acquired from CIA detainees during or after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. CIA records indicate that the information that led to Sajid Badat's arrest in UK and UK criminal prosecution was also not derived from the CIA's detention and interrogation program. Redacted. Prior to any reporting from CIA detainees, and as early as January 14, 2002, the FBI informed the CIA that Richard Reed, quote, had an unidentified partner who allegedly backed out of the operation at the last minute, end quote. This information was later corroborated by a credible CIA source prior to any reporting from the CIA's detention and interrogation program. In July 2002, a foreign government reported that the prepaid phone cards recovered from the FBI from Richard Reed upon his arrest were used by an individual named Sajid Badat to call a known terrorist, Nizar Trabelsi. FBI interviews of Trabelsi, officially relayed to the CIA in July 2002, reported that Badat Sajid was, quote, involved in operations targeting American interests. The CIA highlighted in a July 2002 cable that this information matched previous reporting from a European government that identified a, quote, Sajid Badat of Gloucester, UK, with a date of birth of March 28, 1979, as a person suspected of being involved in terrorist activity. Additional analysis of the phone card connecting Badat and Reed, as well as other intelligence, placed Sajid Badat and Richard Reed together in Belgium in September of 2001. Redacted. According to Redacted, Sajid Badat was linked to other well-known extremists in the UK who were already under investigation. Specifically, Badat was known to Redacted as, quote, a member of Babar Ahmad's group, and was, quote, particularly close associate of Mirza Beg. Redacted. Reporting also determined that Badat had attended a jihad training camp in Afghanistan. Redacted. Concurrent with the emergence of information linking Sajid Badat to Richard Reed, there was an ongoing international effort to identify one or more UK-based al-Qaeda operatives known as ISA. As early as June 2002, CIA records indicate that an individual in the custody of a foreign government, Abu Zabir al-Halili, repeatedly referenced an Abu Isa al-Pakistani as a British-born Pakistani associated with Richard Reed and engaged in plotting in the UK at the behest of KSM. This information was corroborative of other intelligence reporting. In May 2003, this detainee met with CIA officers to produce several sketches that were described as having, quote, achieved a 95% likeness of this individual. On August 17, 2003, CIA officers noted that a photograph of Sajid Badat provided by Redacted, a former partner, looked, quote, an awful lot like the sketches of the Richard Reed associate made with the assistance of the detainee in foreign government custody. Redacted. CIA headquarters requested that the photograph be shown to CIA detainees. According to CIA records, on August 18, 2003, KSM, quote, KSM viewed the picture for a while, but said that he did not recognize the person in the photo. When KSM was asked if Isa's name could be Sajid Badat, quote, KSM shrugged and said that the Badat name was not the name he recalled. Pressed further, KSM stated, quote, he was confident that the name Sajid Badat was not Isa's name. On August 22, 2003, emails from the CIA officer stated that, Quote, CTC believes that Abu Isa's true name is Sajid Badat. KSM says that Badat is not Abu Isa, but that he might be lying. On August 23, 2003, the detailed sketches derived from the interviews of the detainee in foreign custody, Abu Zubair al-Ahalai. The sketches CIA officers stated so closely resembled the redacted foreign partner provided photos of the Sajid Badat were shown to KSM. KSM stated that it did not recognize the individual in the sketches. Redacted. Meanwhile, on August 22, 2003, a CIA cable noted that the redacted foreign partner had informed the CIA that joint interviews by the FBI and redacted foreign partner authorities of an individual in FBI custody, James Ujama, led investigators in the UK to a home, quote, formerly occupied by both Mirza Beg and Sajid Badat. The redacted foreign partner authorities relayed to the CIA that, quote, at least one of these men was known by the alias Isa, and that the subjects were related to a separate ongoing terrorism investigation. On September 2nd, 2003, redacted foreign partner authorities informed that CIA that, quote, secret and reliable reporting indicated that Sajid Badat is the Richard Reed associate and shoe bomber. According to the redacted foreign partner report, redacted foreign partner information linked to Badat to a larger redacted network in the United Kingdom, which was part of the larger aforementioned redacted foreign partner investigation. Redacted. On September 9, 2003, a detainee in U.S. military custody at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, identified a photograph of Sajid Badat to a visiting UK official as Abu Isa, the, quote, shoe bomber. The next day, KSM identified a photograph of Sajid Badat as Isa al-Batani, a.k.a. Isa Richard, the associate of Richard Reed. Other detainees in U.S. military custody subsequently identified the same photograph of Sajid Badat as Abu Isa, the shoe bomber. Redacted. After conducting extensive surveillance of the Sajid Badat, UK authorities arrested Badat on November 27, 2003. Badat immediately cooperated with UK investigators and confirmed he withdrew from a shoe bomb operation with Richard Reed in December 2001. On November 28, 2003, the UK provided a detailed account to the CIA of how investigative efforts in the UK led to the identification of Sajid Badat, noting that, quote, key aspects of reporting acquired from CIA, US military, and foreign government detainees matched those of redacted specific UK intelligence collection on Badat. The redacted specific UK intelligence collection on Badat was not previously referenced in UK investigative updates to the CIA. Redacted. After pleading guilty in a UK court on February 28, 2005, the terrorism-related charges, Sajid Badat was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Redacted. Sajid Badat was voluntarily cooperative throughout much of his pre-sentencing incarceration. On November 13, 2009, Sajid Badat's 13-year prison sentence was reduced to 11 years. In March 2010, approximately 5 years after his sentencing, Sajid Badat was released under an agreement whereby Badat became a cooperating witness for U.S. and UK authorities. The legal agreement came to light when Sajid Badat testified against Adis Medunjanin, a U.S. terrorism suspect on trial in New York, via a video link from the UK in April 2012. 7. The thwarting of the Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf plotting. Redacted. Summary. The CIA represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and produced critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence which thwarted plots and saved lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the identification and thwarting of the Heathrow Airport plot as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. These representations were inaccurate. A review of records indicates that the Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf plotting had not progressed beyond the initial planning stages when the operation was fully disrupted with the detentions of Ramzi bin al-Shib, KSM, Ammar al-Bulaki, and Khalid bin Atesh. None of these individuals were captured as a result of reporting obtained during or after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against CIA detainees. Redacted. Further details. After the September 11, 2001 attacks against the United States, KSM sought to target the UK using hijacked aircraft and surmised that Heathrow Airport and the building in Canary Wharf, a major business district in London, were powerful economic symbols. The initial plan was for al-Qaeda operatives to hijack multiple airplanes departing Heathrow Airport, turn them around, and crash them into the airport itself. Security was assessed to be too tight at Heathrow, and the plan was altered to focus on aircrafts departing from mainly Eastern European airports to conduct attacks against Heathrow Airport. Al-Qaeda was unable to locate pilots to conduct these attacks. Once KSM was detained in Pakistan on March 1, 2003, responsibility for the planning was passed to Ammar al-Balaki and Khalid bin Attash, who were at times focused on carrying out attacks against Western interests in Karachi, Pakistan. Redacted. The thwarting of the Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf plotting is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represented the Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf plotting as an example of how, quote, key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had, quote, enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and, quote, capture additional terrorists. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and, quote, saved lives. Redacted. For example, on December 23, 2005, CIA Director Porter Gross explained in a letter to National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley, Homeland Security Advisor Francis Thompson, and Director of National Intelligence John Negroponte that he was suspending the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques because of the passage of the Detainee Treatment Act, quote, the McCain Amendment. The letter stated, quote, only 29 CIA detainees have undergone an interrogation that used one or more of the 13 CIA enhanced interrogation techniques. These interrogations produced intelligence that allowed the U.S. and its partners to disrupt attacks such as 9/11-style attacks planned for the U.S. West Coast and for Heathrow Airport. I can inform you with confidence that this program has allowed the U.S. to save hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. Redacted. Similarly, the CIA informed the CIA Inspector General on February 27, 2004 that, quote, as a result of the lawful use of EITs, KSM also provided information on an al-Qaeda plot for suicide airplane attacks outside the United States that would have killed thousands of the people in the United Kingdom. Of note, even after KSM reported that al-Qaeda was planning to target Heathrow, he had first repeatedly denied that there was any other target than the airport. Only after the repeated lawful use of EITs did he stop lying and admit that the sketch of a beam labeled Canary Wharf in his notebook was in fact an illustration that KSM, the engineer, drew himself in order to show another AQ operative that the beams in the wharf, like those of the World Trade Center, would likely melt and collapse the building, killing all inside. We are still debriefing detainees and following up on leads to destroy this cell, but at a minimum, the lawful use of EITs on KSM provided us with critical information that alerted us to these threats. Redacted. The CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the Heathrow and Canary Wharf plotting in 20 of the 20 documents provided to policymakers in the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. Redacted. A review of CIA operational cables and other documents found that contrary to CIA representations, information acquired during or after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques played no role in alerting the CIA to the threat to or disrupting the plot against Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf. Redacted.
Redacted. Prior to the detention and interrogation of the CIA detainees credited by the CIA with providing information on the plot, the CIA and other intelligence agencies were already alerted to al-Qaeda's efforts to target Heathrow Airport. Specifically, the CIA knew that 1. KSM and al-Qaeda were targeting a national symbol in the United Kingdom, and that this symbol was the Heathrow Airport. 2. The attack plan called for hijacking commercial aircraft and crashing them directly into Heathrow Airport. 3. No pilots had been identified by al-Qaeda and the planned attack was not imminent. 4. KSM, Ammar al-Baluchi, and Ramzi bin al-Shib were involved in or knowledgeable about the plotting. 5. Al-Qaeda was seeking to recruit numerous operatives, but potentially already had 2 operatives in place in the United Kingdom, named Abu Yusuf and Abu Adel, although the 2 operatives were unwitting of the plot. And 6. KSM was seeking Saudi and British passport holders over the age of 30 for the attack. Redacted. A review of records indicates that the Heathrow Airport plotting had not progressed beyond the initial planning stages when the operation was fully disrupted with the detentions of Ramzi bin al-Shib, detained on September 11, 2002, KSM, detained on March 1, 2003, Ammar al-Baluchi, detained on April 29, 2003, and Khalad bin Atash, detained on April 29, 2003. There are no CIA records to indicate that any of the individuals were captured as a result of CIA detainee reporting. A draft National Terrorism Bulletin from March 2006 states, the Heathrow Airport operation was disrupted mid-cycle, around the spring of 2003, when several of the plotters, including KSM, were detained. Foreign government intelligence analysis came to the same conclusion. Redacted. While each of these 4 detainees provided information on the plotting during their detentions, none of this information provided any role in the disruption of the plot. A wide body of intelligence reporting indicated that no operatives were informed of the plot, No pilots were ever identified by Al-Qaeda for the attacks, and only schedules of potential flights were collected for review. Redacted. CIA detainee records indicate that reporting from CIA detainees on aspects of the Heathrow plotting was often unreliable and not believed by CIA officers. For example, KSM retracted information he had provided while being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including information linking Jafar al-Tayyar to the Heathrow plot. On May 20th, 2003, nearly 2 months after the CIA ceased using its enhanced interrogation techniques against KSM, a CIA analyst wrote that KSM had provided 3 different stories related to the Heathrow plotting, writing to CIA colleagues, "Bottom line, KSM knows more about this plot than he's letting on." By late June 2004, KSM had retracted much of the varied reporting he had provided on the Heathrow plotting. Most importantly, the information KSM provided on tasking potential operatives to obtain flight training. KSM stated that during March 2003, when he was being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, he may have given false information, and that, in many cases, the information he provided was just speculation. The value of other CIA detainee reporting was also questioned by CIA officers. In July 2003, a cable from the CIA's ALEC station stated that HQS/ALEC remains concerned with what we believe to be paltry information coming from detainees about operations in the UK. Redacted. In addition, KSM withheld information linking Abu Talha al-Pakistani to the Heathrow plotting. According to CIA interrogation records, KSM discussed Canary Wharf the first time he was shown his notebook, in which the words Canary Wharf were written. KSM stated, however, that he had drawn the sketch for Ammar al-Baluchi. In June 2003, after being confronted with contradictory reporting from Ammar al-Baluchi, KSM admitted that he had actually shown the sketch to Talha, whom KSM had not previously mentioned. 8. The capture of Hambali. Redacted. Summary. The CIA represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were effective and produced critical, otherwise unavailable intelligence, which thwarted plots and saved lives. Over a period of years, the CIA provided the capture of Hambali as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Specifically, the CIA consistently represented that, as a result of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, KSM provided the first information on a money transfer by Majid Khan that eventually led to Hambali's capture. These CIA representations were inaccurate. Majid Khan, who was in foreign government custody, provided this information prior to any reporting from KSM. CIA records indicate that the intelligence that led to Hambali's capture in Thailand was based on signals intelligence, a CIA source, and Thai investigative activities. Redacted. Further details. Ridwan bin Isomuddin, aka Hambali, was a senior member of Jemaah Islamiyah, JI, a Southeast Asia-based terrorist group, and served as an interface between the JI and Al-Qaeda. Hambali was linked to terrorist activity prior to the September 11, 2001 attacks. Shortly after these attacks, Hambali was described as the CIA's #1 target in Southeast Asia. When the October 12, 2002 terrorist attacks occurred on the Indonesian island of Bali, killing more than 200 individuals, Hambali was immediately suspected of being the mastermind of the attacks and was further described as one of the world's most wanted terrorists. Source redacted. The capture of Hambali is one of the 8 most frequently cited examples provided by the CIA as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Over a period of years, CIA documents prepared for and provided to senior policymakers, intelligence officials, and the Department of Justice represent the capture of Hambali as an example of how key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques had enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots and capture additional terrorists. The CIA further represented that the intelligence acquired from the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was otherwise unavailable and saved lives. Source redacted. As an example, in a briefing prepared for the President's Chief of Staff, Josh Bolton, on May 2, 2006, the CIA represented that the use of the DOJ authorized enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled us to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect a high volume of critical intelligence on al-Qaeda. The briefing document represents that assessing the effectiveness of individual interrogation techniques is difficult, but provides 11 specific examples of key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations, including, quote, Hambali's capture. During KSM's interrogation, we acquired information that led to the capture of Hambali in August 2003 and to the partial dismantling of the Jamaat Islamiyah leadership in Southeast Asia. KSM first told us about Majid Khan's role in delivering $50,000 to Hambali operatives for an attack KSM believed was imminent. We then confronted Khan with KSM's admission and signals intelligence confirming the money transfer and Khan's travel to Bangkok. Khan admitted he delivered the money to an operative named Zubair, whom we subsequently identified and captured. Zubair's capture led to the identification and subsequent capture of an operative named Lily, who was providing forged passports to Hambali. Lily identified the house in Bangkok where Hambali was hiding. Redacted. Similarly, on July 13, 2004, the CIA disseminated an intelligence assessment entitled Khalid's Sheikh Mohammed, Preeminent Source on al-Qaeda. On April 22, 2005, the paper, as well as other materials on CIA detainee reporting, was faxed from Redacted, CTC Legal, to the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice to support the OLC's legal review of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The document states, quote, information that KSM provided on Majid Khan in the spring of 2003 was the crucial first link in the chain that led us to the capture of prominent JI leader and al-Qaeda associate Hambali in August 2003, and more than a dozen Southeast Asian operatives slated for attacks against the U.S. homeland. KSM told us about Khan's role in delivering $50,000 in December 2002 to operatives associated with Hambali. Khan, who had been detained in Pakistan in early 2003, was confronted with KSM's information about the money and acknowledged that he had delivered the money to an operative named Zubair. Based on that information, Zubair was captured in 2003. End quote. On August 24, 2009, this document was declassified with redactions and publicly released with the inaccurate information unredacted. Redacted. The CIA provided similar inaccurate representations regarding the capture of Hambali in 18 of the 20 documents provided to policymakers and the Department of Justice between July 2003 and March 2009. In these representations, the CIA consistently asserted that, after applying the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, KSM provided the crucial first link that led to the capture of Hambali. Redacted. A review of CIA operational cables and other records found that information obtained from KSM during and after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques played no role in the capture of Hambali. A review of CIA records further found that prior to reporting from CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the CIA had intelligence on 1. Hambali's role in the Jamaat Islamiyah, 2. Funding by al-Qaeda and KSM of Hambali's terrorist activities, 3. The operative to whom Majid Khan delivered the money, Zubair, and Zubair's links to terrorism, Jamaat Islamiyah, and Hambali. And 4. Majid Khan's $50,000 money transfer from al-Qaeda to Zubair in December 2002. CIA records indicate that the intelligence that led to Hambali's capture was based on signals intelligence, a CIA source, and Thai investigative activities in Thailand. Redacted. Prior to his capture, Hambali was known to have played a supporting role in the KSM and Ramzi Youssef Bojinka plot, an effort in early 1995 to place explosives on 12 United States-flagged aircraft and destroy them mid-flight. By the end of 2001, Hambali was suspected of playing a supporting role in the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, as well as helping to enroll Zacharias Moussaoui in flight school. By early 2002, a body of intelligence reporting unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program indicated that KSM was providing Hambali with funding to conduct terrorist operations in Southeast Asia. In March 2002, Hambali was described as the CIA's #1 target in Southeast Asia. That same month, the FBI provided information to the CIA stating that foreign government detainee reporting indicated that KSM reimbursed terrorism-related expenditures made by Hambali for the JI. By June of 2002, the CIA had entered into discussions with representatives of the redacted government regarding their willingness to accept custody of Hambali once he was captured. On September 25, 2002, the CIA reported that an individual in FBI custody since May 2002, Mohammed Mansour Jabara, reported that in November 2001, he collected $50,000 from KSM for a Hambali-directed terrorist operation targeting U.S. interests, as well as at least one other $10,000 payment. On the same day, September 25, 2002, a CIA cable stated that Mazran bin Arshad, while in the custody of a foreign government, had detailed his connections to Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti and KSM. According to bin Arshad, after KSM's second wave plotting was abandoned in late 2001, bin Arshad was tasked with KSM to meet with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in Pakistan and to deliver $50,000 to Hambali for terrorist operations. Bin Arshad stated he was unable to deliver the money. When the October 12, 2002 terrorist attacks occurred on the Indonesian island of Bali, killing more than 200 individuals, Hambali was immediately suspected of being the mastermind of the attacks, and was further described as one of the world's most wanted terrorists. Open source information in October 2002 identified the funding for the Bali bombings as flowing through Hambali from al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan. Through November 2002, news reports highlighted links between senior al-Qaeda leadership, including KSM, and JI in the context of the Bali bombings. Hambali continued to be identified as a potential mastermind of the bombing and likely residing in Thailand. These same reports identified a Malaysian named Zubair as one of 3 individuals sought by security officials for the Hambali-linked Bali bombings. Redacted. In early January 2003, coverage of a known al-Qaeda email account uncovered communications between that account and the account of a former Baltimore, Maryland resident, Majid Khan. The communications indicated that Majid Khan traveled to Bangkok, Thailand in December 2002 for terrorist support activities and was in contact there with a Zubair.
By this time, the CIA had significant information prior to KSM's capture indicating that a Zubair played a central supporting role in the JI, was affiliated with al-Qaeda figures like KSM, had expertise in redaction in Southeast Asia, and was suspected of playing a role in Hambali's October 12, 2002 Bali bombings. This information was derived from traditional intelligence collection, open source reporting, and FBI debriefings of Abu Zubaydah prior to Abu Zubaydah's being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On March 4, 2003, the day before Majid Khan's capture, the FBI requested additional information from the CIA on the Zubair referenced in Majid Khan's emails. On March 6, 2003, the day after Majid Khan was captured in Pakistan, and while being questioned by foreign government interrogators using rapport-building techniques, Majid Khan described how he traveled to Bangkok in December 2002 and provided $50,000 to Zubair at the behest of al-Qaeda. Khan also stated that he updated KSM's nephew, Ammar al-Baluchi, via email about the money exchange. Majid Khan's physical description of Zubair matched previous intelligence reporting already collected on Zubair. On March 10, 2003, the CIA redacted requested that information about Majid Khan's travel to Thailand and his delivery of money to Zubair be shared with Thai authorities, along with a physical description of Zubair and a phone number for Zubair provided by Majid Khan. CIA redacted proposed that it inform the Thais that we are very concerned about that the money mentioned may be funding terrorist activities, as well as the individuals in question, and that redacted requests the Thai government provide any details regarding these individuals and phone numbers.
Redacted. On March 11, 2003, after being confronted with information that confirmed KSM's financial support to Hambali, KSM admitted to providing Hambali with $50,000 to conduct a terrorist attack in approximately November 2002. KSM made no reference to Majid Khan or Zubair. On March 17, 2003, after being confronted with Majid Khan's report and a photograph of Majid Khan, KSM confirmed that Majid Khan, whom he stated he knew only as Yusuf, was involved in the money transfer to Hambali. KSM denied knowing Zubair, who would be the critical link to Hambali's capture, or any other Hambali representative in Thailand. Redacted. By May 2003, the CIA had learned that a source the CIA had been developing, redacted, received a call from a phone number associated with Zubair. When the source was contacted by the CIA, he described a Malaysian man, redacted. CIA officers suspected this individual was the Zubair associated with the Hambali and Majid Khan. Redacted later, the source alerted the CIA that the person suspected of being Zubair would be photographed and followed by Thai authorities. A detainee in foreign government custody confirmed that the individual in the surveillance photo was Zubair. On June 8, 2003, Zubair was detained by the government of Thailand. While still in Thai custody, Zubair was questioned about his efforts to obtain fraudulent redacted documents, as well as his phone contact with redacted. Zubair admitted to seeking illegal redacted documents on behalf of Hambali, as well as redacted. Redacted. Signals intelligence had alerted the CIA that a phone number associated with Zubair had been in frequent contact with redacted. After being transferred to CIA custody and rendered to the CIA's Cobalt detention site, Zubair was immediately subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Days later, Zubair was asked about his efforts to obtain illegal redacted documents for Hambali, at which point he again acknowledged using redacted, when Thai authorities unilaterally approached a contact at redacted. They obtained redacted. An operation targeting redacted was developed that focused on surveillance of redacted. As a result of this surveillance and the cooperation of redacted, Hambali associate Amer was arrested on August 11, 2003. Amer was immediately cooperative and assisted in an operation that led to the arrest of Lily, aka Bashir bin Lap, that same day. Lily was found to have a key fob in his possession imprinted with an address of an apartment building in Ayutthaya, Thailand. In response to questioning, within minutes of capture, Lily admitted that the address on the key fob was the address where Hambali was located. Fewer than 4 hours later, an operation successfully led to Hambali's capture at the address found on the key fob. Redacted. On November 28, 2005, the chief of the CTC's Southeast Asia branch explained how Hambali was captured in an interview with the CIA's oral history program, stating, "Frankly, we stumbled onto Hambali. We stumbled onto the source, picking up the phone and calling his case officer to say there's redacted, related to Zubair. We really stumbled over it. It wasn't police work. It wasn't good targeting. It was we stumbled over it and yielded up Hambali. What I tell my people is you work really, really hard to be in a position to get lucky." Hambali was rendered to the CIA custody on August redacted 2003, and almost immediately subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On September 4, 2006, he was transferred to U.S. military custody. Redacted. In addition to the 8 most frequently cited thwarted plots and terrorists captured, the committee examined 12 other less frequently cited intelligence successes that the CIA had attributed to the effectiveness of its enhanced interrogation techniques. These representations are listed below. 1. The identification of Khalid Saik Mohammed, KSM, as the mastermind of the September 11, 2001 attacks. 2. The identification of KSM's Mukhtar alias. 3. The capture of Ramzi bin al-Sib. 4. The capture of KSM. 5. The capture of Majid Khan. 6. The thwarting of the Camp Limonier plotting. 7. The assertion that enhanced interrogation techniques help validate sources. 8. The identification and arrests of Uzair and Saifullah Peracha. 9. Critical intelligence alerting the CIA to Jafar al-Tayer. 10. The identification and arrest of Saleh al-Mari. 11. The collection of critical tactical intelligence on Sky, Pakistan. 12. Information on the facilitator that led to the UBL operation. The CIA represented that CIA detainee Abu Zabudaya provided important and vital information by identifying Khalid Saik Mohammed, KSM, as the mastermind behind the attacks of September 11, 2001. CIA Director Hayden told the committee on April 12, 2007 that it was Abu Zabudaya early in his detention who identified KSM as the mastermind of 9/11. Until that time, KSM did not even appear in our chart of the key al-Qaeda members and associates. Redacted. On at least 2 prominent occasions, the CIA represented inaccurately that Abu Zabudaya provided this information after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On May 30th, 2005, the Office of Legal Counsel wrote in a now declassified memorandum, interrogations of Abu Zubaydah, again, once enhanced interrogation techniques were employed, furnished detailed information regarding al-Qaeda's organization structure, key operatives, and modus operandi, and identified KSM as the mastermind of the September 11th attacks. Redacted. The OLC memorandum cited a document provided by the CIA to support the statement. The OLC memorandum further stated that the CIA enhanced interrogation techniques provided the U.S. government with otherwise unavailable actionable intelligence, that ordinary interrogation techniques had little effect on Zubaydah, and that the CIA had reviewed and confirmed the accuracy of the OLC's description of the interrogation program, including its purposes, methods, limitations, and results. Redacted. In November 2007, the CIA prepared a set of documents and talking points for the CIA director to use in a briefing with the president on effectiveness of the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique. The documents prepared assert that Abu Zubaydah identified KSM as the mastermind of the September 11, 2001 attacks after the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Redacted. While Abu Zubaydah did provide information on KSM's roles in the September 11, 2001 attacks, this information was corroborative of the information already in CIA databases and was obtained prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. There is no evidence to support the statement that Abu Zubaydah's information obtained by FBI interrogators prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and while Abu Zubaydah was hospitalized, was uniquely important in the identification of KSM as the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks. The following describes information available to the CIA prior to the capture of Abu Zubaydah. Both the Congressional Joint Inquiry into the intelligence community activities before and after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and the CIA Office of the Inspector General Report on CIA accountability with respect to the 9/11 attacks include lengthy chronologies of the intelligence community's interest in KSM prior to the attacks of September 11, 2001. The timelines begin in 1995 when the United States determined that KSM was linked to the 1993 bombings of the World Trade Center, leading to the determination by the National Security Council's Policy Coordination Group that KSM was a top priority target for the United States. The Congressional Joint Inquiry further noted that information obtained prior to the September 11, 2001 attacks led the CIA to see KSM as a part of bin Laden's organization. There was also CIA reporting in 1998 that KSM was very close to UBL. On June 12, 2001, it was reported that Khalid was actively recruiting people to travel outside Afghanistan, including the United States, where colleagues were reportedly already in the country to meet them, to carry out terrorist-related activities for UBL. According to the 9/11 Commission report, the CIA presumed that this Khalid was KSM. Redacted. On September 12, 2001, a foreign government source described as a member of al-Qaeda stated that 11 September attacks had been masterminded from Kabul by 3 people, to include Saika Khalid, who was related to Ramzi Youssef. Redacted. Also on September 12, 2001, a CIA officer familiar with KSM wrote a cable stating that one of the individuals who has the capability to organize the kind of strikes we saw in the World Trade Center and the Pentagon is Khalid Saika Mohammed. Redacted. On September 15, 2001, a CIA officer wrote to a number of senior CTC officers. I would say the percentages are pretty high that Khalid Saika Mohammed is involved in the September 11, 2001 attacks. Redacted. On October 16, 2001, an email from a CTC officer who had been tracking KSM since 1997, stated that although more proof was needed, I believe KSM may have been the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks. Redacted. A foreign government informed the CIA that in late December 2001, redacted source, redacted, provided information on the attacks of September 11, 2001, and stated Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the maternal uncle of Ramzi Youssef, was the person who supervised the final touches of the operation. Redacted. Other reporting prior to the capture of Abu Zabudaya stated that KSM was one of the individuals considered the potential masterminds, one of the top candidates for having been involved in the planning for the September 11th attacks, and one of the masterminds, and one of the leading candidates to have been a hands-on planner in the 9/11 attacks. The identification of KSM's Mukhtar alias. Redacted. The CIA represented that CIA detainee Abu Zubaydah provided important and vital information by identifying Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, alias Mukhtar. In at least one instance in November 2007, in a set of documents and talking points for the CIA director to use in a briefing with the president on the effectiveness of the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique, the CIA asserted that Abu Zubaydah identified KSM as Mukhtar after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Redacted. While Abu Zubaydah did provide information on KSM's alias, this information was provided by Abu Zubaydah to the FBI interrogators prior to the initiation of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. And while Abu Zubaydah was still in the intense care unit of a redacted hospital recovering from a gunshot wound incurred during his capture. Further, the information was corroborative of information already in CIA databases. Prior to the information provided by Abu Zubaydah, the CIA had intelligence, including a cable from August 28, 2001, indicating that KSM was now being called Mukhtar. Redacted. The CIA had represented that information acquired from CIA detainee Abu Zubaydah as a result of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, led to the capture of Ramzi bin al-Sib. This CIA representation was included in President Bush's September 6, 2006 speech on the CIA's detention and interrogation program. The speech, which was based on CIA information and vetted by the CIA, stated that the intelligence provided by CIA detainees cannot be found any other place, and that the nation's security depends on getting this kinds of information. The speech included the following. Zubaydah was questioned using these procedures, the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and soon he began to provide information on key al-Qaeda operatives, including information that helped us to find the capture more of those responsible for the attacks on the September 11th. For example, Zubaydah identified one of KSM's accomplices in the 9/11 attacks, a terrorist named Ramzi bin al-Sib. The information Zubaydah provided helped lead to the capture of bin al-Sib. And together, these two terrorists provided information that helped in the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Redacted. While the speech provided no additional detail on the capture of bin al-Sib, an internal email among senior CIA personnel provided additional background for why the CIA included the capture of Ramzi bin al-Sib in the president's speech as an example of the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. After the speech, the chief of the redacted department in CTC, redacted, sent an email to the chief of CTC, redacted, CTC legal, redacted, and two officers in the CIA Office of Public Affairs, among others. The email addressed press speculation that the intelligence successes attributed to the CIA detainees and the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in the president's speech were not accurate. Defending the accuracy of the speech, the chief of the redacted department in CTC wrote, "The New York Times has posted a story predictably poking holes in the president's speech regarding the CIA assertion that Abu Zubaydah provided information after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques that led to the capture of Ramzi bin al-Sib." The chief explained, "We knew Ramzi bin al-Sib was involved in 9/11 before AZ was captured. However, AZ gave us information on his recent activities that, when added into other information, helped us track him. Again, on this point, we were very careful and the speech is accurate in what it says about bin al-Sib." Redacted. In addition, on February 17, 2007, the deputy chief of the redacted department in CTC, redacted, testified to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence that Abu Zubaydah led us to Ramzi bin al-Sib, who in kind of 6 started the chain of events that led to the capture of KSM. Redacted. A review of CIA records found no connection between Abu Zubaydah's reporting on Ramzi bin al-Sib and Ramzi bin al-Sib's capture. CIA records indicate that Ramzi bin al-Sib was captured unexpectedly on September 11, 2002, when Pakistani authorities, redacted, were conducting raids targeting Hassan Gul in Pakistan. Redacted. While CIA records indicate that Abu Zubaydah provided information on Ramzi bin al-Sib, there is no indication in CIA records that Abu Zubaydah provided information on bin al-Sib's whereabouts. Further, while Abu Zubaydah provided information on bin al-Sib while being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, he provided similar information to the FBI special agents prior to the initiation of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Prior to the application of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, during interrogation sessions on May 19, 2003 and May 20, 2003, Abu Zubaydah reviewed photographs of the individuals known by his interrogators to be associated with the bombings of the USS Cole, as well as the September 11, 2001 attacks. Abu Zubaydah identified a picture of Ramzi bin al-Sib as al-Shiba and noted that he is always with KSM. Another record of this interrogation stated that showing Abu Zubaydah the photos was done to gauge his willingness to cooperate and provide details about people, the last time he saw them, where they were going, etc. He appeared to be very cooperative, providing details on people that we expected him to know, the collective groups when they departed Afghanistan, where he thinks they may now be, etc. Redacted. Shortly thereafter, on June 2, 2002, an FBI special agent showed Abu Zubaydah the FBI Pent Bomb photo book, which contained photographs numbered 1 through 35. A cable stated that Abu Zubaydah was volunteering information and was forthcoming and responding directly to questioning. Abu Zubaydah, who has not asked any preparatory questions regarding these photographs, identified photograph number 31, known as the interrogators as Ramzi bin al-Sib, as a man he knew as al-Shiba, and stated al-Shiba was with KSM in Kandahar circa December 2001. Abu Zubaydah stated that al-Shiba spoke Arabic like a Yemeni and noted that al-Shiba was in the media after the September 11, 2001 attacks. Redacted. In early June 2002, Abu Zubaydah interrogators recommended that Abu Zubaydah spend several weeks in isolation while the interrogation team members traveled, redacted, as a means of keeping Abu Zubaydah off balance and to allow the team needed time off for a break and to attend to personal matters, redacted, as well as to discuss the end game of Abu Zubaydah, redacted, with officers from CIA headquarters. As a result, on June 18, 2002, Abu Zubaydah was placed in isolation. Abu Zubaydah spent the remainder of June 2002 and all of July 2002, 47 days in total, in solitary detention without being asked any questions. During this period, Abu Zubaydah interrogators, redacted. The FBI special agents never returned to the detention site. Redacted. When CIA officers next interrogated Abu Zubaydah on August 4, 2002, they immediately used the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Abu Zubaydah, including the waterboard. On August 21, 2002, while Abu Zubaydah was still being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, a CIA cable noted that Abu Zubaydah was shown several photographs and immediately recognized the photograph of Ramzi bin al-Shib. Abu Zubaydah described bin al-Shib as having very dark, almost African-looking skin, and noted that he first met bin al-Shib after the 9/11 attacks in Kandahar, but added that he did not have in-depth conversations with him. A cable stated that, after being showed the photograph of bin al-Sib, Abu Zubaydah told interrogators that he was told bin al-Shib stayed at the same safe house as KSM had established for the pilots and other destined to be involved in the 9/11 attacks. An accompanying intelligence cable stated that Abu Zubaydah informed interrogators that he did not know and did not ask whether bin al-Shib had been involved in the attacks of September 11, 2001, but did state that he believed that bin al-Shib was one of the operatives working for Mukhtar, aka Khalid Saik Mohammed. Redacted. The information Abu Zubaydah provided while being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was described by CIA interrogators as significant new details. However, the information provided by Abu Zubaydah was similar to information Abu Zubaydah provided prior to the application of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, or was otherwise already known to the CIA. CIA records indicate that as early as September 15, 2001, Ramzi bin al-Sib was identified as an associate of the September 11, 2001 hijackers who attempted to obtain flight training in Florida. A July 27, 2002 cable from the CIA's ALEC station provided background information on bin al-Sib and stated that he was suspected of being the original 20th hijacker, whose participation in the 11 September attacks was thwarted by his inability to obtain a visa to enter the United States. Ramzi bin al-Sib was also identified as a member of the Hamburg cell that included hijacker Mohammed Atta, and bin al-Sib was featured in one of 5 suicide testimonial videos found in December 2001 at the residence of former UBL Osama bin Laden, Lieutenant Mohammed Atif in Afghanistan. Redacted. None of the above information resulted in Ramzi bin al-Sib's capture. As detailed below, Ramzi bin al-Sib is captured unexpectedly during raids in Pakistan on September 11, 2002, targeting Hassan Gul. Redacted. Prior to Abu Zubaydah's capture, the CIA considered Hassan Gul a first priority raid target, based on reporting that Gul has been a major support player within the al-Qaeda's network and has assisted al-Qaeda and Mujahid operatives by facilitating their travel. He is a senior aide to Abu Zubaydah, who was heavily involved in fundraising for a terrorist operation in spring 2001. Redacted. Additional reporting noted that Hassan Gul's phone number had been linked to a terrorist operative who was ready to conduct a surgical operation at any time, while other reporting indicated that Hassan Gul was working on a program believed to be related to terrorist activity. Redacted. According to CIA cables, once captured and prior to the initiation of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Abu Zubaydah confirmed that Hassan Gul was a high-level al-Qaeda facilitator who had contact with senior al-Qaeda members, including Hamza Rabi and Abu Maswib al-Zarqa. Abu Zubaydah also corroborated intelligence in CIA databases that Gul was involved in al-Qaeda fundraising efforts. During this same period, the CIA continued to receive additional intelligence on Gul from foreign governments, including that Gul was responsible for facilitating the movement of Saudi fighters throughout Pakistan. As noted on June 18, 2002, Abu Zubaydah was placed in isolation and was not asked any questions for 47 days. Redacted. In early June 2002, Pakistani authorities and the CIA were continuing their efforts to locate and capture Hassan Gul. A detainee in Pakistani custody, redacted, was provided detailed information to Pakistani authorities on Hassan Gul. Redacted. The detainee in Pakistan custody had been arrested with redacted in redacted. On May redacted 2002, during redacted government raids on multiple residencies throughout thought to be associated with al-Qaeda, during interviews with Pakistani authorities concerning how to locate and capture Hassan Gul, redacted, the detainee in Pakistan custody, identified redacted, a well-known associate of Hassan Gul, and the location of the redacted, well-known associate's home. Redacted. On July redacted 2002, seeking to capture Hassan Gul, Pakistani authorities redacted raided the home of redacted, the well-known associate of Hassan Gul. When the raid occurred, present at the home was redacted, the well-known associate, redacted, and family members of the well-known associates. A redacted, providing detail on the raid, states that redacted, the well-known associate, was interviewed on the spot and was fully cooperative with Pakistani authorities. Redacted, the well-known associate, stated that he had not seen Hassan Gul, or redacted, since June 3, 2002, but that he believed they were still in Karachi. According to redacted, the well-known associate, he had already informed Pakistani authorities that Hassan Gul was an al-Qaeda member. According to a cable, redacted, the well-known associate stated that, as a result of his reporting on Gul's to the Pakistani officials, he received a death threat from Hassan Gul, causing Gul to cease coming to the redacted, the well-known associate's house. Redacted. CIA records indicate that Pakistani authorities continued to interview the redacted, the well-known associate, in an effort to acquire information and capture Hassan Gul. A CIA cable dated July, redacted, 2002, states that the Pakistani government is keying on any information which could get redacted closer to bagging Hassan Gul, specifically through ongoing interviews of redacted, the well-known associate of Hassan Gul. According to the cable, during one of the interviews, redacted, the well-known associate, told Pakistani authorities about an address where Hassan Gul used to reside circa December 2001. Redacted, the well-known associate, sent redacted with the Pakistani officers to identify the home. The CIA officers wrote that the location is extremely close to, if not an exact match, to the location where KSM once resided, according to a June 18, 2002 report from the FBI. The identified home was raided but found empty. The CIA wrote, redacted, are hitting the right places, safe houses, albeit at the wrong times. Our efforts have gotten us closer than ever to at least Hassan Gul. During the meetings between the Pakistani authorities and Redacted, the well-known associate, Redacted, the well-known associate, provided the Pakistani authorities with a copy of a Redacted, reportedly belonging to Hassan Gul. Redacted. In the same cable, the CIA reported that Redacted, the well-known associate, had approached the police for assistance in retrieving Redacted, who was Redacted, a specific family member of the well-known associate. Redacted. On July Redacted 2002, CTC officers at CIA headquarters wrote that they were reading the cables from the CIA, Redacted, noting that they were particularly interested in the interview of the raid targets, Redacted, the well-known associate of Hassan Gul, who admitted, Redacted, to his knowledge of Gul's involvement in al-Qaeda's activities. The cable stated, recognizing that Redacted, the well-known associate, claims his contact with Gul stopped approximately 1 month ago when he reported Gul to the Pakistani authorities. However, given Redacted, his close association, to one of our high-interest targets, request Redacted initiate technical surveillance of Redacted, the well-known associate's telephone, to determine if they may yield any information on Gul's current whereabouts. CIA records do not indicate if technical surveillance of Redacted, the well-known associate's telephone, was conducted. Redacted. According to CIA records, once captured and prior to the initiation of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Abu Zubaydah confirmed that Hassan Gul was a high-level al-Qaeda facilitator who had contact with senior al-Qaeda members, including Hamza Rabi and Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Abu Zubaydah also corroborated intelligence in CIA databases that Gul was involved in al-Qaeda's fundraising efforts. As noted, on July 18, 2002, Abu Zubaydah was placed in isolation and therefore was not questioned on the July 2002 raids on Redacted, the well-known associate's home, or the information acquired from the interviews of Redacted, the well-known associate, conducted by Pakistani authorities. On August 4, 2002, after Abu Zubaydah spent 47 days in isolation, CIA interrogators entered his cell and immediately began subjecting Abu Zubaydah to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including the waterboard. As he had before the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, when asked questions, Abu Zubaydah continued to provide intelligence, including on Hassan Gul. On August 20, 2002, while still being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Abu Zubaydah was asked specifically how he would find Hassan Gul. There are no records indicating that Abu Zubaydah had previously been asked this question. In response, Abu Zubaydah provided corroborative reporting that Hassan Gul could possibly be located through Redacted, the well-known associate of Hassan Gul. There are no CIA records indicating that Abu Zubaydah provided information on the location of Redacted, the well-known associate's home, which, as noted, had been raided weeks earlier on July Redacted 2002, and was already known to the CIA and Pakistani authorities. Redacted. 9 days after Abu Zubaydah referenced Redacted, the well-known associate of Hassan Gul, on August 29, 2002, CIA headquarters asked Redacted to request that Pakistani authorities re-interview Redacted, the well-known associate, for additional intelligence on Hassan Gul. The next day, August 30th, 2002, Redacted informed CIA headquarters that Pakistani authorities were in contact with the Redacted, the well-known associate, but that Redacted would nonetheless ask the Pakistani authorities to question Redacted, the well-known associate, again about Hassan Gul's location. On August 31st, 2002, Redacted relayed that Pakistani authorities and Redacted believed it was possible that Redacted, the well-known associate, was not being fully truthful in his interview with Pakistani authorities. On September 3rd, 2002, Redacted reported that Pakistani authorities had re-interviewed Redacted, the well-known associate, an unknown number of times, and that the Pakistani authorities noted that at times Redacted, the well-known associate, contradicted himself. Approximately 1 week later, on September 9th, 2002, Pakistani authorities returned again to Redacted, the well-known associate's home, and interviewed Redacted, a specific family member of the well-known associate, who had recently returned to Redacted, the well-known associate's home.
In interviews with Pakistani authorities, redacted, the specific family member of the well-known associate was cooperative and told the Pakistani authorities where Hassan Gul's last apartment was located. Based on the information provided by Gul's apartment, Pakistani authorities conducted a raid but found the apartment empty. Pakistani authorities then located and interviewed, redacted, a third individual at the apartment complex. From the interview of the third individual, Pakistani authorities learned that while Hassan Gul had vacated the apartment, he was scheduled to return to the complex. Redacted. Based on this information, Pakistani authorities placed the complex under surveillance and waited for Hassan Gul to return. On September 10th, 2002, Pakistani authorities arrested 2 individuals believed to be Hassan Gul and his driver outside of the apartment complex. A CIA cable noted that Gul had returned to the apartments to redacted. However, he got more than he bargained for. Another CIA cable stated, interestingly, he denies being Hassan Gul, claiming Hassan Gul is someone else. While redacted are fairly certain we do in fact have Hassan Gul in custody, we would like to make every effort to verify. September 11, 2002, it was determined that an individual named Muhammad Ahmad Ghulam Rabini, aka Abu Badar, and his driver were arrested, not Hassan Gul. Abu Badar's driver, Muhammad Madni, was immediately cooperative and told the arresting officers that Abu Badar was a major al-Qaeda facilitator. He then proceeded to provide Pakistani authorities with information about al-Qaeda-affiliated residences and safe houses in Karachi. Based on the information provided by Muhammad Mardini, Pakistani authorities conducted redacted raids in Karachi over the next 2 days. Raids of the initial sites resulted in the recovery of a number of modified electrical switch-type mechanisms, modified circuit and game boards, and other miscellaneous wires, with alligator clips and battery attachments. On September 11, 2002, additional raids resulted in the arrest of 11 individuals, including Ramizi bin al-Sibah. According to CIA records, bin al-Bisha initially identified himself as Umar Muhammad. Abdullah Abba Ammar, a.k.a. Abu Uduyai, and the CIA noted this individual strongly resembled pictures of Ramizi bin al-Shibi. When asked if he was videotaped in al-Qaeda's videos, he answered yes. Shortly thereafter, the CIA confirmed Ramizi bin al-Shibi was the individual in Pakistani custody. Hassan Gul was ultimately captured by foreign authorities in the Iraq Kurdistan region on January redacted 2004. Hassan Gul's capture was unrelated to reporting from the CIA's detention and interrogation program. On September 6, 2006, President Bush delivered a speech based on information provided by the CIA and vetted by the CIA that included the following statement. Zubaydah was questioned using these procedures. The CIA enhanced interrogation techniques, and soon he began to provide information on key al-Qaeda operatives, including information that helped us find and capture those who were responsible for the attacks on September 11th. For example, Zubaydah identified one of the KSM's accomplices in the 9/11 attacks, a terrorist named Ramiz bin al-Shibi. The information Zubaydah provided helped lead to the capture of bin al-Shib, and together these two territories provided information that helped the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Contrary to CIA representations, there are no CIA records to support the assertion that Abu Zubaydah, Ramiz bin al-Shibi, or any other CIA detainee played any role in the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. CIA records clearly describe that the capture of KSM was attributable to the unilateral CIA asset, Asset X, who gained access to KSM through redacted, with whom the CIA asset had prior independent connections. Asset X's possible access to KSM through redacted was apparent to the CIA as early as fall of 2001. Prior to his formal recruitment, the CIA had multiple opportunities to exploit Asset X's access to KSM, redacted in 2001, and in 2002 after he was recruited but did not. In February-March 2003, Asset X, led by the CIA directly to KSM, the contemporaneous documentary record of this narrative is supported by numerous after-action interviews conducted by the CIA's Oral History Program. As the CIA officer who handled Asset X and who was directly involved in the capture of KSM stated, "The operation was a human op, pretty much from start to finish." Within days after the attacks of September 11, 2001, CTC officers suspected KSM of playing a key role in the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. Shortly thereafter, CTC officers also noted that the striking similarities between the September 11, 2001 attacks and the 1993 World Trade Center bombing by KSM's nephew, Ramiz Youssef, redacted. On September 26, 2001, the CIA's Alex station issued a cable on KSM and Ramiz Youssef that described extension derogatory information on redacted. The CIA officer who drafted the September 26, 2001 cable wrote in an email that redacted were associated with terrorists, and that redacted probably is close associate of KSM. In a separate email, the CIA officer wrote that at minimum, we should go after redacted. Both emails were sent to CIA officers who, a day later, would consider redacted Asset X, a potential CIA source whose access to KSM through redacted was readily apparent. Asset X came to the CIA's attention in the spring of 2001, redacted. However, CIA officers did not meet with Asset X until after September 11, 2001 attacks. On September 28, 2001, Alex Station sent a cable, redacted, nothing that, given the events of September 11th, we are very interested in exploring whatever information Asset X may have with regard to the terrorist plans by UBL. The CIA held its first meeting with Asset X on redacted, 2001, at which time Asset X indicated that he knew redacted. The cable describing the first meeting states that Asset X's knowledge redacted appears to check out and demonstrates some degree of access knowledge redacted. On redacted 2001, the cable describing the first meeting with Asset X was forwarded by the drafter of the September 26, 2001 cable on the derogatory information concerning redacted to a number of CTC officers in an email with the subject line, Asset X information re-redacted. The following day, the cable was forwarded again to CTC officers with the subject line, Access to Khalid Shuka Muhammad. On redacted 2001, Asset X held his second meeting with the CIA officers, who described Asset X as very willing to clandestinely assist the USG as directed. At the same meeting, Asset X identified the photograph redacted. On redacted 2001, CIA headquarters wrote that the CIA would be keenly interested if Asset X can dig into the KSM redacted. In redacted 2001, Asset X proposed multiple times to the CIA that he use his contacts to locate KSM through redacted, the same approach that would lead the CIA to KSM more than 15 months later. Asset X also argued for a more aggressive and proactive approach, redacted, but was eventually convinced by CIA officers to redacted instead. After Alex Station rejected the CIA case officer's recommended financial compensation for Asset X, Asset X declined to work with the CIA as a CIA source. Over the next 9 months, the CIA continued to believe that Asset X had the potential to develop information on KSM and his location, and sought but was unable to reestablish contact with Asset X. During this time, the CIA continued to collect intelligence on KSM redacted and sought other opportunities to gain access to KSM through redacted. In July 2002, a detainee in foreign government custody provided extensive information on KSM's redacted and confirmed that KSM was very close to redacted, who should know how to contact KSM. When the CIA finally located and met with Asset X on redacted 2002, Asset X stated that he could redacted within a few weeks and was willing to travel redacted to locate redacted. Asset X was recruited as a source to the CIA, but despite his offer to track KSM's redacted, Asset X was dispatched to the CIA redacted. By the time Asset X returned to redacted 2002, his previous CIA case officer handler departed for another CIA assignment redacted. Asset X was thus handled by a new CIA officer who was unfamiliar with Asset X's potential utility in tracking KSM. Seeking guidance on how to proceed with Asset X, the new CIA case officer sent several cables to CIA headquarters, which he later described as disappearing into the black hole. According to an interview of a CIA officer involved in the operation, the cables were being sent to a special compartment at CIA headquarters, which had been previously used by the team redacted. With the dispersal of the CIA team, however, the compartment was idle and no one at CIA headquarters was receiving and reading the cables being sent to the special compartment. When the CIA case officer received no response to the cables he was sending to CIA headquarters, he made preparations to terminate the CIA's responsibility with Asset X. According to interviews in Redacted 2002, the CIA officer redacted and was on his way to meet Asset X to terminate the asset's relationship with the CIA. By chance, a CIA officer who had previously handled Asset X redactment was visiting redactment. This visiting CIA officer overheard the discussion between the chief of base and the CIA case officer concerning the CIA's termination of Asset X as a CIA source. The discussion included names that Asset X had been discussing with the case officer redacted. Names that the visiting officer recognized redacted. The visiting CIA officer interceded and recommended that CIA base delay the termination of Asset X as a CIA source. At the next meeting, Asset X again demonstrated that he had direct access to KSM's redactment. As a result, the CIA decided not to terminate Asset X's work as a CIA source. Shortly thereafter, in Redactment 2003, Asset X traveled on his own volitation and without prior discussion with the CIA to Redactment, and Redactment a face-to-face meeting with KSM. When Asset X later informed CIA officers about his trip, Redactment direct access to KSM Redactment. The internal debate with the CIA continued, however, with the redactment, and Asset X and his CIA handlers urging the CIA to delay action and wait for an opportunity for Asset X to locate KSM. Alex Station initially supported immediate action to capture any KSM associate Asset X could lead them to, before reversing its position in February Redactment 2003. The next day, Asset X arrived in Istanbul Redactment when he was surprised to find KSM Redactment. Asset X Redactment sent a text message to CIA handler stating, IMWKSM. Redactment. Asset X contacted the CIA and conveyed what had just occurred. Redactment. In an interview with CIA's oral history program, the CIA case officer described what happened. We went around, Redactment. Asset X turns around to me and says, look, I don't know. I guess I'm nervous, Redactment. I said, look, brother, there are 25 million frigging reasons why you need to find Redactment. That's what the reward was. He looks at me and says, I understand. I understand.
The CIA represented the intelligence derived from the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation technique against CIA detainees. KSM led to the capture of Mahid Khan. These representations were inaccurate. In multiple interviews with the CIA Office of Inspector General, CIA officers stated that information from KSM led to capture of Mahid Khan and that KSM gave us Mahid Khan. The deputy chief of ALEC station and former KSM debriefer Redacted represented that KSM provided information that helped lead to the arrest of Mahid Khan, an operative who could get into the U.S. easily. The draft OIG special review repeated the representations of Redacted and others, stating the KSM provided information that helped lead to the arrest of terrorists, including Mahid Khan, an operative who could enter the United States easily and was tasked to research attacks against U.S. water reservoirs. On February 27, 2004, DDO James Pavitt submitted the CIA's formal response to the Draft Inspector General Special Review. Pavitt's submission represented that Mahid Khan was in custody because of the information we were able lawfully to obtain from KSM. The final and now declassified CIA Inspector General Special Review states that KSM provided information that helped lead to the arrest of terrorists, including Mahid Khan, and operatives who could enter the United States easily and was tasked to research attacks. In the passage of the Inspector General Special Review that included the inaccurate representations, on July 29, 2003, CIA leadership met with the select members of the National Security Council to obtain reaffirmation of the CIA interrogation program. The CIA stated that detainees subjected to the use of enhanced technique of one kind of or another had produced significant intelligence information that had, in the view of CIA professionals, saved lives. Briefing slides provided by the CIA stated that major threat information was acquired, providing the identification of Mahid Khan's family by KSM as an example. The side slides were used at least in part of subsequent briefing. On September 16, 2003, a briefing was conducted by Secretary of State Colin Powell and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, the content of which was described as virtually identical to the July 29, 2003 briefing. The slides were also used in October 7, 2003, briefing the Assistant Attorney General Jack Goldsmith. CIA records indicate that Mahid Khan was identified and located prior to any reporting from KSM. There is no indication in CIA records that reporting from KSM or any other CIA detainee played any role in the identification and capture of Mahid Khan. On January 10, 2003, the FBI's Baltimore field office opened a full-field international terrorism investigation on the email account bobdessy@hotmail.com. According to FBI's investigation records, the investigation was predicted upon information received through the Central Intelligence Agency centering. A known Al-Qaeda email account was already used, FISA coverage redacted 6 days later on January 6, 2003. Open source research related to the Bob Desi email account reveals a personal website. For the use, Mahid Khan in February 2003 redacted was tracking Mahid Khan internet activity and was confident he was located at his brother's house in Karachi, Pakistan. On March 4, 2003, Alex Station noted that activity on an Al-Qaeda email account associated with Khalad bin Atash that was in contact with Mahid Khan had been dormant. Alex Station recommended that redacted move to capture Mahid Khan in the hope and Mahid Khan could lead CIA officers to Khalad bin Atash. The following morning, March 5, 2003, officers from Pakistan redacted carried out a raid on Mahid Khan's brother, detained Mahid Khan. On March 15, 2003, Deputy Chief of Alex Station redacted sent an email to CIA headquarters noting that she had read the reporting from Mahid Khan's foreign government interrogations and was requested photographs of Mahid Khan and his associates to use in the KSM interrogations. CIA headquarters provided the photographs the same day. On March 17, 2003, KSM was shown the photograph of Mahid Khan and discussed the person he stated he knew as Yusuf for the first time. The thwarting of Camp Lemonnier plotting. The CIA represented the intelligence derived from the use of CIA enhanced interrogation technique thwarting plotting against the U.S. military base Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti. These representations were inaccurate. In the September 6, 2006 speech acknowledging the CIA's detention and interrogation program, which was based on CIA provided information and vetted by the CIA President George W. Bush, stated, This is intelligence that cannot be found any other place, and our security depends on getting this kind of information. The speech continued. There are some of the plots that have been stopped because of information from the vital program. Terrorists held in CIA custody have all provided. An officer of the Director of National Intelligence public released accompanying the September 6, 2006 speech states that the CIA designated a new interrogation program that would be safe, effective, and legal. The document asserts in early 2004, shortly after his capture, Al-Qaeda facilitator Jalud Hassan Durard revealed that in mid-2003, Al-Qaeda's East Africa cell leader Abu Talib al-Sudin sent him from Mogadishu to Djibouti to case the U.S. Marine base Camp Lemonnier as part of a plot to send suicide bombers with a truck bomb. Similarly, in a prepared briefing for the chairman of the House Defense Operations Subcommittee, John Murda, on October 30th, 2007, the CIA represented that the CIA could not conduct its detention operations at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, because interrogations conducted on U.S. military installations were comply with the Army Field Manual. The CIA presentation stated that the CIA program was critical to the CIA's ability to protect American homeland and U.S. forces and citizens abroad from terrorist attack. The most, if not all, of the intelligence acquired from high-value detainees in the CIA program would likely not have been discovered or reported in any other way. The CIA program is in no way comparable to the detainee programs run by our military, and that the CIA used information derived from the program to disrupt terrorist plots, including against our military. The CIA presentation then stated, a CIA detainee informed us of an operation underway to attack the U.S. military at Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti. We believe that our understanding of this plot helped us to prevent the attack. A review of CIA records found that 1. The detainee to whom the CIA's representations refer, Gould, variant Gould Hassan Durad, was not subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. 2. The CIA was aware of the and reported on the terrorist threat to Camp Lemonnier prior to receiving any information from CIA detainees. Jalid provided cooperative reporting to the threat prior to being transferred to CIA custody. And 4, contrary to CIA representations, the plotting did not stop because of the information acquired from CIA detainee Gulid in 2004, but rather continued well into 2007. On March 4th, 2004, Gulid was captured in Djibouti based on information obtained from a foreign government and a CIA source. Prior to entertaining CIA custody, Gulid was confronted with information acquired from signals intelligence. He confirmed that he cased Camp Lemonnier for a potential terrorist attack. CIA sought to render Gulid to CIA custody in order to question Gulid about senior Al-Qaeda East Africa members Abu Talib al-Sunni and Salih Ali Salah Nabadan. A CIA cable states, Gulid represents the closest we have come to any individual with first-hand face-to-face knowledge of Abu Talib al-Sunni and Naban, and our hope is that Gulid will provide key intelligence necessary for the capture of these senior Al-Qaeda members. Prior to Gulid's rendition to CIA custody, he provided detailed information on his casing of Camp Lemonnier to CIA officers. On March redacted 2004, Gulid was rendered to CIA custody. There are no records to indicate that Gulid was subjugated to CIA's enhanced interrogation technique, nor are there any CIA records to indicate that Gulid was indeed the information that was the basis for the rendition of CIA's custody information leading to the capture of Abu Talib Sarin or Salih Ali Sad Naban. While in CIA custody, Gulid continued to provide information on targeting of Camp Lemonnier. Gulid stated that Abu Talib al-Sadin had not yet picked the operatives for the attack against Camp Lemonnier, that the attack was on hold while they raised the necessary funds via the bank robbery operation, and that he, Gaid, was not informed of the operation plan. Neither the detention of Gaid nor the information he provided thwarted the terrorist plotting camp against Camp Lemonnier, and CIA records indicated that attack planning against Camp Lemonnier continued well after Gaid captured in March 2004 to include a time period beyond the president's September 6, 2006 speech in March 2005. And CIA sought approval to render an associate of Gaid, whom the CIA stated was planning terrorist attacks on U.S. targets in East Africa, particularly against Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti. In October 2005, a cable stated a body of reporting indicates that East Africa Al-Qaeda's network operatives are currently planning attacks on U.S. interests in the region, particularly the U.S. military base Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti. In April 2007, the continued terrorist threat reporting against Camp Lemonnier resulted in a request for the camp to further alter their security practice. In October 2007, in light of the ongoing threat reporting related to Camp Lemonnier, CIA officer Redacted attempted to explain the CIA validated statement in the president's September 6, 2006 speech that terrorists held in CIA custody helped stop the planned strike on U.S. Marines at Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti. Redacted. Who was involved in vetting of the speech wrote to a CIA colleague tracking the ongoing threats to Camp Lemonnier that the reasoning behind the CIA validation of the language in the speech, and remember, we can argue about whether or not planning constitutes a plot and about whether anything is ever disrupted, was the detainee reporting increased our awareness of attack plotting against the base, leading to heightened security. A review of CIA records, however, found no indication that CIA detainee reporting from Gaid or any other CIA detainee alerted the CIA or the U.S. military to increased terrorist target of Camp Lemonnier. To the contrary, CIA records indicate that the CIA was in possession of substantial threat reporting demonstrating that Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti was being targeted by Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda affiliated extremists prior to the detention of Gaid on March 4, 2004. For example, on January 28, 2003, a foreign government report disseminated by the CIA stated that Al-Qaeda's operatives were planning to ram the explosives laden truck into a military base, probably Camp Lemonnier. On March 10, 2003, a terrorist adversary was issued which stated that U.S. forces stationed at Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti could be targeted. Similar reporting continued through 2003, and by the end of the year, the CIA had redacted coverage indicating that Gaid and other identified operatives were being
directed by Abu Talha al-Sudani to target Camp Lemonnier. By the end of December 2003, Djiboutian authorities confirmed that Gulid had cased Camp Lemonnier and that Gulid appeared to have formulated a complete targeting package, which included an escape route. It was this reporting that led Redacted to capture Gulid on March 4, 2004. 7. The assertion that CIA detainees subjected to enhanced interrogation techniques helped validate CIA sources. Redacted. In addition to CIA claims that information produced during or after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques led to the disruption of terrorist plots and the capture of specific terrorists, the CIA also represented that its enhanced interrogation techniques were necessary to validate CIA sources. The claim was based on one CIA detainee, Janat Gul, contradicting the reporting of one CIA asset. Redacted. The CIA repeatedly represented to policymakers that information acquired after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques helped to validate CIA sources. For example, CIA Director Michael Hayden provided testimony to the committee on April 12, 2007, that, quote, detainee information is a key tool for validating clandestine sources. In fact, in one case, the detainee's information proved to be the accurate story, and the clandestine source was confronted and subsequently admitted to embellishing or fabricating some or all of the details in his report, end quote. Redacted. Similarly, in January 2009, the CIA compiled a detailed briefing book for a planned 3-hour briefing of the CIA's detention and interrogation program for President-elect Obama's national security staff. Included in the materials was a document that stated, quote, key intelligence was collected from HVD interrogations after applying the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, end quote. After this statement, the CIA provided examples, including that the, quote, the most significant reporting, end quote, acquired from CIA detainee Janat Ghul after applying the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was information that helped the CIA validate a CIA asset. The document states, Pakistan-based facilitator Janat Ghul's most significant reporting helped us validate a CIA asset who was providing information about the 2004 pre-election threat. The asset claimed that Ghul had arranged a meeting between himself and al-Qaeda's chief of finance, Sheikh Saeed, a claim that Ghul vehemently denied. Ghul's reporting was later matched with information obtained from Sharif al-Masri and Abu Talha al-Pakistani, captured after Ghul. With this reporting in hand, CIA redacted the asset, who subsequently admitted to fabricating his reporting about the meeting. Redacted. The CIA representation that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques produced information that allowed the CIA to identify the reporting of a CIA asset as fabricated lacked critical contextual information. The CIA representations did not describe how the CIA assets reporting was already doubted by CIA officers prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Ghul. Nor did the CIA representations acknowledge that the asset's fabricated reporting was the reason that Janat Ghul was subjected to the techniques in the first place. The CIA concluded that Janat Ghul was not a high-level al-Qaeda figure and did not possess threat information, but this conclusion was not included in CIA representations. Redacted. In March 2004, the CIA received reporting from a CIA asset, Asset Y, that Janat Ghul was planning with senior al-Qaeda leaders to conduct attacks inside the United States. The attacks were reportedly planned to occur prior to the U.S. elections in November 2004. Asset Y, who cited Janat Ghul as the source of the information, stated that Ghul was going to facilitate a meeting between Abu Faraj al-Libi and Asset Y in support of the operation. As noted, CIA officers expressed doubts about Asset Y's reporting at the time it was received. A senior CIA officer, redacted, who formerly served as chief of the Bin Laden unit, raised questions about the reliability of the asset's reporting on March redacted, 2004, stating that the reporting was vague and worthless in terms of actionable intelligence, and that al-Qaeda loses nothing by disclosing the information. He further stated that, given an al-Qaeda statement emphasizing a lack of desire to strike before the U.S. election, and al-Qaeda's knowledge that threat reporting causes panic in Washington and leaks soon after it is received, the report would be an easy way for al-Qaeda to test Asset Y. ALEC station officer, redacted, expressed similar doubts about the source's reporting in response to the email. Redacted. Less than 3 months later, Janat Ghul was captured in Redacted on June Redacted 2004. On June Redacted 2004, CIA's Redacted proposed that Ghul be rendered to CIA custody, citing Asset Y's reporting. During this period, however, the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques had been suspended by the CIA director. On June 29, 2004, a draft memorandum from DCI Tenet to National Security Advisor Rice sought special approval from the National Security Council Principals Committee to use the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Janat Ghul to learn more about the threat reporting from Asset Y. The memorandum referenced Asset Y's reporting and stated that if the CIA could use the techniques, the agency would be in an optimum position to obtain from Ghul critical intelligence necessary to save American lives, by disrupting the pre-election plot, locating senior al-Qaeda leaders still at large, and learning how Osama bin Laden communicates with his operatives. The memorandum further stated that, given the magnitude of the danger posed by the pre-election plot and Janat Gul's almost certain knowledge of any intelligence about that plot, I request the fastest possible resolution of the above issues. Redacted. On July 2nd, 2004, the day that CIA headquarters approved the rendition of Janat Gul to CIA custody, the CIA represented to select members of the National Security Council that Janat Gul was one of the most senior radical Islamic facilitators in Pakistan, and noted that he was assessed by a key source on the pre-election plot to be involved in or to have information on the plot. On July 15, 2004, based on the reporting of Asset Y, the CIA represented to the chairman and vice chairman of the committee that Janat Gul was associated with a pre-election plot to conduct an attack in the United States. On July 20, 2004, select National Security Council principals met again, and according to CIA records, agreed that, given the current threat and risk of delay, CIA was authorized and directed to use the techniques with Janat Gul as necessary. On July 22, 2004, Attorney General Ashcroft approved the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Janat Gul based on Asset Y's reporting. Redacted. Janat Gul was rendered to CIA custody on July 2004. On August 2, 2004, Janat Gul denied knowledge of any imminent threats against the United States homeland. Gul's denial was deemed a strong resistance posture by CIA detention site personnel. Janat Gul was then subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques from August 3, 2004 to August 10, 2004, and then again from August 21, 2004 to August 25, 2004. Redacted. On August 19, 2004, CIA personnel wrote that the interrogation team does not believe Gul is withholding imminent threat information. On August 25, 2004, CIA interrogators sent a cable to CIA headquarters stating that Janat Gul may not possess all that the CIA believes him to know. The interrogators added that the interrogation team maintains a degree of caution in some areas, as many issues linking Gul to al-Qaeda are derived from single-source reporting, a reference to the CIA source Asset Y. Redacted. That same day, August 25, 2004, the CIA's Associate General Counsel provided a letter to the DOJ seeking approval to use additional CIA enhanced interrogation techniques against Janat Gul: dietary manipulation, nudity, water dousing, and the abdominal slap. The letter asserted that Janat Gul had information concerning imminent threats to the United States and information that might assist in locating senior al-Qaeda operatives whose removal from the battlefield could severely disrupt planned terrorist attacks against the United States. The letter stated, in addition, CIA understands that before his capture, Gul had been working to facilitate a direct meeting between the redacted CIA redacted source reporting on the pre-election threat, Asset Y, and Abu Faraj himself. Gul had arranged a previous meeting between Asset Y and al-Qaeda finance chief Sheikh Saeed, at which elements of the pre-election threat were discussed. Redacted. The letter from the CIA's Associate General Counsel asserted that Janat Gul's resistance increases when questioned about matters that may connect him to al-Qaeda or evidence that he has direct knowledge of operational terrorist activities. The letter stated that the CIA sought approval to add 4 enhanced interrogation techniques to Janat Gul's interrogation plan in order to reduce markedly Gul's strong resistance posture and provide an opportunity for the interrogation team to obtain his cooperation. On August 26, 2004, Acting Assistant Attorney General Dan Levin informed CIA Acting General Counsel Rizzo that the use of the 4 additional enhanced interrogation techniques did not violate any U.S. statutes, the U.S. Constitution, or U.S. treaty obligations. Levin's letter stated that, "We understand that Janat Gul is a high-value al-Qaeda operative who is believed to possess information concerning an imminent terrorist threat to the United States." Redacted. On August 27, 2004, Ghoul's CIA interrogators reported that in terms of overt indications of resistance, Ghoul's overall resistance is currently judged to be minimal. Nonetheless, on August 31, 2004, the CIA interrogators asked CIA headquarters to approve an extension of all CIA enhanced interrogation techniques against Janat Ghoul. The CIA's Associate General Counsel objected, writing, quote, "In the end, it's going to be an operational call. I just want to be sure that the record is clear that we're not acting precipitously and are taking into consideration everything we're learning about this guy. We open ourselves to possible criminal liability if we misuse the interrogation techniques. I reflect again on the cable or cables from the interrogation team that opines that physical EITs, facial slap, walling, etc., do not work on him. I would strongly encourage, then, HQS not to approve the use of physical interrogation techniques, because if they don't work, then our motives are questionable. If our motives might be questioned, then we get ourselves in trouble." Redacted. Despite these concerns, on September 3, 2004, CIA headquarters released a cable extending approval for sleep deprivation for 30 days. CIA records indicate, however, that Ghoul was not subjected to sleep deprivation or any other enhanced interrogation technique following his approval. Redacted. On September 7th, 2004, more than a month after Janat Ghoul was rendered to CIA custody, a CIA officer who had observed the interrogations of Ghoul prepared a memorandum for the leadership of the CIA's renditions, detentions, and interrogations group, stating, quote, "The definition of an HVD has probably become blurred over the past year as CIA began to render a higher number of MVDs, that's medium value detainees, but Janat Ghoul would not be considered an HVD when compared to Abu Zubaydah, KSM, and similar level HVDs. Janat Ghoul should likewise not be considered an operational planner or even an operator. It is very likely that Janat Ghoul came into contact with operational information, but we lack credible information that ties him to pre-election threat information or direct operational planning against the United States at home or abroad. Likewise, we lack any substantive information that connects Janat Ghoul to UBL, Zawahiri, and Abu Faraj al-Libi." End quote. Redacted. On September 16, 2004, CIA detention site personnel wrote that Janat Ghoul's reporting directly contradicted information from Asset Y from March 2004, and stated that much of our derogatory information on Ghoul came from Asset Y reporting, as did much of our pre-election threat information. Redacted. On September 17, 2004, following the reports about the discrepancies between the comments made by Janat Ghoul and Asset Y, as well as similar denials from Sharif al-Masri, who was in foreign government custody, the CIA undertook a counterintelligence review of Asset Y to assess the validity of Asset Y's reporting.
Redacted. On October 2004 and October redacted 2004, CIA officers provided a redacted assessment of Asset Y. That redacted assessment indicated that Asset Y was deceptive in response to questions regarding his alleged meetings with a senior al-Qaeda official, Sheikh Saeed, at which Asset Y claimed to have learned about the pre-election threats. Asset Y then admitted to having fabricated the information about the meeting. Redacted. Despite the recantation of reporting from Asset Y, officers from the CIA's Alex station continue to assess that Janat Ghoul was one of the highest-ranking facilitators in Pakistan with long-standing access to seniors leading in al-Qaeda and other groups. This assessment was not shared by CIA personnel involved in Ghoul's interrogation. On November 10, 2004, the CIA's chief of base at detention site Black, the CIA detention site hosting Ghoul, wrote that the words used by Alex Station to describe Janat Ghoul redacted. On November 22, 2004, a CIA officer noted that the discrepancy between the CIA's description of Janat Ghoul as a potential source of intelligence information regarding an attack by al-Qaeda in a draft OLC memorandum and the current assessment of Janat Ghoul. In an email, the CIA officer indicated that he had spoken to the CIA's Associate General Counsel, redacted, who had informed him that the state of our knowledge about Ghoul had evolved since he was captured. The email noted that, at first we believed he had attack information of a more imminent nature, but now it appears that he does not have such information. The email indicated that Redacted would talk to personnel at OLC about the issue to amend the draft opinion to reflect the state of our knowledge. The OLC memorandum was not updated. Redacted. On December 19, 2004, CIA detention site personnel wrote again that Janat Ghul was not the man made him out to be, and that he is a very simple man who no doubt did a capable job as facilitator, but he is not the link to senior AQ leaders that CIA headquarters said he was. Redacted. On April 6, 2005, as the OLC approached completion of its analysis of the legality of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the OLC asked the CIA about the interrogation of Ghul using the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Specifically, what the CIA got from Janat Ghul was it valuable and did it help anything? The CIA did not immediately respond to this request, and CIA's Associate General Counsel, Redacted, noted that OLC personnel had taken to calling him daily for information. On April 14, 2005, a CIA officer emailed Redacted talking points stating that Pakistan-based facilitator Janat Ghul's most significant reporting helped us validate a CIA asset who was providing information about the 2004 pre-election threat. The asset claimed that Ghul had arranged the meeting between himself and Al-Qaeda chief of finance, Shaikh Saeed, a claim that Ghul vehemently denied. Ghul's report was later matched with information obtained from Sharif al-Mazari and Abdul Tala, captured after Ghul. With this reporting in hand, CIA redacted the asset, who subsequently admitted to fabricating his reporting about the meeting. Redacted. On May 10, 2005, the OLC issued a formal memorandum that included a discussion of the legality of the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Janat Ghul. Citing information provided in the CIA August 25, 2004 letter, the OLC memorandum stated, "You asked for our advice concerning these interrogation techniques in connection with their use on a specific high-value Al-Qaeda detainee named Janat Ghul. You informed us that the CIA believed Ghul had information about Al-Qaeda's plans to launch an attack within the United States. According to CIA's information, Ghul had extensive connections to various Al-Qaeda leaders, members of the Taliban, and the Al-Zawahiri network, and had arranged meetings between an associate and Al-Qaeda's finance chief to discuss such an attack. Our conclusions depend on these assessments." Redacted. On May 30, 2005, the OLC issued a memorandum concluded that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against CIA detainees did not violate Article 16 of the Convention Against Torture. In the memorandum, Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Stephen G. Bradbury used the example of Janat Ghul as a detainee who was representative of the high-value detainees on whom enhanced techniques have been or might be used. Redacted. Citing information from the CIA's August 25, 2004 letter, Bradbury wrote, "The CIA believed that Janat Ghul had actionable intelligence concerning the pre-election threat to the United States. Ghul had extensive connections to various Al-Qaeda leaders, members of the Taliban, and the Al-Zawahiri network. And intelligence indicated that Ghul had arranged a meeting between redacted source and Al-Qaeda finance chief Shaikh Saeed at which elements of the pre-election threat were discussed." Redacted. As noted, the CIA had represented the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was necessary for Janat Ghul to provide information on an imminent threat to the United States, the pre-election threat. As further noted, Ghul did not provide this information, and records indicate that the threat was based on fabricated CIA source reporting. When the OLC requested the results of using CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Janat Ghul, the CIA represented that Ghul had provided information that has helped the CIA with validating one of its key assets reporting on the pre-election threat. This information was included in the May 30th, 2005 OLC memorandum, which also stated that Ghul's information contradicted the asset's contention that Ghul met with Shaikh Saeed, and that, armed with Ghul's assertions, the CIA redacted the asset, who then admitted that he had lied about the meeting. There are no indications in the memorandum, and the CIA informed the OLC that CIA officers had concluded that Ghul had no information about the pre-election threat and had determined that Ghul was not the man we thought he was. As noted, after the May 30th, 2005 OLC memorandum, the CIA continued to represent the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques allowed the CIA to validate sources. The CIA represented that information obtained through the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques produced otherwise unavailable intelligence that led to the identification and or arrest of Uzair Paracha and his father, Saifullah Paracha, aka Saif al-Rahman Paracha. These CIA representations included inaccurate information and omit significant material information, specifically a body of intelligence reporting acquired prior to CIA detainee reporting that linked the Parachas to al-Qaeda's related activities. Redacted. CIA representations also credit the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques with the identification of a plot to smuggle explosives into the United States involving the Parachas. CIA records indicate that the plotting was denied by the supposed participants and that at least one senior CIA counterterrorism official questioned the plausibility of the explosive smuggling plot given the relative ease of acquiring explosive material in the United States. Redacted. The CIA provided information to the CIA Office of Inspector General that EITs, including the Water Board, have been indispensable to our successes, and stated that the CIA OIG Special Review should have come to conclusion that our efforts have thwarted attacks and saved lives. The CIA further represented to the OIG that KSM provided information that helped lead to the arrest of Uzair Paracha, a smuggler, and that as a result of the lawful use of EITs, KSM identified a mechanism for al-Qaeda to smuggle explosives into the U.S. via a Pakistani businessman and textile merchant who shipped his material to the U.S. The businessman had agreed to use this method to help al-Qaeda smuggle in explosives for follow-ons attacks to 9/11. Redacted. Similarly, on July 29, 2003, the CIA made a presentation to a select group of National Security Council principals, including Vice President Cheney, seeking policy reformation of the CIA interrogation program. The CIA briefing materials state that the use of the CIA interrogation techniques have produced significant results, and warned that termination of the CIA program will result in loss of life, possibly extensive. The CIA conveyed that major threats were countered and attacks averted, and under a briefing slide entitled Results Major Threat Info, represented that information obtained from KSM after the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques led to the identification of Saifullah Paracha. Redacted. A widely disseminated CIA intelligence assessment entitled Detainee Reporting Pivotal for the War Against al-Qaeda that was described in internal CIA emails as being put together using past assessments and initially intended for the White House only with marching orders to throw everything in it, states, since September 11, 2001, detainee reporting has become a crucial pillar of U.S. counterterrorism efforts, aiding operations to capture additional terrorists, helping to thwart terrorist plots. KSM's revelation in March 2003. That he was plotting with Saif al-Rahman Paracha, who also used the name Saifullah al-Rahman Paracha to smuggle explosives into the United States for a planned attack in New York, prompted the FBI to investigate Paracha's business ties in the United States. Redacted. CIA representation related to the identification of the Parachas and or arrest of Uzair Paracha, as well as the identification of an explosive smuggling plot, omit significant information acquired by the Intelligence Committee prior to any reporting from CIA detainees. Specifically, prior to KSM's reporting, the intelligence community had already collected and acted upon significant information related to the Paracha family's connection to al-Qaeda and international terrorism. Information on Saifullah Paracha was found in documents seized during a March 28, 2002 raid against al-Qaeda targets associated with Hassan Gul, which resulted in the capture of Abu Zubaydah. The documents identified Saifullah Paracha, the spelling found in the documents seized during the raid, and phone numbers, which would be associated with his Karachi-based business, International Merchandise Pivotal, as early as April 2002. An address associated with the business was also identified. The name Saifullah Paracha was provided to Pakistani officials by CIA in December 2002. The CIA wrote, "Information below leads us to believe that the following individual and phone numbers may have a connection to Al-Qaeda and international terrorism. We request your assistance in investigating this individual to determine if he involved in terrorism activity." The requests include 3 phone numbers found in a document seized on March 28, 2002, one of which was associated with Saifullah Paracha's Karachi-based company, International Merchandise Pivotal Limited. In April 2002, the FBI opened an investigation on another redacted at a New York-based business associated with Saifullah Paracha. During the course of the investigation, the FBI interviewed an employer at a New York address and acquired additional information on the business and the Parachas. Redacted. Business card identifying him as an employee of International Merchandise Limited was found among documents seized during the April 2002 Karachi raid. Months later, financial documents seized during the September 11, 2002 raids that resulted in the capture of Ramzi bin al-Shib identified an email address attributed to International Merchandise Pivotal Limited with the same contact, Saifullah A. Paracha, as well as the address and phone number as the business identified after the March 2002 raid. Based on the information obtained during the September 2002 raids, the CIA informed the FBI, the NSA, and the Department of Treasury that they suspected Saifullah Paracha was engaged in terrorist financing activities, specifically for Al-Qaeda. The cable included detailed information on Saifullah Paracha and International Merchandise Pivotal Limited in Karachi and noted the CIA's ongoing interest and analysis of the information. FBI investigate activity of terrorism subject Ayman Faris found that Faris was linked to Paracha imports via his Ohio-based housemates. Majid Khan, who was in foreign government custody, provided reporting that Uzair ran the New York branch of his father's Karachi-based import-export business. According to the report, Uzair was assisting Majid Khan and Ammar al-Balochi in their effort to resettle Majid Khan in the United States for terror-related purposes. Khan provided a detailed physical description of both Uzair and his father. Redacted. KSM was captured on March 1st, 2003. On March redacted 2003, KSM was rendered to CIA custody and immediately subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. A CIA interrogation report from March 24, 2003, states that during the afternoon, KSM continued to be subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including the waterboard, for failing to provide information on operations in the United States and for having lied about poisoning and biological warfare programs. That evening, KSM's interrogators received reports on information being provided by Majid Khan, who was in foreign government custody and being interviewed by FBI special agents and foreign government officers. The information included details on a U.S.-based individual associated with Al-Qaeda named Uzair. According to Khan, this Uzair ran the New York branch of his father's Karachi-based import-export business. CIA cables described KSM as being boxed in by reporting from Majid Khan before providing the following information on the Parachas and a smuggling plot. KSM corroborated reporting from Majid Khan that Ammar al-Baluchi and Majid Khan approached Uzair Paracha for assistance in resettling Majid Khan in the United States. KSM stated that he was close to Uzair's father, Saif al-Rahman Paracha, who provided assistance through his business and by helping to find safe houses in Karachi. KSM claimed that Ammar al-Baluchi and Majid Khan approached Saif al-Rahman Paracha with the plan to use Saif al-Rahman Paracha's textile business to smuggle explosives into the United States. KSM stated that Paracha agreed to this plan and was arranging the details with Ammar al-Baluchi and Majid Khan at the time of KSM's capture. A later CIA cable provided additional background stating KSM did not volunteer the explosives plot information on Paracha. He provided this reporting only when confronted with details on his roles and other information on the plot, which had been provided by detainee Majid Khan, who was in a foreign government custody. Redacted. According to the CIA records, on March 28, 2003, at an FBI field office, Uzair Paracha provided significant information to interviewing FBI special agents on his father's links to Al Qaeda and his own efforts to assist Majid Khan's reentry to the United States. Uzair denied knowing anything about an explosive smuggling plot. Redacted. On April 29, 2003, Ammar al-Baluchi was detained by Pakistani authorities as a result of reporting unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program. Records indicate Ammar al-Baluchi provided significant information prior to being transferred to CIA custody. On May, redacted, 2003, Ammar al-Baluchi was rendered to CIA custody and immediately subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The CIA stopped using the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Ammar al-Baluchi on May 20th, 2003. A June 18th, 2003 cable states that Ammar al-Baluchi denied that he and Saif al-Rahman Paracha agreed to smuggle explosives into the United States. Ammar al-Baluchi stated he only asked Saif al-Rahman Paracha questions and made inquiries about his explosive shipping could be done. Ammar al-Baluchi maintained that he did not take any action based on the discussion. Redacted. On July 5th, 2003, Saifullah Paracha was detained in Redacted in an operation orchestrated by the FBI. Shortly after, Saifullah Paracha was rendered to U.S. military custody at Bagram Air Force Base. At Bagram, Saifullah Paracha was questioned by an FBI special agent. A CIA cable from July 17, 2003 relays that Saifullah Paracha stated that Ammar al-Baluchi had asked if he knew a forwarding agent who could ship garments and materials to Europe, which Saifullah Paracha inferred were either explosives or chemicals. Paracha stated he had no information to provide to Ammar al-Baluchi on this topic and that no further action was taken on the matter. Redacted. With regards to the explosive smuggling reporting, a senior CIA counterterrorism official commented, "Again, another KSM op worthy of the lamentable knuckleheads. Why smuggle in explosives when you can get them here? Neither fertilizer for bombs or regular explosives are that hard to come by. Ramzi Youssef came to CONUS with a suitcase and $100 and got everything he needed right here. This may be true, but it just seems damn odd to me." Critical intelligence alerting the CIA to Jafar al-Tayir. Redacted. The CIA made repeated claims that the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques resulted in key intelligence from Abu Zubaydah and KSM on an operative named Jafar al-Tayir, later identified as Adan el-Shukjuma. These CIA representations frequently asserted that information obtained from KSM after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques resulted in an FBI investigation that prompted al-Tayir to flee the United States. These representations were inaccurate. KSM, after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, resulted in an FBI that prompted Tayir to flee the United States. KSM was captured on March 1st, 2003. Jafar al-Tayir departed from the United States in May 2001. Redacted. CIA representations also omitted key contextual facts, including that 1. The intelligence community was interested in the Florida-based Adnan el-Shukri Juma prior to the detention of the CIA's first detainee. 2. CIA detainee Abu Zubaydah provided a description and information on a KSM associate named Jafar al-Tayir to FBI special agents in May 2002, prior to being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. 3. CIA personnel distrusted KSM's reportings on Jafar al-Tayir, stating that KSM fabricated information and had inserted al-Tayir into practically every story, each time with a different role. 4. Other CIA detainee reportings differ from KSM's reporting in significant ways. And 5. CIA records indicate that KSM did not identify al-Tayir's true name and that it was Jose Padilla. In military custody and being questioned by the FBI, who provided al-Tayir's true name was Adan el-Shukri Juma. Finally, the CIA attributed to KSM the characterization of Altair as the next Muhammad Atta, despite clarifications from KSM to the contrary. Redacted. For example, in a March 2nd, 2005, a CIA memorandum with the subject line, Effectiveness of the CIA Counterterrorist Interrogation Techniques, the CIA responded to a request from the Office of Legal Counsel for the intelligence the agency obtained from detainees who, before their interrogations, were not provided any information of intelligent value. Under a section entitled Results, the CIA stated, CIA's use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect a high volume of critical intelligence on al-Qaeda. We believe that intelligence acquired from these interrogations have been a key reason why al-Qaeda has failed to launch a spectacular attack in the West since September 11, 2001. Key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques. Redacted. The CIA then listed Jafar al-Tayyar as one of 11 examples, stating, Jafar al-Tayyar is an al-Qaeda operative who was conducting casing in the U.S. for KSM prior to 9/11, according to KSM and other HVDs. KSM confirmed that he recruited Tayyar, who is still at large, to conduct a major operation against the U.S. interests. KSM described Tayyar as the next Muhammad Atta. Tayyar's family is in Florida, and we have identified many of his extremist contacts. Acting on this information, the FBI quickly publicized Tayyar's true name and aggressively followed up with his family and friends in the United States, causing Tayyar to flee the United States, redacted, and we are actively pursuing his capture, redacted. In January 2009, the CIA compiled a detailed briefing book, and CIA Director Hayden produced his own prepared remarks for a 3-hour briefing on the CIA's detention and interrogation program for President-elect Obama's national security staff. Included in the materials was a document entitled Key Impacts, which states, CIA's use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect a high volume of critical intelligence on al-Qaeda. We believe that intelligence acquired from these interrogations have been a key reason why al-Qaeda has failed to launch a spectacular attack in the West since September 11, 2001. Key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques. Jafar al-Tayyar is an al-Qaeda operative who was conducting casing in the U.S. for KSM prior to 9/11, according to KSM and other HVDs. KSM confirmed that he recruited Tayyar, who is still at large, to conduct a major operation against U.S. interests. KSM described Tayyar as the next Muhammad Atta. Tayyar's family is in Florida, and we have identified many of his extremist contacts. Acting on this information, the FBI quickly publicized Tayyar's true name and aggressively followed up with his family and friends in the United States, causing Tayyar to flee the United States. Redacted. And we have actively pursuing his capture. Redacted. Prior to receiving information from the CIA's detention and interrogation program, the U.S. intelligence community was interested in Adad el-Shukr Juma. According to the CIA and open source records, the FBI interviewed the parents of Adnan el-Shukri Juma several times between September 2001 and October 2002 concerning their son and his suspected contact with the known extremists. The family provided no significant information on their son except to alert the FBI that he had departed the United States circa May 2001. Redacted. CIA representations that Jafar al-Tayyar fled the United States in 2003 and in response to an investigation prompted by reporting from KSM were incongruent with CIA records at the time of the representations, which indicated that al-Tayyar had already relocated to Pakistan. In March 2003, when Jose Padilla identified Jafar al-Tayyar as Adnan al-Shukri Juma, he stated that he had last seen al-Tayyar at a KSM safe house in Karachi, Pakistan in March 2002. Other reporting indicated al-Tayyar's presence in Pakistan in 2002 and 2003 as well. For example, KSM consistently reported that Altair was not in the United States and noted during a 2004 interrogation that Altair would not return to the United States because his name was known to U.S. authorities. Further redacted. On May 20th, 2002, prior to the initiation of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and while being questioned by the FBI special agents, CIA detainee Abu Zubaydah provided information on Abu Jafar Altair. In the context of discussing associates of KSM, Abu Zubaydah provided a detailed description of Abu Jafar Altair and stated that he was an English speaker who had studied in the United States. Abu Zubaydah stated that he first met Abu Jafar Altair in Burmil, Afghanistan, circa January 2002, and that Abu Jafar Altair was at the first time seeking to travel to Pakistan. Abu Zubaydah repeated that Abu Jafar Altair spoke very good English and was short and stocky with black hair and dark skin. Abu Zubaydah did not provide significant additional information on Abu Jafar Altair after the CIA used its enhanced interrogation techniques against him in 2002. Redacted. On September 11th, 2002, Ramzi bin al-Shib was captured in Karachi, Pakistan. During the capture operation, a letter referencing Jafar Altair was seized. According to a translation of the letter, it stated, "Tell an unidentified pilot named Jafar that he should be ready to travel." Shortly after his capture, bin al-Shib was rendered to foreign government custody. In November 2002, while still in foreign government custody, bin al-Shib was questioned on Jafar the pilot and provided a physical description of Jafar. Redacted. On March 1st, 2003, KSM was captured. A notebook associated with KSM retrieved during the capture operation included the name Jafar Altair. After his capture, KSM was rendered to CIA custody and immediately subjected to CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Redacted. On March 7th, 2003, CIA headquarters sent information on Jafar Altair to the CIA's detention site Blue, where KSM was located for use in an interrogation of KSM. The documents included the following: a targeting study on Jafar Altair completed by the CIA in January 2003, a letter from KSM to bin al-Shib referencing Jafar the pilot and indicating that Jafar ought to prepare himself to smuggle himself from Mexico into an unspecified country, a letter from Jafar Altair to Ramzi bin al-Shib asking for clarification of KSM's letter, and additional background and reporting information on Jafar Altair. Redacted. The requirements cable from CIA headquarters to the detention site included numerous specific questions, relying on the information already known about Jafar Altair. Redacted. According to CIA records, on March 9th, 2003, while KSM was being interrogated using the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, but before he was subjected to the waterboard interrogation technique, the CIA interrogation team used two letters referencing Altair as the interrogation vehicle to elicit information from KSM on Jafar Altair. CIA cables state that KSM did not provide and claimed not to know Jafar Altair's true name. However, KSM stated that Jafar Altair's father lived in Florida and was named Shukri Sherdil. This information was not accurate. Open source reporting indicates that Jafar Altair's father's true name was Gulsher El Shukri Juma. Redacted. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, during the period when KSM was being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including the waterboard, KSM referred to Jafar Altair as being engaged in multiple terrorist operations. As a result, CIA's detention site began describing Jafar as the all-purpose Altair whom KSM had woven into practically every story, each time with a different role. CIA records confirm that KSM made numerous statements
about Jafar Altair's terrorist plotting that were deemed not to be credible by CIA personnel, including but not limited to statements that Altair was engaged in terrorist plotting with Jose Padilla,
Al-Tayyar was engaged in terrorist plots against Heathrow Airport. Al-Tayyar was involved in terrorist plotting with Majid Khan, and Al-Tayyar was engaged in an assassination plot against former President Jimmy Carter. On March 12, 2003, when KSM was confronted with a page in his notebook about Al-Tayyar, KSM stated that he considered Al-Tayyar to be the next emir for an attack against the U.S. in the same role that Muhammad Atta had for 11 September. On March 16, 2003, KSM stated that the only comparison between Atta and Al-Tayyar was their education and experience in the West. An email exchange the afternoon of March 18, 2003 between CIA personnel expressed the views of interrogators and officers at CIA headquarters with regard to KSM and Jafar Al-Tayyar. The email from KSM debriefer, redacted, stated, "We finally gotten KSM to admit that Al-Tayyar is meant for a plan in the U.S., but I'm not sure if he's fessing up as to what Jafar's role/plan really is. Today he's working with Majid Khan. Yesterday, the London crowd. The day before Padilla. You get the point. Anyway, I'm still worried he might be misdirecting us on Jafar." An officer from CIA headquarters responded, "I agree, KSM is yanking our chain about Jafar, really trying to throw us off course, suggesting whatever Jafar really is up to must be bad." The officer noted that another big hole in Jafar's true name and relayed that KSM's use of another Abu name, Abu Arif, didn't get us far. When KSM was confronted with the reporting he had provided on Jafar Al-Tayyar, KSM claimed that he had been forced to lie about Al-Tayyar because of the pressure he was under from his CIA interrogators who had been subjecting KSM to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques since his rendition to CIA custody. Additional CIA records from this period indicate that while KSM claimed not to know Jafar Al-Tayyar's true name, KSM suggested that Jose Padilla, then in U.S. military custody, would know his name. According to CIA records, the FBI began participating in the military debriefings of Jose Padilla in March 2003 after KSM reported Padilla might know the true name of a U.S.-bound al-Qaeda operative known at the time only as Jafar Al-Tayyar. Padilla confirmed Jafar Al-Tayyar's true name as Adnan el-Shurukjuma. In March 2003, a senior CTC officer noted differences between KSM's reporting and reporting from Ramzi bin al-Shibeh. In April 2003, an intelligence community assessment concluded, based on comments from other detainees, including those not in CIA custody, that it seemed obvious that KSM was lying with regard to Jafar Al-Tayyar. In July 2003, after Amnar al-Baluchi stated that Jafar Al-Tayyar was not suited to be an operative and was not doing much of anything, the deputy chairman of the Community Counterterrorism Board warned, "If KSM has pulled off focusing us on a person who is actually no threat, it would mean that our interrogation techniques would not broken down his resistance to any appreciable extent, and that we will have to doubt even more strongly anything he says." In December 2005, an NCTC Red Team report entitled Jafar Al-Tayyar, an unlikely al-Qaeda operational threat, highlighted the possibility that the information provided by KSM on Al-Tayyar's capabilities in terrorist plotting was simply deception. The report described a large body of other detainee reporting from Abu Faraj al-Libi, Abu Talha al-Pakistani, Abd al-Reem Ghulam Rabbani, and Ammar al-Baluchi, consisting of largely dismissive statements about Jafar Al-Tayyar's capabilities and role in Al-Qaeda. 10. The identification and arrest of Saleh al-Mari. The CIA represented to the CIA Office of Inspector General that, as a result of the lawful use of EITs, KSM provided information that helped lead to the arrests of terrorists, including Saleh al-Mari, a sleeper operative in New York. This information was included in the final version of the OIG's May 2004 special review under the heading Effectiveness. The CIA representation is inaccurate. KSM was captured on March 1, 2003. Saleh al-Mari was arrested in December 2001. The inaccurate statements about al-Mari to the OIG began with the July 16, 2003 OIG interview of Deputy Chief of Alex Station and were repeated in DDO Pivet's formal response to the draft OIG special review. The inaccurate statements were then included in the final May 2004 special review. The effectiveness section of the special review was used repeatedly as evidence for the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including in CIA representations to the Department of Justice. The passage in the OIG special review that includes the inaccurate CIA representation that KSM provided information helping to lead to the arrest of al-Mari was referenced in the May 30, 2005 OLC memorandum analyzing the legality of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The portion of the special review discussing al-Mari has been declassified, as has the OLC memorandum. The CIA also represented in Pivet's formal response to the OIG that prior to reporting from KSM, the CIA possessed no concrete information on al-Mari. This representation is incongruent with CIA records. CIA records indicate that prior to the CIA's detention of KSM, the CIA possessed significant information on al-Mari, who was arrested after making attempts to contact a telephone number associated with al-Qaeda member and suspected 9/11 facilitator Mustafa al-Hawsawi. CIA records indicate that al-Mari had suspicious information on his computer upon his arrest, that al-Mari's brother had traveled to Afghanistan in 2001 to join in jihad against the United States, and that al-Mari was directly associated with KSM as well as with al-Hawsawi. The FBI also had extensive records on al-Mari. In March 26, 2002, a year before any reporting from KSM, the FBI provided the committee with biographical and derogatory information on al-Mari, including al-Mari's links to Mustafa al-Hawsawi, suspicious information found on al-Mari's computer, and al-Mari's connections to other extremists. 11. The collection of critical tactical intelligence on Sky, Pakistan. In the context of the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the CIA represented to policymakers over several years that key intelligence was obtained from the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques that revealed Sakai, Pakistan to be a major al-Qaeda hub in the tribal areas and resulted in tactical intelligence redacted in Sakai, Pakistan. These CIA representations were based on the CIA's experience with one CIA detainee, Hassan Gul. While CIA records indicate that the Hassan Gul did provide information on Sky, Pakistan, a review of CIA records found that 1. The vast majority of this information, including the identities, activities, and locations of senior al-Qaeda operatives in Sky, was provided prior to Hassan Gul being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. 2. CIA's redacted assessed that Gul's reporting prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques contained sufficient detail to press the Pakistani redacted. And 3. The CIA assessed that the information provided by Gul corroborated earlier reporting that the Sky Valley of Pakistan served as al-Qaeda's command and control center after the group's 2001 exodus from Afghanistan. As an example of one of the CIA's representations on Sakai, Pakistan and the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, on March 2, 2005, the CIA responded to a request from the OLC for the intelligence the agency obtained from detainees who, before their interrogations, were not providing any information of intelligence value. The resulting CIA memorandum with the subject line, Effectiveness of the CIA Counter-Terrorist Interrogation Techniques, including the following under the heading, Results. CIA's use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect a high volume of critical intelligence on al-Qaeda. We believe that intelligence acquired from these interrogations has been a key reason why al-Qaeda has failed to launch a spectacular attack in the West since 11 September 2001. Key intelligence collected from HVD interrogations after applying interrogation techniques. The CIA then listed Sky Pakistan as an example, stating Sky Pakistan, the interrogation of Hassan Gul provided detailed tactical intelligence showing that Sky Pakistan was a major al-Qaeda hub in the tribal areas. Through the use of redacted during the Gul interrogation, we mapped out and pinpointed the residence of key AQ leaders in Sky. This intelligence was provided redacted. The CIA representation that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques produced otherwise unavailable tactical intelligence related to Sky, Pakistan, was provided to senior policymakers and the Department of Justice between 2004 and 2009. Hassan Gul was captured on January redacted 2004 by foreign authorities in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. Gul was repeatedly first interrogated by redacted, then transferred to U.S. military custody in question, and then rendered to CIA custody on January redacted 2004. Hassan Gul spent 2 days at detention site Cobalt before being transferred to the CIA's detention site Balak on January redacted 2004. Prior to his capture, the CIA assessed that Gul possessed substantial knowledge of al-Qaeda facilities and procedures in Wana and Sky, Pakistan. During Hassan Gul's 2 days at detention site Cobalt, CIA interrogators did not use the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Gul. Instead, CIA cables state that upon his arrival at the CIA detention site, Hassan Gul was examined and placed in a cell, given adequate clothing, bedding, water, and a waste bucket. During this 2-day period, January redacted 2004 and January redacted 2004, Gul provided information for at least 21 intelligence reports. As detailed below, Gul's reporting on Sky Pakistan and al-Qaeda operatives who resided in or visited Sky was included in at least 16 of these intelligence reports. The reports included information on the locations, movements, and operational security and training of senior al-Qaeda leaders living in Sky, Pakistan, as well as the visits of leaders and operatives to the area. The information provided by Gul included details on various groups operating in Sakai, Pakistan, and conflicts among the groups. Hassan Gul also identified and decoded phone numbers and email addresses contained in a notebook seized with him, some of which were associated with Sakai-based operatives. Hassan Gul described the origins of al-Qaeda's presence in Sakai, including how Abd al-Hadi al-Iraqi became the original group's military commander and that it's al-Qaeda's representative. He discussed tensions between al-Hadi and others in Sakai, the mediating role of Abu Faraj al-Libi, and the role of Khalid Habib. Hassan Gul explained how he moved to Sakai due to concerns about Abu Musab Baluchi's contacts with Redacted, how he traveled to Sakai to make contact with Abu Hadi al-Iraqi, and how Abu Faraj mediated between Gul and Hamza Rabia. Gul stated that he last saw Abu Faraj in the summer of 2003 when Gul was seeking Abu Faraj assistance in moving money from Saudi Arabia to deliver to al-Hadi for support of their community in Sakai. According to Hassan Gul, Abd al-Hadi al-Iraqi moved periodically among various houses within the village, including that of the Abu Hussein and Redacted, whom he described as senior media people for al-Qaeda. Elaborating on al-Hadi's location, Hassan Gul described the importance of both a madrasa and a guest house in Sakai known as the Bachelor House, when unaccompanied men stayed. Gul stated that he last saw al-Hadi in September 2003 when al-Hadi came to the Bachelor House to visit with other Arabs. Gul also identified other permanent and transient residents of the Bachelor House. He stated that al-Hadi, who he believed was seeking another safe house in Sakai at which to hold meetings, had approximately 50 to 40 men under his command. Hassan Gul also identified a phone number used to contact al-Hadi. According to Hassan Gul, as of December 2003, approximately 60 Arab males, between 150 and 200 Turkic Uzbek males, were living in Sakai, along with a significant population of Baluchis who assisted the Arabs and Uzbeks. Gul described al-Qaeda training, including an electronics course taught in the fall of 2003 by Abu Bakr al-Suri at the house of Hamza Rabia, where he believed individuals were being trained for an ongoing operation. Gul discerned from the training that Rabia's statement that al-Qaeda operatives in Sakai were involved in an assassination attempt against Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf. Gul stated Hamza Rabia, who was also likely planning operations into Afghanistan but had no specifics. Hassan Gul elaborated on numerous other al-Qaeda operatives he said resided in or visited Sakai, Pakistan, including Sakai Saeed al-Masari, Sharif al-Masri, Abu Maryam, Janat Gul, Khalil Deek, Abu Tala al-Pakistani, Firas, and others. Finally, Hassan Gul described his interactions with Abu Musab al-Zurari, which also related to al-Qaeda figures in Sakai. In particular, Abd al-Hadi al-Iraqi. Gul described all Zarqai's request to al-Hadi for money, explosive experts and electronic experts, and provided details of his own trip to Iraq on behalf of al-Hadi. Hassan Gul identified 4 email addresses for contacting al-Zarqawi directly and described a phone code which he could use to communicate with al-Zarqawi. Gul also described his conversations with al-Zarqawi, interpreted the notes he had taken of the last of his conversations with al-Zarqawi, identified operatives whom al-Zarqawi and al-Hadi agreed to send to Iraq, and discussed strategic differences between al-Zarqawi and al-Hadi related to Iraq. On January redacted 2004, after 2 days at detention site Cobalt, during which Hassan Gul provided the aforementioned information about al-Qaeda's attack in Sakai and other matters, Gul was transferred to the CIA's detention site Black. Gul was immediately and for the first time subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. He was shaved and barbered, stripped, and placed in the standing position. According to a CIA cable, Hassan Gul provided no new information during this period and was immediately placed in standing sleep deprivation with his hands above his head, with plans to lower his hands after 2 hours. In their request to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Gul, CIA detention site personnel wrote, "The interrogation team believes, based on Hassan Gul's reaction to the initial contact, that his al-Qaeda briefings and his earlier experience with U.S. military interrogators have convinced him that there are limits to the physical contact interrogators can have with him. The interrogation team believes the approval and employment of enhanced measures should sufficiently shift Hassan Gul's paradigm of what he expects to happen. The lack of these increased measures may limit the team's capability to collect critical and reliable information in a timely manner." CIA headquarters approved the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Hassan Gul in order to sufficiently shift Gul's paradigm of what he can expect from the interrogation process and to increase base's capability to collect critical and reliable threat information in a timely manner. CIA records do not indicate that information provided by Gul during this period or after resulted in the identification or capture of any al-Qaeda leaders. After his arrival at detention site Black, Gul was asked to identify locations on redacted and line drawings of Sakai provided to him for the first time by interrogators. Hassan Gul's reporting on Sakai prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was compiled by the CIA for passage to the Pakistani government. On January 28, 2004, Redacted issued a cable stating that the information on Sakai provided by Hassan Gul prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, combined with the reporting unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program, moved Sakai to the forefront Redacted, and that as a result, station is currently revising its Sakai Redacted. On January 29, 2004, ALEC station proposed that Redacted initiate a discussion with the Pakistanis on possible Arabs in Sakai and concurred with a tier line that requests that Pakistan undertake to verify the presence of a large number of Arabs in Sakai as soon as possible. On January 31st, 2004, CIA's Redacted drafted a cable with an extensive tear line for Pakistan. Much of it's related to Sakai. The cable from Redacted referenced 9 cables describing Hassan Gul's reporting prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and no cables describing Gul's reporting after the use of the techniques. The cable from Redacted then stated that station sees the type of information coming from Hassan Gul's interrogations as perfect fodder for pressing Pakistan into action against Redacted, associates of Hassan Gul in Pakistan, Redacted, and other terrorists, Redacted in Pakistan, Redacted. The tear line for Pakistan included extensive information provided by Hassan Gul prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On February 3, 2004, CIA headquarters requested that the tear line be passed to the Pakistanis but deferred to Redacted on the portions dealing with Sakai. As CIA's Redacted informed CIA headquarters on February 9, 2004, it intended to hold the information on Sakai until the DCI's visit to Pakistan the following day. As station noted, this tear line will provide critical Redacted. In the meantime and afterwards, additional tear lines were repaired for the Pakistanis that were based primarily on reporting from Hassan Gul prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, combined with Gul's subsequent reporting and information from sources unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program. In 2004, the CIA assessed, Redacted, that al-Qaeda operatives, Redacted, are continuing with their activities and waiting for the situation to normalize in the tribal areas. In particular, al-Qaeda's senior operatives who were with Sakai during the military's offensive remained in South Waziristan as of mid-June 2004. Later in December 2005, a CIA detainee profile of Hassan Gul assessed that the information provided by Gul confirmed earlier reporting of CIA's possession that the Sakai Valley of Pakistan served as al-Qaeda's command and control center after the group's 2001 exodus from Afghanistan. Hassan Gul was redacted and later released. Redacted. 12. Information on the facilitator that led to the UBL operation. Shortly after the raid on the Osama bin Laden compound on May 1st, 2011, which resulted in UBL's death, CIA officials described the role of reporting from the CIA's detention and interrogation program in the operation, and in some cases connected the reporting to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The vast majority of the documents, statements, and testimony highlighting information obtained from the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques or from CIA detainees more generally was inaccurate and incongruent with CIA records. CIA records indicate that 1. The CIA had extensive reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, variant Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti, the UBL facilitator whose identification and tracking led to the identification of UBL's compound and the operation that resulted in UBL's death prior to and independent of information from CIA detainees. 2. The most accurate information of Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti obtained from a CIA detainee was provided by a CIA detainee who had not yet been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and 3. CIA detainees who were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques withheld and fabricated information about Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti. Within days of the raid on UBL's compound, CIA officials represented the CIA detainees provided the tip-off information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. A review of CIA records found that the initial intelligence obtained, as well as the information the CIA identified as the most critical or the most valuable on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, was not related to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The CIA did not receive any information from CIA detainees on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti until 2003. Nonetheless, by the end of 2002, the CIA was actively targeting Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti and had collected significant reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, to include reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti's close links to UBL. CIA records indicate that prior to receiving any information from CIA detainees, the CIA had collected reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti's telephonic activity. A phone number associated with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was under U.S. government intelligence collection as early as January 1st, 2002. In March 2002, this phone number would be found in Abu Zabadiah's address book under the heading Abu Ahmad K. In April 2002, the same phone number was found to be in contact with UBL family members. In June 2002, a person using the identified phone number and believed at the time to be al-Kuwaiti called a number associated with KSM. All of this information was acquired in 2002 prior to any reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti from CIA detainees. Reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti's email communications. In July 2002, the CIA had obtained an email address believed to be associated with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. As early as August 24, 2002, the CIA was collecting and tracking al-Kuwaidi's email activity. A cable from that day states that an email account associated with the KSM intermediary Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti remained active in Karachi. In September 17, 2002, the CIA received reporting on al-Kuwaiti's email address from a detainee in the custody of a foreign government. The detainee reported that al-Kuwaiti shared an email address with Ammar al-Baluchi and that al-Kuwaiti was coordinating martyrdom operations. When KSM was captured on March 1, 2003, and an email address associated with the al-Kuwaiti was found on a laptop believed to be used by KSM. All of this information was acquired prior to any reporting on Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti from CIA detainees. A body of intelligence reporting on Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti's involvement in operational attack planning with KSM, including targeting of the United States. On June 10, 2002, the CIA received reporting from a detainee in the custody of a foreign government indicating that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was engaged in operational attack planning with KSM. On June 25, 2002, the CIA received reporting from another detainee in the custody of a foreign government corroborating information that al-Kuwaiti was close with KSM, as well as reporting that al-Kuwaiti worked on secret operations with KSM prior to the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. By August 9, 2002, the CIA had received reporting from a third detainee in the custody of a foreign government, indicating that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was supporting KSM's operational attack planning targeting the United States. By October 20, 2002, the CIA had received reporting from a fourth detainee in the custody of a foreign government, indicating that a known terrorist, Hassan Ghul, received funding and instructions primarily from Abu Ahmad, a close associate of KSM. All of this information was acquired in 2002 prior to any reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti from CIA detainees. Significant corroborative reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti's age, physical description, and family, including information the CIA would later cite as pivotal. In September 2001, the CIA received reporting on al-Kuwaiti's family that the CIA would later cite as pivotal in identifying al-Kuwaiti's true name. From January 2002 through October 2002, the CIA received significant corroborative reporting on al-Kuwaiti's age, physical appearance, and family from detainees held in the custody of foreign governments and the U.S. military. All this information was acquired prior to any reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti from CIA detainees. Multiple reports on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti's close association with UBL and his frequent travel to see UBL. As early as April 2002, CIA had signals intelligence linking a phone number associated with al-Kuwaiti with UBL's family, specifically al-Qaeda member Saad bin Laden. On June 5, 2002, the CIA received reporting from a detainee in the custody of a foreign government indicating that Abu Ahmad was one of 3 al-Qaeda-associated individuals, to include Saad bin Laden and KSM, who visited him. The detainee, Rida al-Najjar, was a former UBL caretaker. On June 25, 2002, the CIA received reporting from another detainee in the custody of a foreign government. Riyadh, the facilitator, suggested al-Kuwaiti may have served as a courier for UBL. Riyadh, the facilitator, highlighted that al-Kuwaiti was actively working in secret locations in Karachi but traveled frequently to meet with Osama bin Laden. Months later, the CIA disseminated signals intelligence indicating that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti and Riyadh, the facilitator, were in phone contact with each other. In August 2002, another detainee in the custody of a foreign government with known links to al-Kuwaiti, Abu Zubair Ali, reported that al-Kuwaiti was one of the few close associates of Osama bin Laden. All of this information was acquired in 2002 prior to the reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti from CIA detainees. Within a day of the UBL operation, the CIA began providing classified briefings to Congress on the overall operation and the intelligence that led to the raid and UBL's death. On May 2, 2011, CIA officials, including CIA Deputy Director Michael Morrell, briefed the committee. A second briefing occurred on May 4, 2011, with CIA Director Leon Panetta and other CIA operatives briefed from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the Senate Armed Services Committee. Both of these briefings indicated that CIA detaining information and the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques played a substantial role in developing intelligence that led to the UBL operation. The testimony contained significant inaccurate information. For example, in the May 2, 2011 briefing, the CIA informed the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence that, however, there remained one primary line of investigation that was proving the most difficult to run to ground, and that was the case of a courier named Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti. Abu Ahmed had totally dropped off our radar in about the 2002 to 2003 timeframe after several detainees in our custody had highlighted him as a key facilitator for bin Laden. The information above is not fully congruent with CIA records. As described, the CIA was targeting Abu Abad al-Kuwaiti prior to any reporting from CIA detainees. Al-Kuwaiti was identified as early as 2002 as an al-Qaeda member engaged in operational planning who traveled frequently to see UBL. No CIA detainee provided reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in 2002. While CIA detainees eventually did provide some information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti beginning in the spring of 2003, the majority of the accurate intelligence acquired on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was collected outside of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, either from detainees not in CIA custody or from other intelligence sources and methods unrelated to detainees, to include human sources and foreign partners. The most accurate CIA detainee-related intelligence was obtained in early 2004 from a CIA detainee who had not yet been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. That detainee, Hassan Ghul, listed Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti as one of the 3 individuals likely to be with UBL, stated that it was well known that UBL was always with Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti, and described al-Kuwaiti as UBL's closest assistant who likely handled all of UBL's needs. The detainee further relayed that he believed UBL's security apparatus would be minimal and that the group likely lived in a house with a family somewhere in Pakistan. In the May 4, 2001 briefing, CIA Director Leon Panetta provided the following statement to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the Senate Armed Services Committee, which mirrored similar statements by a senior administration official in a White House press briefing from May 2, 2011. The detainees in the post-9/11 period flagged for us that there were individuals that provided direct support to bin Laden, and one of those identified was a courier who had a nickname, Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. That was back in 2002. As previously detailed, no CIA detainees provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in 2002. As such, for the statement to be accurate, it can only be a reference to detainees in foreign government custody who provided information in 2002. As noted prior to any reporting from CIA detainees, the CIA was targeting Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti to include al-Kuwaiti's phone number and email address. Further, prior to 2003, the CIA possessed a body of intelligence reporting linking Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti to KSM and UBL and to operational targeting of the United States, as well as reporting that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was one of a few close assistants to Osama bin Laden and traveled frequently to meet with Osama bin Laden. In the same May 4, 2011 briefing, a CIA officer elaborated on the previously provided statements and provided additional detail on how a couple of early detainees identified Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti as someone close to UBL. I think the clearest way to think about this is in 2002, a couple of early detainees, Abu Zabadaya and an individual, Riyadh the facilitator, talked about the activities of an Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti. At this point, we don't have his true name, and they identify him as somebody involved with AQ and facilitation and some potential ties to bin Laden. This testimony is inaccurate. There are no CIA records of Abu Zabadaya discussing Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in 2002. The first reference to Abu Zabadaya providing information related to al-Kuwaiti is on July 7, 2003, when Abu Zabadaya denied knowing the name. CIA records indicate that the information in 2002 that the CIA has represented as the initial lead information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was not obtained from the CIA's detention and interrogation program, but was collected by the CIA from other intelligence sources, including from detainees in foreign government custody. Riyadh, the facilitator, provided substantial information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in 2002, including information suggesting al-Kuwaiti may have served as a courier, and as al-Kuwaiti reportedly traveled frequently to see UBL. Consistent with the testimony, CIA records indicate that the information provided by Riyadh, the facilitator, was important information. However, Riyadh, the facilitator, was not in CIA custody in 2002, but was in custody of a foreign government. Riyadh, the facilitator, was not transferred to CIA custody until January redacted 2004. As noted in 2002, the CIA received additional reporting from another detainee in a custody of a foreign government, Abu Zabir al-Ali, that Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was one of a few close associates of Osama bin Laden.
At the May 4th, 2011 briefing, a senator asked, I guess what we're trying to get at here, or certainly I am, was any of this information obtained through enhanced interrogation measures? A CIA officer replied, Senator, these individuals were in our program and were subject to some form of enhanced interrogation. Because of the time involved and the relationship to the information and the fact that I'm not a specialist on that program, I would ask that you allow us to come back to you with some detail. Redacted. This information above is not fully congruent with CIA records. As is detailed in the intelligence chronology in Volume 2, the vast majority of the intelligence acquired on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was originally acquired from sources unrelated to the CIA's detention and interrogation program, and the most accurate information acquired from a CIA detainee was provided prior to the CIA subjecting the detainee to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. As detailed in CIA records and acknowledged by the CIA in testimony, information from CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, to include CIA detainees who had clear links to Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti based on a large body of intelligence reporting, provided fabricated, inconsistent, and generally unreliable information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti throughout their detention. It's all footnotes. The May 4th, 2011 briefing, a senator asked, of the people that you talked about as detainees that were interrogated, which of those were waterboarded, and did they provide unique intelligence in order to make this whole mission possible? CIA Director Panetta responded, I want to be able to get back to you with specifics, but right now we think there are only about 12 detainees that were interviewed, and about 3 of them were probably subject to the waterboarding process. Now, what came from those interviews, how important was it? I really do want to stress the fact that we had a lot of streams of intelligence here that kind of tipped us off there. But we had imagery, we had assets on the ground, we had information that came from a number of directions in order to piece this together. But clearly the tip-off and the couriers came from those interviews. As previously detailed, the tip-off on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in 2002 did not come from the interrogation of CIA detainees and was obtained prior to any CIA detainee reporting. The CIA was already targeting Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti and collecting intelligence on at least one phone number and email address associated with al-Kuwaiti in 2002. No CIA detainee provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in 2002, and prior to receiving any information from CIA detainees, the CIA possessed a body of intelligence reporting linking Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti to KSM and UBL and to operational targeting of the United States, as well as reporting that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was one of the few close associates of Osama bin Laden and traveled frequently to meet with Osama bin Laden. The day after the classified briefing on May 5, 2011, the CIA provided the committee with a 6-page chart entitled Detainee Reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, which accompanied a 1-page document compiled by the CIA CTC entitled Background Detainee Information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. In total, the CIA chart identifies 25 mid-value and high-value detainees who discussed Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti's longtime membership in al-Qaeda and his historic role as courier for Osama bin Laden. The 25 detainees are divided into 2 categories. The chart prominently lists 12 detainees, all identified as having been in CIA custody, who linked Abu Ahmad to bin Laden, which the CIA labeled as the most important, Tier 1 information. The document states that 9 out of 12, 75% CIA detainees providing Tier 1 information were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and that of those 9 detainees, 2 were subjected to the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique. The chart then includes a list of 13 detainees who provided general information on Abu Ahmad, labeled as Tier 2 information. The CIA document states that 4 of the 13 Tier 2 detainees were in CIA custody and that all 4 CIA detainees were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On October 3, 2012, the CIA provided the committee with a document entitled Lessons for the Hunt for bin Laden, completed in September 2012 by the CIA's Center for the Study of Intelligence. The CIA Lessons Learned document states, in sum, 25 detainees provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, his al-Qaeda membership, and his historic role as courier for bin Laden. The CIA document then states that 16 of the 25 detainees who reported on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti were in CIA custody, and that of the 16 held in custody, all but 3 had given information after being subjected to enhanced interrogation techniques, before noting that only 2 KSM and Abu Zabadiah had been waterboarded. A review of CIA records found that these CIA documents contained inaccurate information and omitted important and material facts. The May 5, 2011 CIA chart represents that all 12 detainees provided Tier 1 intelligence, information that linked Abu Ahmad to bin Laden, were detainees in CIA custody. A review of CIA records found that the CIA document omitted the fact that 5 of the 12 listed detainees provided intelligence on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti prior to entering CIA custody. In addition, other detainees not in CIA custody provided information that linked Abu Ahmad to bin Laden, but were not included in the CIA list. For example, the first detainee-related information identified in CIA records was indicating a close relationship between UBL and Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, was acquired in July 2002 from a detainee in the custody of a foreign government, Abu Zubair al-Halili. According to CIA records, Zubair provided a detailed physical description of Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti information on Abu Ahmad's family, his close connection to the KSM, and that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was one of a few close associates of Osama bin Laden. This information would be used to question other detainees, but was omitted in the CIA's detainee reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti chart. The May 5, 2011 CIA chart also states that 9 of the 12 CIA detainees providing Tier 1 intelligence were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. A review of CIA records found that 9 detainees the CIA identified as having been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques and providing Tier 1 information on links between Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti and UBL. 5 of the 9 provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti prior to being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. This information was omitted from the CIA document. Of the remaining 4 detainees who did not provide information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti until after being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, 3 were not substantially questioned on any topic prior to the CIA's use of enhanced interrogation techniques. All 3 provided information to the CIA assessed to be fabricated and intentionally misleading. The 4th, Abu Zubaydah, who was detained on March 28, 2002, subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in August 2002, to include the waterboard technique, and did not provide information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti until August 25, 2005, intelligence that was described by CIA officers at the time as speculative. These relevant details were omitted from the CIA documents. The May 5, 2001 CIA chart also states that 13 detainees who provided general information on Abu Ahmad labeled as Tier 2 information. 4 of the 13 detainees were already in CIA custody, and that all 4 were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. A review of CIA records found that the CIA document omitted that 2 of the 4 detainees who were described as subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques provided intelligence on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti prior to entering CIA custody, and therefore prior to be subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Finally, there are additional detainees in foreign government custody who provided general information on Abu Ahmad that were not included in the list of 13 detainees. For example, in January 2002, the CIA received reporting from a detainee in the custody of foreign government who provided a physical description of a Kuwaiti named Abu Ahmad who attended a terrorist training camp. On October 3, 2002, Lessons for the Hunt for Bin Laden document states that, in sum, 25 detainees provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, his al-Qaeda membership, and his historic role as a courier for bin Laden. This is incorrect. As described, additional detainees not in CIA custody provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, including 2002 reporting that al-Kuwaiti was one of those few close associates of Osama bin Laden. The October 3, 2012 Lessons for the Hunt for Bin Laden document also states that 16 of the 25 detainees who reported on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti were in CIA custody. This is incorrect. At least 7 of the detainees that the CIA listed as detainees in CIA custody provided reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti prior to being transferred to CIA custody. The October 3, 2012 Lessons for the Hunt for Bin Laden document also states that of the 16 held in CIA custody, all but 3 had given information after being subjected to enhanced interrogation techniques. This is incorrect. 7 of the 13 detainees that the CIA listed as having been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques provided information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti prior to being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Of the remaining 6 detainees who did not provide information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti until after being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, 5 were not substantially questioned on any topic prior to the CIA's use of enhanced interrogation techniques. Of the 5 detainees, 3 provided information that the CIA assessed to be fabricated and intentionally misleading. The remaining 2 provided limited, non-unique corroborative reporting. The 6th, Abu Zubaydah, was detained on March 28, 2002 and subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in August 2002, did not provide information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti until August 25, 2005, intelligence that, as noted, was described by CIA officers at the time as speculative. The October 3, 2012 Lessons for the Hunt for Bin Laden document also states that only 2 detainees, KSM and Abu Zubaydah, had been waterboarded. Even so, KSM gave false information about Abu Ahmad. The CIA's May 5, 2011 chart reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti states that Abu Zubaydah and KSM provided Tier 1 intelligence that linked Abu Ahmad to bin Laden. CIA records indicate that both detainees denied any significant connection between al-Kuwaiti and UBL. CIA records further indicate that Abu Zubaydah and KSM, who were both subjected to the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique, withheld information on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. Abu Zubaydah. Abu Ahmad K. and a phone number associated with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was found on page 8 of a 27-page address book captured with Abu Zubaydah on March 28, 2002. In July 23rd, Abu Zubaydah stated that he was not familiar with the name Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti or the description provided to him by CIA officers. On April 24th, Abu Zubaydah stated again that he did not recognize the name Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. According to a CIA cable on August 25th, Abu Zubaydah provided information on an individual whose name he did not know, but who might be identifiable with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, aka Abu Ahmad al-Pakistani. According to the cable, Abu Zubaydah speculated that this individual knew UBL as al-Zawahiri, but did not think their relationship would be close. Days later, a CIA cable elaborated that Abu Zubaydah had speculated on a family of brothers from the Karachi that may have included Abu Ahmad. When KSM was captured on March 1, 2003, an email associated with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was found on a laptop believed to be used by KSM. As detailed in this review, KSM first acknowledged Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti in May 2003, after being confronted with reporting on Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti from a detainee who was not in CIA custody. KSM provided various reports on Abu Ahmad that the CIA described as pithy. In August 2005, KSM claimed that al-Kuwaiti was not a courier and that he had never heard of Abu Ahmad transporting letters from UBL. In May 2007, the CIA reported that the details of KSM and another detainee, combined with the conflicting reporting from other detainees, added to the CIA's belief that Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti was a significant figure. The CIA detainee who provided the most accurate Tier 1 information linking Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti to UBL, Hassan Gul, provided the information prior to being subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Hassan Gul was captured on January 2004 by foreign authorities in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. Gul was reportedly first interrogated by Redacted, then transferred to the U.S. military custody and questioned, and then rendered to CIA custody at detention site Cobalt on January 2004. From January 2004 to January 2004, Hassan Gul was questioned by the CIA at detention site Cobalt. During this period, the CIA disseminated 21 intelligence reports based on Gul's reporting. A CIA officer told the CIA Office of Inspector General that Hassan Gul opened up right away and was cooperative from the outset. During the January 2004 to January 2004 sessions, Gul was questioned on the location of UBL. According to a cable, Gul speculated that UBL was likely living in the Peshawar area, and that it was well known that UBL was always with Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti. Gul described Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti as UBL's closest assistant and listed him as one of 3 individuals likely to be with UBL. Gul further speculated that UBL's security apparatus would be minimal and that the group likely lived in a house with family somewhere in Pakistan. Gul commented that after UBL's bodyguard entourage was apprehended entering Pakistan following the fall of Afghanistan, UBL likely has maintained a small security signature of circa 1 or 2 persons. Gul speculated that Abu Ahmed likely handled all of UBL's needs, including moving messages to the Abu Faraj Alibi. The next day, January 2004, Hassan Gul was transferred to the CIA's detention site Black. Upon arrival, Gul was shaved and barbered, stripped, and placed in a standing position against the wall, with his hands above his head for 40 minutes. CIA interrogators at the detention site immediately requested permission to use the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Gul, writing that during the 40 minutes, Gul did not provide any new information, did not show the fear that was typical of other recent captures, and was somewhat arrogant and self-important. The CIA's interrogators ruled that they judged that Gul had the expectation that in U.S. hands, his treatment will not be severe. The question to the CIA headquarters with the enhanced interrogations further stated, the interrogation team believes, based on Hassan Gul's reaction to the initial contract, that his Al-Qaeda briefings and his earlier experiences with U.S. military interrogators have convinced him that there are limits to the physical contact interrogators can have with him. The interrogation team believes the approval and employment of enhanced measures should sufficiently shift Hassan Gul's paradigm of what he expects to happen. The lack of these increased measures may limit the team's capability to collect critical and reliable information in a timely manner. CIA headquarters approved the request the same day, stating that the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques would increase space's capability to collect critical and reliable threat information in a timely manner. During and after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, Gul provided no other information of substance on al-Kuwaiti. Hassan Gul was redacted, later released. The fact that Hassan Gul provided the detailed information on linking Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti to UBL prior to the case of the CIA's intense interrogation techniques was omitted from CIA documents and testimony. While CIA documents and testimony highlighted reporting that the CIA claims was obtained from CIA detainees, and in some cases from CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the CIA internally noted that reporting from CIA detainees, specifically CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, was insufficient, fabricated, and/or unreliable. September 1st, 2005 CIA report on the search for UBL states, Bin Laden couriers, low-level couriers who wittingly or unwittingly facilitate communications between Bin Laden and his gatekeepers, remain largely invisible to us until a detainee reveals them. Even then, detainees provide few actionable leads, and we have to consider the possibility that they are creating fictitious characters to distract us or absolve themselves of direct knowledge about Bin Laden. We nonetheless continue the hunt for Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti, an alleged courier between Bin Laden and KSM, and Abu Abd al-Khalik Jan, whom Abu Faraj identified as his go-between between Bin Laden since mid-2003 in order to get one step closer to Bin Laden. A May 20th, 2007 CIA targeting study for Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti states, Khalid Saik Muhammad described Abu Ahmad as a relatively minor figure, and Abu Faraj al-Libi denied all knowledge of Abu Ahmad. Stations assessed that KSM and Abu Faraj's reporting is not credible on this topic, and their attempts to downplay Abu Ahmad's importance or deny knowledge of Abu Ahmad are likely part of an effort to withhold information on UBL or his close associates. These details, combined with reporting from other detainees indicating that Abu Ahmad worked closely with KSM for Abu Faraj, add to our belief that Abu Ahmad is an HVT courier or facilitator. Additional CIA documents contrasted the lack of intelligence obtained from CIA detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques with the value of intelligence obtained from other sources.
A November 23, 2007 CIA intelligence product, Al-Qaeda Watch, with the title Probable Identifications of Suspected Bin Laden Facilitator Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti, details how a review of 2002 debriefings of a foreign government detainee who claimed to have traveled in 2000 from Kuwait to Afghanistan with an Ahmad al-Kuwaiti provided the breakthrough leading to the likely identification of Habib al-Rahman as Abu Ahmad. The foreign government subsequently informed the CIA that Habib al-Rahman currently is living in Pakistan, probably in the greater Peshawar area, according to our analysis of a body of reporting. This CIA intelligence product highlighted how reporting from Abu Faraj al-Libi, who was subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques and denied knowing Abu Ahmad, differed from that of Hassan Ghul, who, prior to the application of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, stated that bin Laden was always with Abu Ahmad, and that Abu Ahmad had delivered a message to senior al-Qaeda leaders in late 2003, probably through Abu Faraj. The document further states that KSM has consistently maintained that Abu Ahmad retired from al-Qaeda work in 2002. The CIA document states that the CIA will be working with Redacted and the Redacted government, as well as utilizing a database of Redacted to follow up on an individual traveling within Pakistan with a similar name and date of birth. On May 1, 2008, a CIA headquarters cable entitled Targeting Efforts Against Suspected UBL Facilitator Abu Ahmad al-Kuwaiti documents that the CIA had a number of collection platforms established to collect intelligence on al-Kuwaiti in order to locate UBL. The cable closes by stating, although we want to refrain from addressing endgame strategies, HQS judges that detaining Habib should be a last resort, since we have had no success in eliciting actionable intelligence on bin Laden's location from any detainees. While the aforementioned CIA assessments highlight the unreliability of reporting from senior al-Qaeda leaders in CIA custody, specifically that KSM and Abu Faraj's reporting was assessed to be not credible, and that their denials added to the CIA's belief that Abu Ahmad is an HVT courier or facilitator, the CIA assessments also highlight that reporting from other detainees indicating that Abu Ahmad worked closely with KSM and Abu Faraj was useful. As documented, the initial detainee-related information linking Abu Ahmad to UBL and KSM did not come from CIA detainees, but from detainees who were not in CIA custody. 4. Overview of CIA representations to the media while the program was classified. A. The CIA provides information on the still classified detention and interrogation program to journalists who then publish classified information. CIA does not file crimes reports in connection with the stories. In seeking to shape press reporting on the CIA's detention and interrogation program, CIA officers in the CIA's Office of Public Affairs provided unattributed background information on the program to journalists for books, articles, and broadcasts, including when the existence of the CIA's detention and interrogation program was still classified. When the journalist to whom the CIA had provided background information published classified information, the CIA did not, as a matter of policy, submit crimes reports. For example, as described in internal emails, the CIA's redacted never opened an investigation related to Ronald Kessler's book, The CIA at War, despite the inclusion of classified information, because the book contained no first-time disclosures and because OPA provided assistance with the book. Senior Deputy General Counsel John Rizzo wrote that the CIA made the determination because the CIA's cooperation with Kessler had been blessed by the CIA director. In another example, CIA officers in the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence raised concern that an article by Douglas Gell in the New York Times contained significant classified information. Redacted CTC Legal wrote in an email that part of this article was based on background provided by OPA. That essentially negates any use in making an unauthorized disclosure report. Both the Kessler book and the Gell article included inaccurate claims about the effectiveness of CIA interrogations, much of it consistent with the inaccurate information being provided by the CIA to policymakers at the time. For example, Kessler's book stated that the FBI arrest of Iman Ferris was based on information from the CIA's interrogation of KSM, and that the arrest of Khalid bin Attash was the result of CIA interrogations of KSM. The Gell article stated that a secret program to transfer suspended terrorists to foreign countries for interrogation has been carried out by the Central Intelligence Agency, according to current and former government officials. The article stated that a senior United States official had provided a detailed description of the program, and quoted the official as claiming that the intelligence obtained by those rendered, detained, and interrogated had disrupted terrorist operations. The senior official added, "It has saved lives in the United States and abroad, and it has resulted in the capture of other terrorists." B. Senior CIA officials discussed need to put out our story to shape public and congressional opinion prior to the full committee being briefed. In early April 2005, Redacted, Chief of Alex Station, asked CTC officers to compile information on the success of the CIA's detention and interrogation program in preparations for interviews of CIA officers by Tom Brokaw of NBC News. As Redacted remarked in a same-time communication with Deputy CTC Director Philip Mudd, during World War II, the Pentagon had an Office of War Information, whereas the CIA's predecessor, the Office of Strategic Services, did not. Redacted then noted that we need an OWI at least every now and then. According to Mudd, concerns within the CIA about defending the CIA's detention and interrogation program in the press were misplaced. Maybe people should know we're trying to sell their program. If they complain, they should know that we're trying to protect our capability to continue. We're not just out there to brag. They don't realize that we have few options here. We either get out and sell or we get hammered, which has implications beyond the media. Congress reads it, cuts our authorities, messes up our budget. We need to make sure the impression of what we do is positive. We must be more aggressive out there. We either put out our story or we get eaten. There is no middle ground. Mudd counseled not to advertise the discussions between CIA personnel and the media with the CIA workforce because they'd misread it. After Redacted promised to keep the media outreach real close hold, Mudd wrote, "Most of them, CIA personnel, do not know that when the Washington Post New York Times quotes senior intel official, it's us, authorized and directed by OPA. Redacted sent a draft compilation of plot disruptions to Redacted CTC Legal to determine whether the release of the information would pose any legal problems. According to CIA attorneys, information on Issa al-Britani posed no problems because it was sourced to the 9/11 Commission. They also determined that the information about Iman Ferris and Sajid Badat that was sourced to press stories posed no legal problems because Ferris had already pled guilty and Badat was not being prosecuted in the United States. On April 15, 2005, a CIA officer expressed concerns in an email to several CIA attorneys about the CIA releasing classified information to the media. There are no CIA records indicating a response to the CIA officer's email. That day, April 15, 2005, the National Security Council Principals Committee discussed a public campaign for the CIA's detention and interrogation program. After the meeting, Alex Station personnel informed Redacted CTC Legal that scheduled interviews with NBC News of Director Porter Goss and Deputy CTC Director Philip Mudd should not proceed so that we don't get ahead of ourselves. On June 24, 2005, however, Dateline NBC aired a program that included on-the-record quotes from Goss and Mudd, as well as quotes from top American intelligence officials. The program and Dateline NBC's associated online articles included classified information about the capture and interrogation of CIA detainees and quoted senior U.S. intelligence and analysts stating that intelligence obtained from CIA interrogations approaches or surpasses any other intelligence on the subject of al-Qaeda and the construction of the network. The Dateline NBC article stated that al-Qaeda leaders suddenly found themselves bundled onto a CIA Gulfstream 5 or Boeing 737 jet headed for long months of interrogation, and indicated that Abu Zubaydah, KSM, Ramzi bin al-Sib, and Abu Faraj al-Libi were picked up and bundled off to interrogation centers. The articles also stated that the capture of bin al-Shib led to the captures of KSM and Khalid bin Attash. This information was inaccurate. There are no CIA records to indicate that there was any investigation or crimes report submitted in connection with the Dateline NBC program and its associated reporting. C. CIA attorneys a caution that classified information provided to the media should not be attributed to the CIA. After the April 15, 2005 National Security Council Principals Committee meeting, the CIA drafted an extensive document describing the CIA's detention and interrogation program for an anticipated media campaign. CIA attorneys, discussing aspects of the campaign involving off-the-record disclosures, cautioned against attributing the information to the CIA itself. One senior attorney stated that the proposed press briefing was minimally acceptable, but only if not attributed to a CIA official. The CIA attorney continued, this should be attributed to an official knowledgeable about the program or some similar obfuscation, but should not be attributed to a CIA or intelligence official. Referring to CIA efforts to deny Freedom of Information Act requests for previously acknowledged information, the attorney noted that our Glomar fig leaf is getting pretty thin. Another CIA attorney noted that the draft makes the legal declaration I just wrote about the secrecy of the interrogation program a work of fiction. Redacted, CTC Legal urged that CIA leadership needed to confront the inconsistency between CIA court declarations about how critical it is to keep this information secret and the CIA planning to reveal darn near the entire program. D. The CIA engages with journalists and conveys an inaccurate account of the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. In late 2005, the CIA decided to cooperate again with Douglas Gell of the New York Times, despite his intention to publish information about the program. A CIA officer wrote about Gell's proposed article, which was largely about the CIA's detention and interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. This is not necessarily an unflattering story. Gell, who provided the CIA with a detailed outline of his proposed story, informed the CIA that he would emphasize that the enhanced interrogation techniques worked, that they were approved through an interagency process, and that the CIA went to great lengths to ensure that the interrogation program was authorized by the White House and the Department of Justice. CIA records indicate that the CIA decided not to dissuade Gell from describing the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques because, as redacted CTC Legal redacted noted, the EITs have already been out there. The CIA's chief of Alex Station, redacted, who wondered whether cooperation with Gell would be undercutting our complaint against those leakers, nonetheless suggested informing Gell of other examples of CIA detainee exploitation success. While the New York Times did not publish Gell's story, on September 7, 2006, the day after President Bush publicly acknowledged the program, David Johnston of the New York Times called the CIA's OPA with a proposed news story about the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. In an email with the subject line, "We can't let this go unanswered," the CIA's Director of Public Affairs in OPA, Mark Mansfield, described Johnston's proposed narrative as bullshit and biased toward the FBI, adding that we need to push back. While it's unclear if Mansfield responded to Johnston's proposed story, Mansfield later wrote in an email that there was no need to worry. On September 10, 2006, the New York Times published an article by Johnston entitled, "At a Secret Interrogation, Dispute Flared Over Tactics," that described sharply contrasting accounts of the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. The article cited officials more closely allied with law enforcement who stated that Abu Zubaydah cooperated with FBI interviewers as well as officials closely tied to intelligence agencies who stated that Abu Zubaydah was lying and things were going nowhere, and that it was clear that he had information about an imminent attack and time was of the essence. The article included the frequent CIA representation that, after the use of tougher tactics, Abu Zubaydah soon began to provide information on key al-Qaeda operators to help us find and capture those responsible for the 9/11 attacks. This characterization of Abu Zubaydah's interrogation is incongruent with CIA interrogation records. CTC stated that the article resulted in questions to the CIA from the country redacted and assessed that disclosures of this nature could adversely have an impact on future joint CT operations with redacted partners. There are no indications that the CIA filed a crimes report in connection with the article. In early 2007, the CIA cooperated with Ronald Kessler again on another book. According to CIA records, the purpose of the cooperation was to push back on Kessler's proposed accounts of intelligence related to the attacks of September 11, 2001 and the interrogation investigation of Abu Zubaydah, which a CIA officer noted give undue credit to the FBI for CIA accomplishments. After another CIA officer drafted information for passage to Kessler, redacted CTC Legal, redacted, wrote, "Of course, being the lawyer, I would recommend not telling Kessler anything." Redacted then wrote that if, for policy reasons, the CIA decided to cooperate with the author, there was certain information that should not be disclosed. Redacted then suggested that if we are going to do this, the CIA could provide information to Kessler that would undercut the FBI agents, who Redacted stated had leaked that they wouldn't have gotten everything anyway from Abu Zubaydah. After Kessler provided a draft of his book to the CIA and met with CIA officers, the CIA's Director of Public Affairs, Mark Mansfield, described what he viewed as the problems in Kessler's narrative. According to Mansfield, Kessler was vastly overstating the FBI's role in thwarting terrorism and, frankly, giving other USG agencies, including CIA, short shrift. Moreover, the draft also didn't reflect the enormously valuable intelligence the USG gleaned from CIA's interrogation program and had unnamed FBI officers questioning our methods and claiming their own way of eliciting information is much more effective. According to Mansfield, the CIA made some headway in its meetings with Kessler, and that, as a result of the CIA's intervention, his book would be more balanced than it would have been.
Redacted. Later, in an email to Mansfield, Kessler provided the substantive changes he had made to his draft following his meeting with CIA officials. The changes included the statement that Abu Zubaydah was subjected to coercive interrogation techniques after he stopped cooperating. Kessler's revised text further stated that the CIA could point to a string of successes and dozens of plots that were rolled up because of coercive interrogation techniques. The statements in the revised text on the successes attributable to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were similar to CIA representations to policymakers and were incongruent with CIA records. Redacted. Kessler's substantive charges made after his meeting with CIA officials included the statement that many members of Congress and members of the media have made careers for themselves by belittling and undercutting the efforts of the heroic men and women who are trying to protect us. Kessler's revised text contended that, without winning the war being waged by the media against our own government, we are going to lose the war on terror because the tools that are needed will be taken away by a Congress swayed by a misinformed public and by other countries unwilling to cooperate with the CIA or FBI because they fear mindless exposure by the press. Finally, Kessler's changes made after his meeting with CIA officers included the statement that too many Americans are intent on demonizing those who are trying to protect us. 5. Review of CIA representations to the Department of Justice. A. August 1st, 2002, OLC memorandum relies on inaccurate information regarding Abu Zubaydah. Redacted. The Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, in the Department of Justice wrote several legal memoranda and letters on the legality of the CIA's detention and interrogation program between 2002 and 2007. The OLC requested and relied on information provided by the CIA to conduct the legal analysis included in these memoranda and letters. Much of the information the CIA provided to the OLC was inaccurate in material respects. On August 1st, 2002, the OLC issued a memorandum advising that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Abu Zubaydah would not violate prohibitions against torture found in Section 234.0a of Title 18 of the United States Code. The techniques were 1. Attention grasp, 2. Walling, 3. Facial hold, 4. Facial slap or insult slap, 5. Cramped confinement, 6. Wall standing, 7. Stress positions, 8. Sleep deprivation, 9. Insects placed in a confinement box, and 10. The waterboard. The memorandum relied on CIA representations about Abu Zubaydah's status in al-Qaeda, his role in al-Qaeda plots, his expertise in interrogation resistance training, and his withholding of information on pending terrorist attacks. The OLC memorandum included the following statement about OLC's reliance on information provided by the CIA. Quote, "Our advice is based on the following facts which you have provided to us. We also understand that you do not have any facts in your possession contrary to the facts outlined here, and this opinion is limited to these facts. If these facts were to change, this advice would not necessarily apply." End quote. Redacted. The facts provided by the CIA and relied on by the OLC to support its legal analysis were cited in the August 1, 2002 memorandum, and many were repeated in subsequent OLC memoranda on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Much of the information provided by the CIA to the OLC was unsupported by CIA records. Examples include Abu Zubaydah's status in al-Qaeda. The OLC memorandum repeated the CIA's representation that Abu Zubaydah was the third or fourth man in al-Qaeda. This CIA assessment was based on single-source reporting that was recanted prior to the August 1, 2002 OLC legal memorandum. This retraction was provided to several senior CIA officers, including Redacted, CTC Legal, to whom the information was emailed on July 10, 2002, 3 weeks prior to the issuance of the August 1, 2002 OLC memorandum. The CIA later concluded that Abu Zubaydah was not a member of al-Qaeda. Abu Zubaydah's role in al-Qaeda plots. The OLC memorandum repeated the CIA's representation that Abu Zubaydah has been involved in every major terrorist operation carried out by al-Qaeda, and that Abu Zubaydah was one of the planners of the September 11th attacks. CIA records do not support these claims. Abu Zubaydah's expertise in interrogation resistance training. The OLC memorandum repeated the CIA's representation that Abu Zubaydah was well-versed in resistance to interrogation techniques, and that it is believed Zubaydah wrote al-Qaeda's manual on resistance techniques. A review of CIA records found no information to support these claims. To the contrary, Abu Zubaydah later stated that it was his belief that all individuals provide information in detention, and that captured individuals should expect that the organization will make adjustments to protect people and plans when someone with knowledge is captured. Abu Zubaydah's withholding of information on pending terrorist attacks. The OLC memorandum repeated CIA representations stating that the interrogation team is certain Abu Zubaydah was withholding information related to planned attacks against the United States, either within the U.S. homeland or abroad. CIA records do not support this claim. Abu Zubaydah's interrogation team was not certain that Abu Zubaydah was withholding critical threat information. To the contrary, the interrogation team wrote to CIA headquarters, "Our assumption is the objective of this operation, the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah, is to achieve a high degree of confidence that Abu Zubaydah is not holding back actionable information concerning threats to the United States beyond that which Abu Zubaydah has already provided." B. The CIA interprets the August 1, 2002 memorandum to apply to other detainees despite language of the memorandum. Interrogations of Abu Zubaydah and other detainees diverge from the CIA's representations to the OLC. Redacted. The CIA broadly interpreted the August 1, 2002 OLC memorandum to allow for greater operational latitude. For example, the memorandum stated that the legal advice was specific to the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah and the specific CIA representations about Abu Zubaydah. However, the CIA applied its enhanced interrogation techniques to numerous other CIA detainees without seeking additional formal legal advice from the OLC. As detailed elsewhere, the other detainees subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques varied significantly in terms of their assessed role in terrorist activities and the information they were believed to possess. CIA records indicate that it was not until July 29, 2003, almost a year later, that the Attorney General stated that the legal principles of the August 1, 2002 memorandum could be applied to other CIA detainees. Redacted. The August 1, 2002 OLC memorandum also included an analysis of each of the CIA's proposed enhanced interrogation techniques with a description of how the CIA stated the techniques would be applied. However, in the interrogations of Abu Zubaydah and subsequent CIA detainees, the CIA applied the techniques in a manner that a Department of Justice attorney concluded was quite different from the description presented in 2002. As reported by the CIA's Inspector General, the CIA used the waterboarding technique against Abu Zubaydah and later against KSM in a manner inconsistent with CIA representations to the OLC, as well as the OLC's description of the technique in the August 1, 2002 memorandum. In addition, the CIA assured the OLC that it would be unlikely that CIA detainees subjected to sleep deprivation would experience hallucinations, and that if they did, medical personnel would intervene. However, Multiple CIA detainees subjected to prolonged sleep deprivation experienced hallucinations, and CIA interrogation teams did not always discontinue sleep deprivation after the detainees had experienced hallucinations. The CIA further represented to the OLC that Abu Zubaydah's recovery from his wound would not be impeded by the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. However, prior to the OLC memorandum, Detention Site Green personnel stated, and CIA headquarters had confirmed, that the interrogation process would take precedence over preventing Abu Zubaydah's wound from becoming infected. Other CIA detainees were also subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, notwithstanding concerns that the interrogation techniques could exacerbate their injuries. The CIA also repeatedly used interrogation techniques beyond those provided to the OLC for review, including water dousing, nudity, abdominal slaps, and dietary manipulation. Redacted. At the July 29, 2003 meeting of Select National Security Council principals, Attorney General John Ashcroft expressed the view that, while appropriate caution should be exercised in the number of times the water board was administered, the repetitions described do not contravene the principles underlying DOJ's August 2002 opinion. Records do not indicate that the Attorney General opined on the manner, as opposed to the frequency, with which the water board was implemented, or on interrogation techniques not included in the August 2002 opinion. The differences between the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques as described by the CIA to the OLC in 2002 and the actual use of the techniques as described in the CIA Inspector General May 2004 Special Review prompted concerns at the Department of Justice. On May 27, 2004, Assistant Attorney General Jack Goldsmith sent a letter to the CIA General Counsel stating that the special review raises the possibility that, at least in some instances and particularly early in the program, the actual practice may not have been congruent with all of these assumptions and limitations. In particular, Goldsmith's letter highlighted the statement in the special review that the use of the water board in SERE training was so different from subsequent agency usage as to make it almost irrelevant. C. Following suspension of the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the CIA obtains approval from the OLC for the interrogation of 3 individual detainees. Redacted. The May 2004 CIA Inspector General Special Review recommended that the CIA's General Counsel submit in writing a request for the Department of Justice to provide the CIA with a formal, written legal opinion, revalidating and modifying, as appropriate, the guidance provided in the August 1, 2002 memorandum. It also recommended that in the absence of such a written opinion, the DCI should direct that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques be implemented only within the parameters that were mutually understood by the agency and DOJ on August 1, 2002. After receiving the special review, Assistant Attorney General Jack Goldsmith informed the CIA that the OLC had never formally opined on whether the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques would meet constitutional standards. On May 24, 2004, DCI Tenet, Deputy Director John McLaughlin, General Counsel Scott Mueller, and others met to discuss the Department of Justice's comments, after which DCI Tenet directed that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques as well as the use of the CIA's standard techniques be suspended. On June 4, 2004, DCI Tenet issued a formal memorandum suspending the use of the techniques pending policy and legal review. Redacted. As described in the summary, on July 2, 2004, Attorney General Ashcroft and Deputy Attorney General James Comey attended a meeting of Select National Security Council principals, the topic of which was the proposed CIA interrogation of Jannat Gul. According to CIA records, the Attorney General stated that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Gul would be consistent with U.S. law and treaty obligations, although Ashcroft made an exception for the water board, which he stated required further review, primarily because of the view that the technique had been employed in a different fashion than that which the DOJ initially approved. On July 20, 2004, Ashcroft, along with Patrick Philbin and Daniel Levin from the Department of Justice, attended a National Security Council Principals Committee meeting at which Ashcroft stated that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques described in the August 1, 2002 OLC memorandum, with the exception of the water board, would not violate U.S. statutes, the U.S. Constitution, or U.S. treaty obligations. The Attorney General was then directed to prepare a written opinion addressing the constitutional issues, and the CIA was directed to provide further information to the Department of Justice with regard to the Water Board. On July 22, 2004, Attorney General Ashcroft sent a letter to acting DCI John McLaughlin stating that the 9 interrogation techniques, those addressed in the August 1, 2002 memorandum, with the exception of the Water Board, did not violate the U.S. Constitution or any statute or U.S. treaty obligations in the context of the CIA interrogation of Janat Ghul. Redacted. On July 30, 2004, anticipating the interrogation of Janat Ghul, the CIA provided the OLC for the first time a description of dietary manipulation, nudity, water dowsing, the abdominal slap, standing sleep deprivation, and the use of diapers, all of which the CIA described as a supplement to the interrogation techniques outlined in the August 1, 2002 memorandum. The CIA's descriptions of the interrogation techniques were incongruent with how the CIA had applied the techniques in practice. The CIA description of a minimum calorie intake was incongruent with the history of the program, as no minimum calorie intake existed prior to May 2004, and the May 2003 draft OMS guidelines allowed for food to be withheld for 1 to 2 days. The CIA represented to the OLC that new detainees were not wantonly exposed to other detainees or detention facility staff, even though new detainees at the CIA's detention site Cobalt were kept in a central area outside the interrogation room and were walked around by guards as a form of humiliation.
The CIA's description of water dowsing made no mention of cold water immersion, which was used on CIA detainees and taught in CIA interrogator training. The CIA representation describing a 2-hour limit for the shackling of detainees' hands above their head is incongruent with records of CIA detainees whose hands were shackled above their heads for extended periods, as well as the draft March 2003 OMS guidelines permitting such shackling for up to 4 hours. The CIA further represented to the OLC that the use of diapers was for sanitation and hygiene purposes, whereas CIA records indicate that in some cases a central purpose of diapers was to cause humiliation and to induce a sense of helplessness. On August 13, 2004, CIA attorneys, medical officers, and other personnel met with Department of Justice attorneys to discuss some of the techniques for which the CIA was seeking approval, in particular sleep deprivation, water dowsing, and the water board. When asked about the possibility that detainees subjected to standing sleep deprivation could suffer from edema, OMS doctors informed the Department of Justice attorneys that it was not a problem, as the CIA would adjust shackles or the method of applying the technique as necessary to prevent edema, as well as any chafing or over-tightness from the shackles. With regard to water dowsing, CIA officers represented that water is at normal temperature. CIA makes no effort to cool the water before applying it. With respect to the water board, CIA officers indicated that each application could not last more than 40 seconds and usually only lasted about 20 seconds. As detailed in the full committee study, each of these representations was incongruent with the operational history of the CIA program. Redacted. On August 25, 2004, the CIA's Associate General Counsel, redacted, sent a letter to the OLS stating that Janat Ghul, who had been rendered into CIA custody on July, redacted, 2004, had been subjected to the attention, grasp, walling, facial hold, facial slap, while standing, stress positions, and sleep deprivation. The letter further stated that CIA interrogators assessed Ghul not to be cooperating and to be using a sophisticated counter-interrogation strategy, and that the further use of the same enhanced interrogation techniques would be unlikely to move Ghul to cooperate absent concurrent use of dietary manipulation, nudity, water dowsing, and the abdominal slap. The letter referenced the reporting from a CIA source stating CIA understands that before his capture, Ghul had been working to facilitate a direct meeting between the redacted CIA redacted source reporting on the pre-election threat and Abu Faraj al-Libi himself. The following day, August 26, 2004, Acting Assistant Attorney General Daniel Levin informed CIA Acting General Counsel John Rizzo that the use of the 4 additional interrogation techniques did not violate any U.S. statutes, the U.S. Constitution, or U.S. treaty obligations. Levin's advice relied on the CIA's representation about Ghul, including that there are no medical and psychological contradictions to the use of these techniques as you plan to employ them on Ghul. At the time, CIA records indicated 1. That standing sleep deprivation had already already caused significant swelling in Ghoul's legs. 2. That standing sleep deprivation continued despite Ghoul's visual and auditory hallucinations, and that Ghoul was not oriented to time or place. 3. That CIA interrogators on site did not believe that escalation to enhanced pressures will increase Ghoul's ability to produce timely, accurate, locational, and threat information. And 4. That CIA interrogators did not believe that Ghoul was withholding imminent threat information. Levin's August 26, 2004 letter to Rizzo was based on the premise that we understand that Janet Ghoul is a high-value Al-Qaeda operative who is believed to possess information concerning an imminent terrorist threat to the United States. Levin's understanding was based on the CIA's representation that Ghoul had been working to facilitate a direct meeting between the redacted CIA redacted source reporting on the pre-election threat and Abu Faraj al-Libi. This information later proved to be inaccurate. As detailed elsewhere in the summary, the threat of a terroristic attack to precede the November 2004 U.S. election was found to be based on a CIA source whose information was questioned by senior CTC officials at the time. The same CIA source admitted to fabricating the information after a redacted October 2004. In November 2004, after the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Janet Ghoul, CIA's chief of base at detention site Black, where Janet Ghoul was interrogated, wrote that describing Ghoul as highest ranking gives him a stature which is undeserved, overblown, and misleading. The chief of base added that stating that Ghoul had long-standing access to senior leaders in Al-Qaeda is simply wrong. In December 2004, CIA officers concluded that Janet Ghoul was not the link to senior AQ leaders that CIA headquarters had said he is. And in April 2004, CIA officers wrote that there simply is no smoking gun that we can refer to that would justify our continued holding of Janet Ghoul. By April 2005, as the OLC neared completion of a new memorandum analyzing the legality of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the OLC sought information from the CIA on what the CIA got from Janet Ghoul. Was it valuable, and did it help anything? The CIA did not immediately respond to this request, and the CIA's Associate General Counsel, redacted, noted that DOJ personnel had taken to calling him daily for additional information. Subsequently, on April 15, 2005, the CIA informed the OLC that during most of Ghoul's debriefings, he has sought to minimize his knowledge of extremist activities and has provided largely non-incriminating information about his involvement in their networks. On May 10, 2005, the OLC issued a memorandum that stated, "You informed us that the CIA believed Ghoul had information about Al-Qaeda's plans to launch an attack within the United States. Our conclusions depend on these assessments." The OLC referenced redacted August 25, 2004 letter on Ghoul and the pre-election threat. In a May 30, 2005 memorandum, the OLC referred to Janet Ghoul as representative of the high-value detainees on whom enhanced techniques have been or might be used, and wrote that the CIA believed that Janet Ghoul had actionable intelligence concerning the pre-election threat to the United States. In the same memorandum, the OLC conveyed a new CIA representation describing the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Janet Ghoul, which stated, "Ghoul has provided information that has helped the CIA with validating one of its key assets reporting to the pre-election threat." There are no indications in the memorandum that the CIA informed the OLC that it had concluded that Ghoul had no information about the pre-election threat, which was the basis on which the OLC had approved use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Ghoul in the first place, or that CIA officers had determined that Ghoul was not the man we thought he was. In September 2004, the OLC advised the CIA that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Ahmed Khalfan Gailani and Sarif al-Masri was all legal based on the CIA representations that the two detainees were Al-Qaeda operatives involved in the operational planning of the pre-election plot against the United States. This CIA assessment was based on the same fabrications from the same CIA source. Like Janet Ghoul, Gailani and al-Masri were subjected to extended sleep deprivation and experienced hallucinations. May 2005 OLC memoranda rely on inaccurate representations from the CIA regarding the interrogation process, the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and the effectiveness of these techniques. On May 4, 2005, Acting Assistant Attorney General Stephen Bradbury faxed to CIA Associate General Counsel redacted a set of questions related to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques in which Bradbury referenced medical journal articles. The following day, redacted sent a letter to Bradbury stating that the CIA's responses had been composed by the CIA's Office of Medical Services OMS, the CIA response stated that any lowering of the threshold of pain caused by sleep deprivation was not germane to the program because studies had only identified differences in sensitivity to heat, cold, and pressure, and the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques do not involve application of heat, cold, pressure, any sharp objects, or indeed any objects at all. With regard to the effect of sleep deprivation on the experience of water dowsing, the CIA response stated that at the temperatures of water we have recommended for the program, the likelihood of induction of pain by water dowsing is very low under any circumstances and not a phenomenon we have seen in detainees subject to this technique. In response to Bradbury's query as to when edema or shackling would become painful as a result of standing sleep deprivation, the CIA responded, "We have not observed this phenomenon in the interrogation performed to date, and we have no reason to believe on theoretical grounds that edema or shackling would be more painful, provided the shackles are maintained with appropriate slack and interrogators follow medical officers' recommendations to end standing sleep deprivation and use an alternate technique when the medical officer judges that edema is significant in any way." The CIA response added that the medical officer's recommendations are always followed and that detainees have not complained about pain from edema. Much of this information was inaccurate. Bradbury further inquired whether it was possible to tell reliably, e.g. from outward physical signs like grimaces, whether detainees experience severe pain. The CIA responded that all pain is subjective, not objective, adding, "Medical officers can monitor for evidence of condition or injury that most people would consider painful and can observe the individual for outward displays and expressions associated with the experience of pain. Medical officer can and do ask the subject after the interrogation session has concluded if he is in pain and do provide analgesics such as Tylenol and Aleve to detainees who report headache and other discomforts during their interrogations. We reiterate that an interrogation session would be stopped if, in the judgment of the interrogators or medical personnel, medical attention was required." As described elsewhere, multiple CIA detainees were subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques despite their medical conditions. Bradbury's facts also inquired whether monitoring and safeguards will effectively avoid severe physical pain or suffering for detainees, which was a formulation of the statutory definition of torture under consideration. Despite concerns from OMS that its assessments could be used to support a legal review of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the CIA's response stated, "It is OMS's view that based on our limited experience and the extensive experience of the military with these techniques, the program in place has effectively avoided severe physical pain and suffering and should continue to do so. Application of the 13 techniques has not to date resulted in any severe or permanent physical injury or any injury other than transient bruising, and we do not expect this to change." In May 2005, Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Stephen Bradbury signed 3 memoranda that relied on information provided by the CIA that was inconsistent with CIA's operational records. On May 10, 2005, Bradbury signed 2 memoranda analyzing the statutory prohibition on torture with regard to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques and to the use of the interrogation techniques in combination. On May 30, 2005, Bradbury signed another memorandum examining U.S. obligations under the Convention Against Torture. The memoranda approved 13 techniques: 1. Dietary manipulation, 2. Nudity, 3. Attention grasp, 4. Walling, 5. Facial hold, 6. Facial slap or insult slap, 7. Abdominal slap, 8. Cramped confinement, 9. Wall standing, 10. Stress positions, 11. Water dowsing, 12. Sleep deprivation more than 48 hours, and 13. The waterboard. The 3 memoranda relied on numerous CIA representations that, as detailed elsewhere, were incongruent with CIA records, including 1. The CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques would be used only when the interrogation team considers them necessary because the detainee is withholding important, actionable intelligence or there is insufficient time to try other techniques. 2. The use of the techniques is discontinued if the detainee is judged to be consistently providing accurate intelligence or if he is no longer believed to have actionable intelligence. 3. The use of the techniques usually ends after just a few days when the detainee begins participating. 4. The interrogation techniques would not be used on a detainee not reasonably thought to possess important, actionable intelligence that could not be obtained otherwise. And 5. The interrogation process begins with an open, non-threatening approach to discern if the CIA detainee would be cooperative. The OLC memoranda also relied on CIA representations regarding specific interrogation techniques that were incongruent with the operational history of the program. For example, the CIA informed the OLC that it maintained a 75-degree minimum room temperature for new detainees as a matter of policy, with a minimum of 68 degrees in case of technical problems. This information was inconsistent with CIA practice both before and after the CIA's representation to the OLC. The OLC relied on the CIA representation that standing sleep deprivation would be discontinued in the case of significant swelling of the lower extremities, edema, whereas in practice the technique was repeatedly not stopped when edema occurred. The OLC also repeated CIA representations that constant light was necessary for security, even though the CIA had subjected detainees to constant darkness. Additional CIA representations accepted by the OLC and found to be inconsistent with CIA practice related to 1. The exposure of new detainees to other detainees and the detention facility staff, 2. The use of water dousing, specifically the inaccurate representation that the technique did not involve immersion, 3. The use of shackles and standing sleep deprivation, 4. The likelihood of hallucinations during sleep deprivation, 5. The responsibility of medical personnel to intervene when standing sleep deprivation results in hallucinations, and 6. The purpose and the use of diapers on CIA detainees. The OLC repeated the CIA's representations that the effect of the waterboard is to induce a sensation of drowning, that the detainee experiences this sensation even if he is aware that he is not actually drowning, and that as far as can be determined, Abu Zubaydah and KSM did not experience physical pain or, in the professional judgment of doctors, is there any medical reason to believe that they would have done so. The OLC further accepted that physical sensations associated with waterboarding, such as choking, end when the application ends. This information is incongruent with CIA records. According to the CIA records, Abu Zubaydah's waterboarding sessions resulted in immediate fluid intake and involuntary leg, chest, and arm spasms and hysterical pleas. A medical officer who oversaw the interrogation of KSM stated that the waterboard techniques had evolved beyond the sensation of drowning to what he described as a series of near drownings. Physical reactions to waterboarding did not necessarily end when the application of water was discontinued, as both Abu Zubaydah and KSM vomited after being subjected to the waterboard. Further, as previously described, during at least one waterboard session, Abu Zubaydah became completely unresponsive with bubbles rising through his open, full mouth. He remained unresponsive after the waterboard was rotated upwards. Upon medical intervention, he regained consciousness and expelled copious amounts of liquid. The CIA also relayed information to the OLC on the frequency with which the waterboard could be used that was incongruent with past operational practice. The May 10, 2005 memorandum analyzing the individual use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques accepted the CIA's representation that CIA interrogators are trained for approximately 4 weeks and that all personnel directly engaged in the interrogation of persons detained have been appropriately screened from the medical, psychological, and security standpoints. The CIA representations about training and screening were incongruent with the operational history of the CIA program.
CIA records indicate that CIA officers and contractors who conducted CIA interrogations in 2002 did not undergo any interrogation training. The first interrogator training course did not begin until November 12, 2002, by which time at least 25 detainees had been taken into CIA custody. Numerous CIA interrogators and other CIA personnel associated with the program had either suspected or documented personal and professional problems that raised questions about their judgment in CIA employment. This group of officers included individuals who, among other issues, had engaged in inappropriate detainee interrogations, had workplace anger management issues, and had reportedly admitted to sexual assault. Finally, the OLC accepted a definition of high-value detainee conveyed by the CIA that limited the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques to senior members of al-Qaeda or an associated terror group who have knowledge of imminent terrorist threats or direct involvement in planning and preparing terrorist actions. However, at the time of the OLC opinion, the CIA had used its enhanced interrogation techniques on CIA detainees who were found neither to have knowledge of imminent threats nor to have been directly involved in planning or preparing terrorist actions. Some were not senior al-Qaeda members or even members of al-Qaeda. Others were never suspected of having information on or a role in terrorist plotting and were suspected only of having information on the location of UBL or other al-Qaeda figures, or were simply believed to have been present at a suspected al-Qaeda guest house. A year later, redacted CTC Legal wrote to Acting Assistant Attorney General Stephen Bradbury, suggesting a new standard that more closely reflected actual practice by allowing for the CIA detention and interrogation of detainees to be based on the belief that the detainee had information that could assist in locating senior al-Qaeda leadership. The OLC modified the standard in a memorandum dated July 20th, 2007. By then, the last CIA detainee, Mohammed Rahim, had already entered CIA custody. The May 30th, 2005 OLC memorandum analyzing U.S. obligations under the Convention Against Torture relied heavily on CIA representations about the intelligence obtained from the program. Many of these representations were provided in a March 2nd, 2005 CIA memorandum known as the Effectiveness Memo, in which the CIA advised that the CIA program works and the techniques are effective in producing foreign intelligence. The Effectiveness Memo stated that we assess we would not have succeeded in overcoming the resistance of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Abu Zubaydah, and other equally resistant high-value terrorist detainees without applying in a careful, professional, and safe manner the full range of interrogation techniques. Under a section entitled Results, the CIA Effectiveness Memo represented that the CIA's use of DOJ-approved enhanced interrogation techniques as part of a comprehensive interrogation approach has enabled CIA to disrupt terrorist plots, capture additional terrorists, and collect a high volume of critical intelligence on al-Qaeda. It then listed 11 examples of critical intelligence acquired after applying enhanced interrogation techniques. The Karachi plot, the Heathrow plot, the second wave, the Garaba cell, Issa al-Hindi, Abu Talqa al-Pakistani, Hambali's capture, Jafar al-Tayer, the Dirty Blonde plot, the shoe bomber, and intelligence obtained on Shikai, Pakistan. These representations of effectiveness were almost entirely inaccurate and mirrored other inaccurate information provided to the White House, Congress, and the CIA Inspector General. In addition, on April 15, 2005, the CIA provided the OLC with an 8-page document entitled Briefing Notes on the Value of Detainee Reporting. The CIA Briefing Notes document repeats many of the same CIA representations in the Effectiveness Memo, but added additional inaccurate information related to the capture of Iman Faris.
The OLC's May 30th, 2005 memorandum relied on the CIA's inaccurate representations in the Effectiveness Memo and the Briefing Notes document in determining that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques did not violate the Fifth Amendment's prohibition on executive conduct that shocks the conscience, indicating that this analysis was a highly context-specific and fact-dependent question. The OLC also linked its analysis of whether the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques was constitutionally arbitrary to the representation by the CIA that its interrogation program produced substantial quantities of otherwise unavailable actionable intelligence. The CIA's representations to the OLC that it obtained otherwise unavailable actionable intelligence from the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques were inaccurate. The OLC memorandum repeated specific inaccurate CIA representations, including that the waterboard was used against Abu Zubaydah and KSM only after it became clear that the standard interrogation techniques were not working, that the information related to the Garaba cell in Karachi was otherwise unavailable actionable intelligence, and that Jannat Gul was a high-value detainee, and that information provided by Hassan Gul regarding the al-Qaeda presence in Shikai, Pakistan was attributable to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Citing CIA information, the OLC memorandum also stated that Abu Zubaydah was al-Qaeda's third or fourth highest-ranking member and had been involved in every major terrorist activity carried out by al-Qaeda. And that, again, once enhanced interrogation techniques were employed, Abu Zubaydah provided significant information on two operatives who planned to build and detonate a dirty bomb in Washington, D.C. area. The OLC repeated additional inaccurate information from the CIA related to KSM's reporting, including representations about the second wave plotting, the Heathrow airport plotting, and the captures of Habali, Imran Faris, and Sajid Badat. The OLC relied on CIA representations that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques against Abd al-Rahim al-Nashiri produced notable results as early as the first day, despite al-Nashiri providing reporting on the same topics prior to entering CIA custody. The OLC also repeated inaccurate CIA representations about statements reportedly made by Abu Zubaydah and KSM. Finally, the May 30th, 2005 OLC memorandum referenced the CIA Inspector General May 2004 Special Review, stating, "We understand that interrogations have led to specific, actionable intelligence as well as a general increase in the amount of intelligence regarding al-Qaeda and its affiliates." The OLC memorandum cited pages in the special review that included inaccurate information provided by CIA personnel to CIA's OIG, including representations that related to Jose Badia and Binyam Mohammed, Hambali, and the al-Qaeda cell in Karachi. The Parashahs, Imam Faris, Saleh al-Muray, Mahid Khan, the Heathrow airport plotting, and other plots. E. After passage of Detainee Treatment Act, OLC issues opinion on CIA conditions of confinement. Withdraws draft opinion on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques after the U.S. Supreme Court case of Hamdan versus Rumsfeld. On December 19, 2005, anticipating the passage of the Detainee Treatment Act, Acting CIA General Counsel John Rizzo requested that the OLC review whether or not the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, as well as the conditions of confinement at CIA detention facilities, would violate the Detainee Treatment Act. In April 2006, attorneys at OLC completed initial drafts of 2 legal memoranda addressing these questions. In June 2006, however, the U.S. Supreme Court case of Hamdan versus Rumsfeld prompted the OLC to withdraw its draft memorandum on the impact of the Detainee Treatment Act on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. As redacted CTC Legal explained, the OLC would prepare a written opinion if we want, but strongly implied that we shouldn't seek it. As described in a July 2009 report of the Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility, the administration determined that after the Hamdan decision, it would need new legislation to support the continued use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Even as it withdrew its draft opinion on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, the OLC continued to analyze whether the CIA's conditions of confinement violated the Detainee Treatment Act. To support this analysis, the CIA asserted that the loud music and white noise, constant light, and 24-hour shackling were all for security purposes, that shaving was for security and hygiene purposes conducted only upon intake and not as a punitive step, that detainees were not exposed to an extended period of white noise, and that CIA detainees had access to a wide array of amenities. This information is incongruent with CIA records. Detainees were routinely shaved, sometimes as an aid to their interrogation. Detainees who were participating at an acceptable level were permitted to grow their hair and beards. The CIA had used music at decibels exceeding the representations to the OLC. The CIA also used specific music to signal to a detainee that another interrogation was about to begin. Numerous CIA detainees were subjected to the extended use of white noise. The CIA further inaccurately represented that medical personnel will advise ending sleep deprivation in the event that its detainee appears to be experiencing hallucinations, transient or not. In a May 18, 2006 letter, redacted CTC Legal redacted wrote to the Department of Justice that some of these conditions provide the additional benefit of setting a detention atmosphere conductive to continued intelligence collection from the detainee. While the letter referred generally to constant light in cells, use of white noise, use of shackles, hooding, and shaving/barbering, it described an intelligence collection purpose only for shaving, which allows an interrogators a clearer view of the cherished detainee's facial clues. On August 31st, 2006, the OLC finalized 2 legal analyses on the conditions of confinement at CIA detention sites. The first was a memorandum that evaluated whether 6 detention conditions in the CIA's detention program were consistent with the Detainee Treatment Act. The second, provided in the form of a letter, concluded that those same 6 conditions did not violate the requirements of the Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. The OLC relied on the CIA's representation related to the conditions of confinement for its analysis. The OLC wrote that underlying our analysis of all of these conditions of confinement, is our understanding that the CIA provides regular and thorough medical and psychological care to the detainees in its custody. As detailed in this summary, the lack of emergency medical care for CIA detainees was a significant challenge for the CIA. The August 31st, 2006 OLC memorandum applying the terms of the Detainee Treatment Act to the conditions of confinement at CIA detention facilities stated that, over the history of the program, the CIA has detained a total of 96 individuals. This was based on a representation made by redacted CTC Legal on April 23, 2006. As of the date of the OLC memorandum, the CIA had detained at least 118 individuals. The OLC memorandum also stated that we understand that once the CIA assesses that a detainee no longer possesses significant intelligence value, the CIA seeks to move the detainee into an alternate detention arrangements. CIA records indicate that detainees had remained in CIA custody long after the CIA had determined that they no longer possessed significant intelligence. Finally, the OLC memorandum repeated a number of inaccurate of earlier inaccurate CIA representations on the effectiveness of the program, citing both the CIA's effectiveness memo and its own May 30th, 2005 memorandum. Notably, the April 31st, 2006 OLC memorandum repeated the same inaccurate representation, which first appeared in an August 2002 OLC memorandum that Abu Zubaydah was al-Qaeda's third or fourth highest-ranking member and had been involved in every major terrorist operation carried out by al-Qaeda. As described, the CIA records as early as 2002 did not support these representations, and 2 weeks prior to the issuance of the August 2006 memorandum, the CIA published an intelligence assessment stating Abu Zubaydah had been rejected by al-Qaeda and explaining how the CIA had come to miscast Abu Zubaydah as a senior al-Qaeda lieutenant. F. July 2007 OLC memorandum relies on inaccurate CIA representations regarding CIA interrogations and the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. CIA misrepresents congressional views to the Department of Justice. On July 20th, 2007, the OLC issued a memorandum applying the War Crimes Act, the Detainee Treatment Act, and Common Article 3 of the Geneva Convention to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The memorandum noted that, while the Hamdan decision was contrary to the President's prior determination that a Common Article 3 does not apply to an armed conflict across national boundaries with an international terrorist organization such as al-Qaeda, this challenge to the CIA program was resolved by the Military Commissions Act, which left responsibility for interpreting the meaning and application of the Common Article 3, except for the grave breaches defined in the amended War Crimes Act, to the President. The OLC memorandum determined that 6 proposed interrogation techniques were legal: dietary manipulation, extended sleep deprivation, the facial hold, the attention grasp, the abdominal slap, and the insult or facial slap. The memorandum accepted that the CIA's representation that, over the life of the program, the CIA had detained 98 individuals, of whom 30 had been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. At the time of the OLC memorandum, the CIA had detained at least 119 individuals, of whom at least 38 had been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The inaccurate statistics provided by the CIA to the OLC were used to support OLC's conclusion that the program was proportionate to the government interest involved, as required by the shocks the conscience test. The OLC also noted that careful screening procedures are in place to ensure that enhanced techniques will only be used in the interrogation of agents or members of al-Qaeda or its affiliates who are reasonably believed to possess critical intelligence that can be used to prevent future terrorist attacks against the United States and its interests. In practice, numerous individuals have been detained by the CIA and subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, despite doubts and questions surrounding their knowledge of terrorist threats and the location of senior al-Qaeda leadership. Examples include, among others, Azadullah, Mustafa al-Haswani, Abu Hadahifi, Arsala Khan, Abu Talha al-Maghrebi, Abu Bahar al-Turki, Janet Gul, Ahmed Galahini, Sharlaf al-Masri, and Saeed Ibrahim.
The July 20th, 2007 OLC memorandum also stated that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques are not the first option for CIA interrogators confronted even with a high-value detainee. As described in this summary, numerous CIA detainees were subjected to the CIA's enhanced or standard interrogation techniques on their first day of CIA custody, while other detainees provided significant information prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The OLC memorandum also accepted the CIA representation and that the CIA generally does not ask questions during the administration of the techniques to which the CIA does not already know the answers, that the CIA asks for already known information during the administration of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, and that when CIA personnel believe a detainee will cooperate, the CIA would discontinue use of the techniques and debrief the detainee regarding matters on which the CIA is not definitely informed. As the memorandum concluded, this approach highlights the intended psychological effects of the techniques and reduces the ability of the detainee to provide false information solely as a means to discontinue their application. This description of the program was inaccurate. As described in the summary and in more detail in the full committee study, CIA interrogators always questioned detainees during the application of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, seeking new information to which the CIA did not have answers, and numerous detainees fabricated information while being subjected to the interrogation techniques. The July 20th, 2007 OLC memorandum repeated CIA representations that many, if not all, of the 30 detainees who had been subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques received counter-interrogation training, and that al-Qaeda operatives believed that they are morally permitted to reveal information once they have reached a certain limit of discomfort. Neither of these representations is supported by CIA records. The memorandum also repeated CIA representations that interrogators were highly trained in carrying out the techniques and psychologically screened to minimize the risk that an interrogator might misuse any technique. These presumptions were central to the OLC's determination that limitations on interrogations contained in the Army Field Manual were not dispositive evidence that the CIA's interrogation program fell outside traditional executive behavior and contemporary practice. An analysis required as part of the substantive due process inquiry. Specifically, the OLC distinguished U.S. military interrogations from the CIA program by stating that the CIA program will be administered only by trained and experienced interrogators who, in turn, will apply the techniques only to a subset of high-value detainees. As described in the summary and in greater detail in the full committee study, the CIA's representations to the OLC were incongruent with the history of the CIA's detention and interrogation program with regard to training, screening, and experience of interrogators, and the detainees against whom the CIA used its enhanced interrogation techniques. The July 2007 OLC memorandum based its legal analysis related to the 6 interrogation techniques under consideration on CIA representations that were incongruent with the operational history of the program. In reviewing whether standing sleep deprivation was consistent with the War Crimes Act, the OLC noted that its understanding that the technique would be discontinued should any hallucinations or significant declines in cognitive functioning be observed was crucial to our analysis. The memorandum repeated CIA representations that diapers employed during standing sleep deprivation are used solely for sanitary and health reasons and not to humiliate the detainee, and that, more generally, the techniques are not intended to humiliate or degrade. The OLC's understanding, which, as described, was not consistent with the operational history of the CIA program, was part of its analysis related to the prohibition on outrages upon personal dignity under Common Article 3. As in the May 30th, 2005 OLC memorandum, the July 20th, 2007 OLC memorandum conducted an analysis of the shocks and conscience test under the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, emphasizing the fact-specific nature of the analysis. Citing both the CIA's March 2005 effectiveness memo and the President's September 6, 2006 speech describing the interrogation program, the July 2007 OLC memorandum repeated the CIA assertion that the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques produced otherwise unavailable intelligence. It also repeated CIA representations related to KSM's reporting on the second wave plotting and Abu Zubaydah's reporting on Jose Padilla, both of which were inaccurate. The OLC memorandum also stated that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques had revealed plots to blow up the Brooklyn Bridge and to release mass biological agents in our nation's largest cities. Finally, the July 20th, 2007 OLC memorandum asserted, based on CIA representations, that members of Congress supported the CIA interrogation program and that, by subsequently voting for the Military Commissions Act, those members effectively endorsed an interpretation of the act that would be consistent with the continued use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. This interpretation of congressional intent also supported the OLC's constitutional analysis, which stated that there could be little doubt that the act reflected an endorsement from Congress that the CIA program was consistent with the contemporary practice and therefore did not shock the conscience. Specifically, the OLC memorandum noted that according to CIA representations prior to the passage of the Military Commissions Act, several members of Congress, including full memberships of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees and Senator McCain, were briefed by General Michael Hayden, director of the CIA, on the 6 techniques, and that in those classified and private conversations, none of the members expressed the view that the CIA interrogation program should be stopped or that the techniques at issue were inappropriate. This representation was inaccurate. For example, according to CIA records, during a briefing on September 11, 2006, Senator John McCain informed the CIA that he believed the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including sleep deprivation and the waterboard, were torture. On September 27, 2006, Senator Dianne Feinstein, a member of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, wrote a letter to CIA Director Hayden stating that she was unable to understand why the CIA needs to maintain this program. On September 6, 2006, when the CIA provided its first and only briefing to the full committee on the CIA program prior to the vote on the Military Commissions Act, committee staff access was limited to the 2 committee staff directors. In May 2007, shortly after the CIA allowed additional committee staff to be briefed on the program, other members of the committee prepared and provided letters to Director Hayden. On May 1, 2007, Senator Russ Feingold wrote that, "I cannot support the program on moral, legal, or national security grounds." On May 11, 2007, Senators Chuck Hagel, Dianne Feinstein, and Ron Wyden wrote a letter expressing their long-standing concerns with the program and their deep discomfort with the use of EITs. Following the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks and the signing of the September 17, 2001 Memorandum of Notification, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the committee, held a series of hearings and briefings on CIA covert actions, including the new authority to detain terrorists. At a November 13, 2001 briefing for committee staff, redacted CTC Legal, redacted, described the CIA's new detention authorities as terrifying and expressed the CIA's intent to find a cadre of people who know how to run prisons because we don't. Deputy Director of Operations James Pavitt assured the committee that it would be informed of each individual who entered CIA custody. Pavitt disavowed the use of torture against detainees while stating that the boundaries on the use of interrogation techniques were uncertain, specifically in the case of having to identify the location of a hidden nuclear weapon. In meetings with the CIA in February 2002, the month before the capture and detention of Abu Zubaydah, committee staff expressed concern about the lack of any legal review of the CIA's new detention authorities. Redacted noted that the discussion with committee staff was the only peer review the CIA lawyers had engaged in with regard to the MON authorities, and that the discussion helped refine the CIA's understanding of what MON-authorized activity was in fact legally permissible and appropriate. On April 18, 2002, the CIA informed the committee that it has no current plans to develop a detention facility. At the time of the representation, the CIA had already established a CIA detention site in country, redacted, and detained Abu Zubaydah there. On April 24, 2002, the CIA notified the committee about the capture of Abu Zubaydah with the understanding that the location of Abu Zubaydah's detention was among the red lines not to be divulged to the committee. The notification and subsequent information was provided to the committee included representations that Abu Zubaydah was a member of bin Laden's inner circle and a key al-Qaeda lieutenant. These representations were inaccurate. Briefings to the committee in the spring of 2002 emphasized the expertise of FBI and CIA interrogators engaged in the Abu Zubaydah interrogations and provided no indication that coercive techniques were being used or considered, or that there was significant disagreement between the CIA and the FBI on proposed interrogation approaches. In early August 2002, after the Department of Justice determined that the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques on Abu Zubaydah would be legal, the CIA considered briefing the committee on the CIA's interrogation techniques, but did not. In early September 2002, the CIA briefed the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence Leadership about the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. 2 days after the CIA's redacted CTC Legal redacted excised from a draft memorandum memorializing the briefing indications that the HPSCI leadership questioned the legality of the program by deleting the sentence. HPSCI attendees also questioned the legality of these techniques if other countries would use them. After redacted, blind copied Jose Rodriguez on the email in which he transmitted the changes to the memorandum, Rodriguez responded to redacted's email with short and sweet. The first briefing for the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence Chairman Bob Graham and Vice Chairman Richard Shelby and their staff directors occurred on September 27, 2002, nearly 2 months after the CIA first began subjecting Abu Zubaydah to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The only record of the briefing is a one-paragraph CIA memorandum stating that the briefing occurred. The committee does not have its own records of this briefing. Shortly thereafter, in late 2002, Chairman Graham sought to expand committee oversight of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, including by having committee staff visit CIA interrogation sites and interview CIA interrogators. The CIA rejected this request. An internal CIA email from redacted, CTC legal, redacted, indicated that the full committee would not be told about the nature and scope of the interrogation process, and that even the chairman and vice chairman would not be told in which country or region the CIA had established its detention facilities. Other emails describe efforts by the CIA to identify a strategy for limiting the CIA's responses to Chairman Graham's request for more information on the CIA's detention and interrogation program, specifically seeking a way to get off the hook on the cheap. The CIA eventually chose to delay its next update for the committee leadership on the CIA's program until after Graham had left the committee. At the same time, the CIA rejected a request for the committee staff to be read in and provided with a briefing on the CIA program. On February 4, 2003, the CIA briefed the new chairman, Senator Pat Roberts, and the two staff directors, Vice Chairman John D. Rockefeller IV was not present. The only record of the briefing, a 2-page CIA memorandum, states that CIA officers described in great detail the importance of the information provided by Abu Zubaydah and Abd al-Rahim el-Nashiri, both of whom had information on ongoing terrorist operations, information that might well have saved American lives. The difficulty of getting that information from them, and the importance of the enhanced techniques in getting that information. As described in the summary, and in great detail in the full committee study, Abu Zubaydah and al-Nashiri did not provide actionable intelligence on ongoing plotting, and provided significant reporting prior to the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The CIA declined to provide information pursuant to a request from Chairman Roberts on the location of the CIA's detention site. Finally, the CIA memorandum states that Chairman Roberts gave his assent to the destruction of interrogation videotapes. However, this account in the CIA memorandum was later disputed by Chairman Roberts. The committee has no independent record of this briefing. Throughout 2003, the CIA refused to answer questions from committee members and staff about the CIA interrogations of KSM and other CIA detainees. The CIA produced talking points for a September 4, 2003 briefing on the CIA interrogation program exclusively for committee leadership. However, there are no contemporaneous records of this briefing taking place. The CIA talking points include information about the use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, their effectiveness, and various abuses that occurred in the program. Many of the CIA representations in the talking points were inaccurate. The CIA continued to withhold from the committee, including its leadership, any information on the location of the CIA's detention facilities. On more than one occasion, the CIA directed CIA personnel at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, not to brief a visiting committee member about the CIA detention facility there, including during a July 2005 visit by Chairman Roberts. In 2004, the committee conducted 2 hearings on the CIA's role in interrogating U.S. military detainees at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. CIA witnesses stressed that the CIA was more limited in its interrogation authorities than the Department of Defense, but declined to respond to the committee questions about the interrogation of KSM or press reports on CIA detention facilities. During the first briefing on May 12, 2004, committee members requested Department of Justice memoranda addressing the legality of CIA interrogations.
Despite repeated subsequent requests, limited access to the memoranda was not granted until 4 years later, in June 2008, by which time the CIA was no longer detaining individuals. Redacted. While the CIA continued to brief the committee leadership on aspects of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, there are no transcripts of these briefings. One briefing on July 15, 2004, discussed the detention of Janet Gould. An email from redacted CTC Legal stated that the only reason the chairman and vice chairman were informed of the detention of Janet Gould was the notification could serve as the vehicle for briefing the committees on our need for renewed legal and policy support for the CIA's detention and interrogation program. At the July 2004 briefing, the minority staff director requested full committee briefings and expanded the committee oversight, including visits to CIA detention sites and interviews with interrogators, efforts that had been sought by former Chairman Graham years earlier. This request was denied. Vice Chairman Rockefeller seeks committee investigation. On February 3, 2005, Vice Chairman Rockefeller began a formal effort to conduct a comprehensive committee investigation of the CIA's detention, interrogation, and rendition activities, including a review of the legality and effectiveness of CIA interrogations. On March 3, 2005, a CIA official wrote that Vice Chairman Rockefeller was convinced they were hiding stuff from him, and that CIA had planned a detailed briefing to shut Rockefeller up. The only committee records of this briefing, which took place on March 7, 2005, are handwritten notes written by Vice Chairman Rockefeller and the minority staff director. Shortly after this briefing, the Vice Chairman reiterated his call for a broad committee investigation of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, which he said the ranking member of the HPSCI, Jane Harmon, described in a letter to Vice President Cheney. There is no committee record of a response to the letter. On April 13, 2005, the day before an anticipated committee vote of the vice chairman's proposed investigation of the CIA program, Chief ALEC Station, redacted, the deputy chief of CTC, Philip Mudd, discussed a press strategy to shape public and congressional views of the program. As previously detailed, Mudd wrote, "We either gut out and sell, or we get hammered, which has implications beyond the media. Congress reads it, cuts our authorities, messes up our budget. We need to make sure the impression of what we do is positive." The next day, CIA Inspector General John Helgerson briefed several members of the committee on limited aspects of the CIA's detention and interrogation program. According to Helgerson, chairman reports, motive was hard to have at a presentation that made clear that the CIA IG is looking at all appropriate detention and interrogation issues as, he told me privately beforehand, the committee will be voting today on whether to launch their own inquiry. Helgerson added that Roberts said, "I know that vote is going to come out, but I want the minority to go away knowing this is in good hands." The proposed investigation was not approved by the committee. The committee nonetheless subsequently approved legislation requiring CIA reports on renditions and plans for disposing of high-value CIA detainees, as well as requesting expanded committee staff access to the program beyond committee staff directors. In addition, Vice Chairman Rockefeller requested full committee access to over 100 documents related to the May 2004 Inspector General's Special Review. On January 5, 2006, after multiple rounds of a negotiation with the CIA for documents, the Chief of Staff to the Director of National Intelligence, Don Negroponte, wrote a letter rejecting the request. The letter had been prepared by the former redacted CTC legal, redacted, who by then was serving as a CIA detailee and the Office for Director of National Intelligence. E. In response to Detainee Treatment Act, the CIA briefed senators not on the committee. Proposal from Senator Levin for an independent commission prompts renewed calls from within the CIA to destroy interrogation videotapes. In October and November 2005, after the Senate passed its version of the Detainee Treatment Act, the CIA, directed by Office of the Vice President, briefed specific Republican senators who were not on the Select Committee of Intelligence on the CIA's detention and interrogation program. The full membership of the committee had not yet been briefed on the CIA interrogation program. The briefings, which were intended to influence the conference negotiations, were provided by Senator McCain. Senators Ted Stevens and Thad Cochran, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee and Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, Majority Leader Bill First, and Senator Leader Cornyn, CIA records state that Cornyn was not briefed on the CIA's specific interrogation techniques. Meanwhile, a proposal from the Senator Carl Levin to establish an independent commission to investigate U.S. detention policies and allegations of detainee abuse resulted in concern that the CIA, that such a commission would lead to the discovery of videotapes documenting CIA interrogations. That concern prompted renewed interest at the CIA to destroy the videotapes. Senator Levin's amendment to establish the commission failed on November 8, 2005. The CIA destroyed the CIA interrogation videotapes the following day. CIA Director Goss seeks committee support for the program after the Detainee Treatment Act. CIA declines to answer questions for the record. F. In March 2006, 3 months after passage of the Detainee Treatment Act, the CIA provided a briefing for 5 committee staffers that included limited information on the interrogation process as well as the effectiveness of the CIA interrogation program. The briefings did not include information on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques or the local CIA detention sites. A week later, on March 15, 2006, CIA Director Porter Goss briefed the full committee on CIA detention matters, but did not provide the location of the CIA's detention facilities or a list of briefings on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. At this hearing, Director Goss explained to the committee, "We cannot do it by ourselves, and that we need to have support for our oversight committee." Goss then described challenges to the CIA detention and interrogation program as a result of the Detainee Treatment Act, as well as strained relations with countries hosting CIA detention sites after significant press revelations. Director Goss described the program as follows. This program has brought us incredible information. It's a program that can continue to bring us information incredibly. It is a program that we can continue to operate in a very professional way. It's a program that I think if you saw how it operated, you would agree that you would be proud that it's done right and well with proper safeguards. Contrasting the CIA program to the abuse of the prisoners in the U.S. military detention at the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, Director Goss stated that the CIA program is a professionally operated program that we operate uniquely. We are not talking military, and I'm not talking about anything that a contractor might have done in a prison somewhere or beat somebody or hit somebody with a stick or something. That's not what it's about. Addressing CIA interrogators, Director Goss testified that we only bring in certain selected people that we think can give us intelligence information, and we treat them in certain specific ways, such that they basically become psychologically disadvantaged to their interrogator. Explaining that the key to a successful interrogation was getting a better psychological profile and knowing what makes somebody tick. Director Goss stated that the simplest thing will work, a family photograph or something. Goss then represented the CIA's interrogation program was not a brutality. It is more of an art or a science that is refined. After the hearing, the committee submitted official requests for the record related to history, legality, and the effectiveness of the CIA detention and interrogation program. The CIA did not respond. In May 2006, the committee approved legislation required the CIA to provide reports of the CIA's detention facilities, including their locations, the CIA's interrogation techniques, the impact of the Detainee Treatment Act and the CIA program, CIA renditions, and the CIA's plans for the disposition of its detainees. The legislation also called for full committee access to the CIA May 2004 Inspector General Special Review, as well as the expanded member of the committee staff access to information on the CIA's detention and interrogation program. In July 2006, the new CIA Director General Michael Hayden provided a briefing for the chairman and vice chairman in which he described the Detainee Treatment Act as a safe haven that potentially permitted the CIA to use enhanced interrogation techniques. G. Full committee first briefed on CIA's interrogation program hours before it is publicly acknowledged on September 6, 2006. On September 6, 2006, President Bush publicly acknowledged the CIA program and the transfer of the 14 CIA detainees to U.S. military custody at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Hours prior to the announcement, CIA Director Hayden provided the first briefing on the CIA's enhanced interrogation program for all the members of the committee, although the CIA limited staff attendance to the committee's 2 staff directors. Due to the impending public acknowledgement of the program, the briefing was abbreviated. At the briefing, the CIA enhanced interrogation techniques were listed, but not described. Director Hayden stated that the techniques were developed at the Department of Defense SERE school were used against American service personnel during their training. He testified that at once a detainee gets into a situation of sustained cooperation, debriefings are not significantly different than what you and I are doing right now. Hayden sought legislative assistance in interpreting Common Article 3, stated that he had not asked for an opinion of the Department of Justice, and represented that he had been informed informally that 7 interrogation techniques are viewed by the Department of Justice to be consistent with the requirements of the Detainee Treatment Act. Director Hayden declined to identify the location of the CIA detention facilities to the members and stated that he personally had recommended not expanding committee staff access beyond the 2 staff directors already briefed on the CIA detention and interrogation program. There were no other committee briefings or hearings of the CIA detention and interrogation program prior to the Senate's September 28, 2006 vote on the Military Commissions Act. As described, the Department of Justice later concluded that the CIA's enhancement interrogation techniques were consistent with the Military Commissions Act in part because, according to the CIA, none of the members briefed in the CIA program expressed the view that the CIA interrogation program should be stopped or that the techniques at issue were not inappropriate. However, prior to the vote, Senator McCain, who had been briefed on the CIA program, told CIA officials that he could not support the program and that sleep deprivation, one of the interrogation techniques still included in the program, as well as waterboarding, were torture. Members of the committee also expressed their views in classified letters to the CIA. Senator Dianne Feinstein informed the CIA that Hayden's testimony on the CIA program was extraordinarily problematic and that she was unable to understand why the CIA needs to maintain this program. In May 2007, shortly after additional committee staff gained access to the program, Senator Russ Feingold expresses opposition to the program, while Senators Feinstein, Ron Wyden, and Chuck Hagel described their concerns about the CIA program and their deep discomfort with the use of CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On November 16, 2006, CIA Director Hayden briefed the committee. The briefing included inaccurate information, including one of the CIA's use of dietary manipulation and nudity, as well as the effects of sleep deprivation. Before speaking about the CIA's enhanced interrogation technique, however, Director Hayden asked to brief the committee on the recent capture of the CIA's newest detainee, Abu Adi al-Iraqi, who is not subjected to the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Vice Chairman Rockefeller and 2 other members of the committee expressed frustration at the briefing that Director Hayden's description of the Hadi al-Iraqi's capture was preventing what was expected to be an in-depth discussion of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. On February 14, 2007, during a hearing of CIA renditions, Director Hayden provided inaccurate information to the committee to include inaccurate information on the number of detainees held by the CIA, redacted, the deputy chief of the redacted department of the CTC, and the previous deputy staff ALEC station provided examples of information obtained from the CIA detention and interrogation program. After providing the examples redacted, closed her testimony with the statement that there's no question in my mind that having the detainee information has saved hundreds, conservatively speaking, of American lives. On March 15, 2007, in a speech to a gathering of ambassadors to the United States from countries of the European Union, Director Hayden stated that the congressional support for the CIA's detention and interrogation program assured their continuity of the program. I mentioned earlier that it would be unwise to assume that there will be a dramatic change in the American approach to the war on terror in 2009. CIA got the legislation it needed to continue this program in Military Commissions Act passed our Congress last fall. And let me remind you that every member of our intelligence committees, House and Senate, Republican and Democrat, is now fully briefed on the detention and interrogation program. This is not CIA's program. This is not the President's program. This is America's program. H. The CIA provides additional information to the full committee and staff, much of it inaccurate. Intelligence Authorization Act passes limited CIA interrogations to techniques authorized by the Army Field Manual. On April 12, 2007, CIA Director Hayden testified at a lengthy hearing that was attended by all but one committee member, and for the first time, the CIA allowed most of the committee staffs to attend. The members stated that the committee was still seeking access to the CIA documents and information of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, including Department of Justice memoranda and the location of CIA's detention facilities. Director Hayden's statement, for the record, includes extensive inaccurate information with regard to the Abu Zadab CIA interrogators, abuses identified by the ICRC, and the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. Director Hayden's statement, for the record, also listed 5 examples of the captures and 4 examples of plots thwarted purportedly resulting from the information acquired from the CIA detainee, all of which included significant inaccurate information. Director Hayden's statement, for the record, further included that the following representation with regards to the effects of legislation that would limit interrogations to techniques authorized by the Army Field Manual. The CIA program has proven to be effective should our techniques be limited to the Army Field Manual. We are left with very little offense, and we are regulated to rely primarily on defense. With the approval of the EITs, we have severely restricted our attempts to obtain timely information from the HVDs who possess the information that will help us save lives and disrupt operations. Limiting our interrogation tools to those detailed in the Army Field Manual will increase the probability that a determined, resilient HVD will be able to withhold critical, time-sensitive, actionable intelligence that could prevent an imminent catastrophic attack. At the April 12, 2007 hearing, Director Hayden verbally provided extensive inaccurate information among other topics. The interrogation of Abu Zabda, the application of Department of Defense survival school practices of the program, detainees, counter-interrogation training, the backgrounds of CIA interrogators, the role of other members of the interrogation programs, the number of CIA detainees and their intelligence production, the role of CIA detainee reporting in the captures of terrorist suspects, the interrogation process, the use of detainee reporting, the purported relationship between Islam and the need to use the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, threats against the detainees' families, the punching and kicking of detainees, detainee hygiene, the denial of medical care, dietary manipulation, the use of waterboarding and its effectiveness, and the injury of death in detainees. In addition, the chief CTC's redacted department provided inaccurate information on the CIA's use of stress positions, while Acting General Counsel John Rizzo provided an inaccurate information on the legal reasons for establishing CIA detention facility overseas. A detailed comparison of Director Hayden's testimony and information in the CIA records related to the program is included in the appendix to this summary.
In responses to official committee questions, for the record, the CIA provided inaccurate information related to detainee transferred from U.S. military CIA custody. The committee also requested a timeline connection intelligence reporting obtained from CIA detainees to use of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The CIA declined to provide such a timeline, writing that the value of each intelligence report stands alone, whether it is collected before, during, immediately after, or significantly after the use of the CIA enhanced interrogation technique. In May 2007, the committee voted to approve the fiscal year 2008 Intelligence Authorization Bill, which required reporting on CIA compliance with the Detainee Treatment Act and Military Commissions Act. In September 2007, John Rizzo withdrew his nomination to be CIA General Counsel amid committee concerns related to his role in the CIA's detainee and interrogation program. On August 2nd, 2007, the committee conducted hearing that addressed the interrogation of Mohammed Rahim, who would be the CIA's last detainee, as well as the president's new executive order, which interpreted the Geneva Conventions in a manner to allow the CIA to use its enhanced interrogation techniques against Mohammed Rahim. At the hearing, the CIA's director of CTC, redacted, provided inaccurate information to the committee on several issues, including how the CIA conducts interrogations. Members again requested access to the Department of Justice memoranda related to the CIA program, but were denied this access. On December 5th, 2007, the conference committee considered the fiscal year 2008 Intelligence Authorization Bill, voted to restrict the CIA's interrogation techniques to those authorized by the Army Field Manual. Opponents of the provision referenced Director Hayden's testimony on the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques is acquired critical information. On December 6, 2007, the New York Times revealed that the CIA had destroyed videotapes of CIA interrogations in 2005. The CIA claimed that the committee had been told about the destruction of the videotapes at a hearing in November 2006. A review of the committee's transcript of its November 16, 2006 hearing found that the CIA's claim of notification was inaccurate. In fact, CIA witnesses testified at the hearing that the CIA did not videotape interrogations, while making no mention of past videotaping of the destruction of videotapes. At the CIA briefing to the committee on December 11, 2007, Director Hayden testified about 1. The information provided to the White House regarding the videotapes, 2. What the videotapes revealed, 3. What was not on the videotapes, 4. The records for their destruction, 5. The legal basis for the use of the waterboard, and 6. The effectiveness of the CIA's waterboard interrogation technique. Much of this testimony was inaccurate or incomplete. Director Hayden also testified that what was on the destroyed videotapes was documented in CIA cables, and that the cables were a more than adequate representation of the tapes. Director Hayden committed the CIA to providing the committee with access to the cables. On February 5th, 2008, after the House of Representatives passed the conference report limited CIA interrogations to techniques authorized by the Army Field Manual, Director Hayden testified in an open committee hearing against the provision. Director Hayden also stated inaccurately that over the life of the CIA program, the CIA has detained fewer than 100 people. On February 13, 2008, the Senate passed the conference report. The president vetoes legislation based on effectiveness claims provided by the CIA. CIA declines to answer committee questions for the record about the CIA interrogation program. On March 2008, President Bush vetoed the Intelligence Authorization Bill. President Bush explained his decision to veto the bill in a radio broadcast that repeated CIA representations that the CIA interrogation program produced critical intelligence that prevented specific terrorist plots. As described in the summary and in greater detail in Volume 2, the statement reflected inaccurate information provided by the CIA to the President and other policymakers in CIA briefings. 3 days later, the House of Representatives failed to override the veto. On May 22, 2008, the CIA informed the committee that the vetoed legislation has had no impact on CIA policies concerning the use of EITs. As noted, CIA Director Gus had previously testified to the committee that we cannot do it by ourselves and that we need to have the support of our oversight committee. As further noted, the OLC's 2007 memorandum applying the Military Commission Act to the CIA's enhanced interrogation technique relied on the CIA's representation that none of the members expressed the view that the CIA interrogation program should be stopped or that the technique as issue were inappropriate. In June 2008, the CIA provided information to the committee in response to a reporting requirement to the fiscal year 2008 Intelligence Authorization Act. The CIA response stated that all of the CIA's interrogation techniques were evaluated under the applicable U.S. law during the time of their use and were founded by the Department of Justice to comply with those legal requirements. This was inaccurate. Diapers, nudity, Dietary manipulation and water dousing were used extensively by the CIA prior to any Department of Justice review. As detailed in the full committee study, the response included additional information that was incongruent with the history of the program. On June 10, 2008, the committee held a hearing on the Department of Justice memoranda relating to the CIA's detention and interrogation program, to which the committee had recently been provided limited access. At the hearing, redacted CTC legal provided inaccurate information on several topics, including the use of sleep deprivation and its effects. Acting Assistant Attorney General Stephen Bradbury also testified, noting that the Department of Justice deferred to the CIA with regard to the effectiveness of the CIA interrogation program. The committee then submitted official questions for the record on the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques and on the effectiveness of the program, including how the CIA assessed the effectiveness of its interrogation techniques for purposes of representations to the Department of Justice. The CIA prepared responses that included an acknowledgement that redacted CTC legal redacted had provided inaccurate information with regard of the effectiveness of the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques. The prepared responses were never provided to the committee. Instead, on October 17, 2008, the CIA informed the committee that it would not respond to the committee's questions for the record, and that instead the CIA was available to provide additional briefings on this issue to members as necessary. In separate letters to Director Hayden, Chairman Rockefeller, and Senator Feinstein referred to the refusal to respond to official committee questions as unprecedented and simply unacceptable and appalling. 7. CIA destructions of interrogation videotapes leads to committee investigations. Committee votes 14-1 for expansive terms of reference to study the CIA's detention and interrogation program. The committee's scrutiny of the CIA's detention and interrogation program continues through the remainder of 2008 and into the 111th Congress in 2009. On February 11, 2009, the committee held a business meeting at which committee staff presented a memorandum on the content of the CIA operational cables, detailed the interrogations of AZ and al-Rahim al-Nasiri in 2002. CIA Director Hayden had allowed a small number of committee staff to review the cables to CIA headquarters, and as noted, had testified that the cables provided a more than adequate representation of what was on the destroyed CIA interrogation tapes. The chairman stated that the committee staff memorandum represented the most comprehensive statement of the treatment of these two detainees, from the conditions of their detention and the nature of their interrogations, of the intelligence produced, and the thoughts of CIA officers and contractors in the field and headquarters. After the staff presentation, the vice chairman expressed his support for an expanded committee investigation, stating, "We need to compare that what was briefed to us by the agency with what we find out, and we need to determine whether it was within the guidelines of the OLC, the MON, and the guidelines published by the agency." Other members of the committee added their support for an expanded investigation, with one member stating, "These are extraordinary, serious matters, and we ought to get to the bottom of it, to look at how it came to be that these techniques were used, what the legal underpinnings of the techniques were all about, and finally, what these techniques meant in terms of effectiveness." The committee held 2 subsequent business meetings to consider the debate and terms of the committee's proposed expanding review of the CIA detention and interrogation program. The first, on February 24, 2009, began with bipartisan support for a draft terms of reference. The committee met again on March 5, 2009, to consider a revised term of reference, which was approved by a 14-1 vote. On December 13, 2012, after a review of more than 6 million pages of records, the committee approved a 6,300-page study of the CIA's detention and interrogation program. On April 3, 2014, by a bipartisan vote of 11-3, the committee agreed to send the revised findings and conclusions and an updated executive summary of the committee study to the President for declassification and public release. 8. Appendix 1, Terms of Reference. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence studied the Central Intelligence Agency Detention and Interrogation Program consistent of these terms of reference, a review of how the CIA created, operated, and maintained its detention and interrogated program, including a review of the locations of the facilities and any arrangements and agreements made by the CIA or other intelligence community officials with foreign entitles in connection with the program, a review of intelligence community documents and records, including CIA operational cables relating to the detention and interrogation of CIA detainees, a review of the CIA's assessments that particular detainees possessed relevant information and how the assessments were made. An evaluation of the information acquired from the detainees included the periods during which enhanced interrogation techniques, EITs, were administered. An evaluation of whether information provided to the committee by the intelligence community adequately and accurately described the CIA's detention and interrogation program as it was carried out in practice, including conditions of detention such as personal hygiene and medical needs and their effects on the EITs as applied. An evaluation of information provided by the CIA to the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel, including whether it accurately and adequately described the implementation effectiveness and expected effects of EITs, the value of information obtained through the use of EITs, and the threat environment at the time the EITs were being used or contemplated for use on CIA detainees. An evaluation of whether the CIA's detention and interrogation program complied with the authorization in any relevant presidential findings and memoranda of notification, all relevant policy and legal guidance provided by the CIA, and the opinions issued by the OLC in relation to the use of EITs, a review of the information provided by the CIA or intelligence community officials involved in the program about the CIA's detention and interrogation program, included the location and facilities and the approved interrogation technique to U.S. officials with national security responsibilities.
The committee will use those tools of oversight necessary to complete a thorough review, including but not limited to document reviews and requests, interviews, testimony at closed and open hearings as appropriate, and preparation of findings and recommendations. Appendix 2, CIA detainees from 2002 to 2008. Abu Zubaydah Zakaria, Jamal Eldin Boudra, Abar al-Hawari, Hassan Muhammad Abu Bakr Qaid, Rida Ahmad Najjar, aka Najjar, Ayub Marsad Ali Salih, Bashir Nasir Ali al-Marwala, Al-Aziz Ahmad al-Mitali, Asin Ban Atash, Musab Umar Ali al-Mudwani, Saeed Saleh Saeed, aka Saeed Salih Saeed, Shakwi Awad, Umar Farouk, aka Abu al-Farouk al-Kuwaiti, Abdul Salam al-Hilla, Kareem, aka Asar Sarjan, Akbar Zakaria, aka Zakaria Zaneddin, Rafiq bin Bashir bin Halul al-Hami, Tawfiq Nasir Awad al-Bihani, Luti al-Arabi al-Garasi, Dr. Hikmat Nufisakaut, Yaqib al-Baluchi, aka Abu Talha, Abd al-Rahim Ghulam Rabbani, Gul Rahman Ghulam Rabbani, aka Abu Badir, Abad al-Rahim al-Nashiri, Haji Galgi, Nazar Ali, Juma Gul, Wafdi bin Ali, aka Abdullah, Adel, Kuri Mahib Ramen, Shah Wali Khan, Hayatollah Akani, Bishir al-Rawi, Jamil al-Bana, aka Abu Anas, Garait Bahir, Pasha Wazir, Muhammad Amen al-Bakri, Abdullah Mirat Morsi, Ramzi bin al-Shib, Ibn Sheikh al-Libi, Muhammad Umar Abd al-Rahman, aka Asadallah, Abu Khalid, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Mustafa Ahmad al-Hawasawi, Abu Yasir al-Jazairi, Suleiman Abdullah, Hamid Aik, Saeed Habib, Abu Hazim, aka Abu Hazim al-Libi, al-Sharia, aka Abd al-Karim, Muhammad Khan, son of Subat, Ibrahim Haqqani, Ammar al-Baluchi, Khalid bin Atash, Laid ben Doman Saidi, aka Abu Hudhaifa, Majid Khan, Muhammad Din Shah, Muhammad Jafar Jamal al-Khatani, Abu Nasim al-Tunisi, Modfarik bin Amin, aka Abu Zubair, Zarman, Hiwa Abdul Rahman Rashul, Adel Abu Redwan Ben Hamili, Shesta Habibullah Khan, Samir Hilmi Abdul Latif Al-Bark, Ali Jan, Muhammad Khan, son of Amir, Modin Nik Mohammed, Abdullah Ashami, Bashir bin Lap, aka Lily, Ridwan bin Isomuddin, aka Hambali, Sanad Ali Islam Al-Qasimi, Salid Nasir Salim Ali Aka Musin, Abid Kudra Allah Mala Azrat Al-Hadi, Bismullah, Sayyid Alam, Sayyida Gul, Shakan Wali, Yaha aka Rugola, Zakaria Abd al-Rauf, Zamarai Nur Muhammad Jumakan, Abdullah Salim al-Katani, Awad Saban al-Shamari, Nur Jalal, Majid bin Muhammad bin Suleiman Kali, aka Arsala Khan, Aso Haleri, Asan Gul, Muhammad Kurban Sayyid Ibrahim, Saud Memon, Gul Rahman, Hassan Ahmed Gulid, Abu Abdallah, Abu Bahar al-Turki, Abu Talha al-Maghrebi, Abd al-Bari al-Filistini, Ayub al-Libi, Marwan al-Jabur, Katal al-Uzbeki, Janat Gul, Ahmed Khalfan Galani, Sharif al-Masri, Abdi Rashid Samatar, Abu Faraj al-Libi, Abu Muntir al-Maghrebi, Ibrahim Jan, Abu Jafar al-Iraqi, Abd al-Hadi al-Iraqi, Muhammad Rahim. Appendix 3, Example of Inaccurate CIA Testimony to the Committee, April 12, 2007. Testimony of Michael Hayden, Director, Central Intelligence Agency, to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Director Hayden, now in June, after about 4 months of interrogation, Abu Zubaydah reached a point where he refused to cooperate and he shut down. He would not talk at all to the FBI interrogators, and although he was still talking to CIA interrogators, no significant progress was being made in learning anything of intelligence value. He was, to our eye, employing classic resistance to interrogation techniques and employing them quite effectively, and it was clear to us that we were unlikely to be able to overcome those techniques without some significant intervention. Sampling of information in CIA records says Abu Zubaydah was rendered to CIA custody on March, redacted 2002. The CIA representation that Abu Zubaydah stopped cooperating with debriefers who were using traditional interrogation techniques is not supported by CIA records. In early June 2002, Abu Zubaydah's interrogators recommended that Abu Zubaydah spend several weeks in isolation from interrogation while the interrogation team members traveled, redacted, as a means of keeping Abu Zubaydah off balance and to allow the team needed time off for a break and to attend to personal matters, redacted, as well as to discuss the endgame for Abu Zubaydah, redacted, with officers from CIA headquarters. As a result, Abu Zubaydah spent much of June 2002 and all of July 2002, 47 days in total, in isolation. When CIA officers next interrogated Abu Zubaydah, they immediately used the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques, including the waterboard. Prior to the 47-day isolation period, Abu Zubaydah provided information on al-Qaeda activities, plans, capabilities, and relationships, in addition to information on its leadership structure, including personalities, decision-making processes, trainings, and tactics. Following the suggestion of redacted CTC legal, CTC contracted with Swigert to assist in the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. When Abu Zubaydah was discharged from the redacted hospital and returned to the CIA's detention site Green on April 15, 2002, he was kept naked, sleep-deprived, and in a cell with bright lights with white noise or loud music playing. The FBI personnel objected to the coercive aspects of Abu Zubaydah's interrogation, as they believed they were making substantial progress building rapport with Abu Zubaydah and developing intelligence without these measures. During their questioning of Abu Zubaydah, the FBI officers provided a towel for Abu Zubaydah to cover himself and continued to use rapport-building techniques with the detainee. Director Hayden, we wanted Swigert and Dunbar's ideas about what approaches might be useful to get information from people like Abu Zubaydah and other uncooperative... We're done. This is just repeated. The appendices are all just repeated in a different format. Things that we've already heard. That's a wrap.